Chapter 1351, Wuling Clan. Chapter 1351, Wuling Clan. Translator, Setulan. Editor, Setulan. Ha! The bald man looked over and his eyes met Yun's. He could see Yun's attire at a glance, but Yun was dressed simply. He could not identify his background from his attire. Slowly, the bald man's expression turned grim. Brother, I do not know which faction you are from. But that being that entered this array is a numinous being that we have been pursuing to great pains. Please return it. Yun did not reply. In fact, he was surprised as well. He didn't find it surprising that the array could open, since the ancient ruins world likely had many opportunities in it. If the array could not be opened, how was one to venture out and explore? But Yun never expected that the simple thought of wanting to save the snake would result in the array's opening. He didn't know that the Ninely Magus Empire's array formation was that intelligent. Noticing that Yun wasn't answering, the bald man raged with killing intent. If it was not for the punk causing trouble, they would already have succeeded. But now, he was out of options. He knew very well that any faction that could carve a territory in the ancient ruins world could set up an array formation that he had no chance of cracking. If not for the array formation's hindrance, he would have charged straight in and killed Yun. At that moment, the seven-colored snake flew towards Yun and spun around Yun's head before landing lightly on his shoulder. As he looked at the seven-colored snake, Yun felt the intimate bond that his lifeblood had with the seven-colored snake. He could not help but look at the seven-colored snake's tiny head. There was a horn there, so could it be? Yun felt a stir. Perhaps the tiny snake also had the Dragon Emperor's bloodline. If that was the case, he could understand why he felt a connection with it. It also made the value of the snake obvious. The group of people outside the array were spewing fire from their eyes when they saw the snake land on Yun's shoulder. The bald man clenched his fists. He truly wanted to shatter the array formation with one strike and twist off Yun's neck. Quickly open the array formation. That being is extremely important to us. As long as you return it to us, we will definitely not mistreat you, a woman dressed in blue said. Her voice held no emotion, and so it sounded as cold as a block of ice. You will not mistreat me? Yun looked up with a faint smile. Although they were separated by the array formation, Yun could already vaguely sense that the group of people did not have good intentions. According to Aged Blackrock, the ancient ruins world was extremely dangerous, filled with people that had nefarious thoughts. If he were to open the array formation to let them in based on the situation he was in, he would only be inviting trouble on himself. These people might not just take the seven-colored snake away, they might even wipe clean all the treasures in the Ninely Mystic Ground. Of course, murder was a passing act while plundering. I wonder what benefits this not mistreatment will bring me. Upon hearing Yun's tone, the bald man frowned slightly. He could already sense the mockery in Yun's words. We come from the Wuling clan. Since Junior Sister Song has promised to show her heartfelt thanks, we will not go back on our word. Our Wuling clan is a colony of the White Lunar Divine Empire. As for Junior Sister Song, she is someone the White Lunar Divine Empire has set their sights on. It's best you give that numinous being back. If not, you might implicate the faction behind you. You are only a junior. You cannot afford to shoulder such responsibility, said the bald man. In order to increase his threat factor, he even mentioned the White Lunar Divine Empire. Yun had already lost interest in the man some time ago. However, when he heard the four words, White Lunar Divine Empire, he felt his entire being jolt. The White Lunar Divine Empire was an extremely mighty faction in the sinkhole. Baiyuan, as well as the Pure Yang Broken Sword Swordtip, and most important of all, Lin Shintong, were in the White Lunar Divine Empire. It turned out that the Wuling clan was a colony of the White Lunar Divine Empire. The White Lunar Divine Empire had set their sights on the woman named Song. Upon sensing Yun's expression change, the bald man was very pleased. The White Lunar Divine Empire's name had resounding impact in the sinkhole. A junior disciple would usually feel apprehensive upon hearing its name. However, he never expected Yun to only experience a momentary shock before recovering to his original state of mind. So you are only from the White Lunar Divine Empire's colony. I thought you were more impressive. Yun was located in an area that represented the Ninely Magus Empire. He did not wish to bring trouble on it, but since the other party was only a colony of the White Lunar Divine Empire, that changed everything. Furthermore, the group in front of him were only outer sect elders or young disciples. The person with the highest cultivation level was a late-stage Supremacy. They did not necessarily represent the entire Wuling clan. Although he would end up offending the Wuling clan, it was improbable that the Wuling clan would cross the distant void and engage in a massive battle with the Ninely Magus Empire just because a group of people had something snatched from them. If he gave in so easily because of a few threats, he could only call himself dumb. You. The woman's gaze turned cold. She had an aloof nature and she had never been humiliated by a man in such a way before. It looks like you have a death wish. Since Yi Yun was clearly not handing the snake over, the bald man no longer hid the killing intent in his eyes. You dare belittle my Wuling clan. Well done. To be able to carve out a territory in the ancient ruins world of your own might mean that the faction backing you isn't a small one, but it doesn't mean that your faction represents you. Yi Yun scoffed. The bald man's killing intent did not affect him in any way. The eyes of the bald man, as well as the woman's, turned increasingly grim. The punk was relying on the array formation, making him think nothing of them. They felt indignant. They were not going to leave just like that. At that moment, the woman suddenly focused attentively before revealing a look of glee. She looked at Yi Yun with eyes filled with derision and coldness. Are you thinking nothing of my Wuling clan because it is a colony of the White Lunar Divine Empire? You might dare to offend my Wuling clan, but I wonder if you have the guts to offend the White Lunar Divine Empire. Just as her voice faded, dozens of figures rapidly approached from the horizon. The Wuling clansmen turned around simultaneously and bowed respectfully. Yi Yun saw that the dozens of figures streaked across the sky with impressive momentum. In the ancient ruins world filled with numerous factions, they all kept high profiles. People from the White Lunar Divine Empire? Based on what the woman said, these people came from the empire itself. They were dressed in white and their robes were embroidered with a golden moon emblem. Leading them was a man with extremely narrow eyes. He had thin lips, making him look rather effeminate. So it's Lord Sky Firmament. I'm from the Wuling clan, Song Yuga. The woman had been arrogant before, but she spoke in a humble tone in front of the members of the White Lunar Divine Empire. Were you the one that triggered the token? The effeminate man said coldly. Yes, I was the one. Song Yuga produced a token. As the White Lunar Divine Empire's colony, the Wuling clan possessed the White Lunar Divine Empire's token. It could be used to request help from the White Lunar Divine Empire. This was a tiny benefit that the colonies would receive by paying tribute and bowing before the White Lunar Divine Empire every year. And the members of the White Lunar Divine Empire just happened to be around during the Wuling clan's operation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1352, 9 Transformations Celestial Silkworm. Chapter 1352, 9 Transformations Celestial Silkworm. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. Lord Sky Firmament, my Wuling clansman and I have been pursuing a numinous being. In order to catch it, we spent a year just seeking it out and setting up an array. Just as we were finally about to succeed, this punk ended up robbing us of our success. Not only is he unwilling to return the numinous being, he even verbally mocked us. We even mentioned that we are a colony of the White Lunar Divine Empire, but he completely disparaged the White Lunar Divine Empire, the bald man said in an incensed manner. Yi Yun did not mind the way the bald man fanned the flames of discord. He was more concerned with the strange fact that this Lord Sky Firmament the bald man bowed to was only at the mid-stages of the Supremacy realm. His cultivation level was the same as the bald man's. Yet despite both of them being at the mid-stages of the Supremacy realm, the bald man acted like a junior. This made Yi Yun curious about Lord Sky Firmament's strength. You took the numinous being from the Wuling clan? Sky Firmament looked at the 7-colored snake on Yi Yun's shoulder. He guessed that even if the bald man had deliberately reported events a certain way to incite discord between Yi Yun and him, his recollection was not far off. Yi Yun chuckled and said, I didn't take it. Instead, the numinous being they were pursuing took the initiative to come onto my shoulder. When Yi Yun said that, the Wuling clansmen turned dumbfounded. Their anger had gotten to their heads. They did not realize this pertinent point. Speaking of which, why did the numinous being land on Yi Yun's shoulder? Sky Firmament's expression sank slightly. He did not wish to wrangle with Yi Yun over this matter. Do not test my patience. Hand the numinous being over and apologize to the Wuling clan and this matter can be resolved. If not, my White Lunar Divine Empire will force the faction backing you to hand you over. When that time comes, you will be maimed of your cultivation level and imprisoned for life. That faction you mentioned is not backing me at all. All I did was help them and this cultivation ground is my reward. Yi Yun did not wish to implicate the Ninely Magus Empire. However, he knew that it was improbable that the White Lunar Divine Empire would war against the Ninely Magus Empire because of him. That would be making a mountain out of molehill. Oh? Sky Firmament narrowed his eyes. Yi Yun was clearly described by the statement, he who is down need fear no fall. Sky Firmament was left at a loss as to how to continue. You truly are bold. What's your name? Do you dare tell me? Yun looked at Sky Firmament as though he was a retard. Do you think my intelligence is as low as yours? Tell you my name so that you can seek revenge on me? Hey, do you guys have anything else to say? If not, I'm leaving first. I won't entertain you guys anymore. With that said, Yun turned to leave. He even waved his hand. Instantly, Sky Firmament's expression turned extremely ugly as he was left standing outside the array. What exactly was the point of him coming there? Song Yuga had triggered the token, requesting for his aid. He rushed over and ended up doing exactly what the Wulin clan did. All he did was speak a few words and end up being mocked by the punk. This made Sky Firmament feel like he was a joke. Lord Sky Firmament, we. Song Yuga was instantly embarrassed. She had requested for Sky Firmament's presence, but he ended up in the same situation as her, mocked and ridiculed, nothing more. The Wulin clansmen stared agape. The numinous being was lost just like that. How could they let the matter rest? Lord Sky Firmament, which faction controls this region? We shall head to their world and find this punk. We will make him experience a fate worse than death. The bald man's rage pushed him to the brink of insanity. They had been ridiculed by Yun despite the high statuses they enjoyed. This massive array contains spatial dimension laws. It wipes away the coordinates of their position. We will temporarily not be able to pinpoint the faction or where it is. Sky Firmament said coldly. The ancient ruins world space was chaotic. Traversing the ancient ruins world required an orientation artifact, or one could get lost in the chaotic spatial mazes. Although they had found the Ninely Magus Empire's array, trying to pinpoint its location in the chaotic spatial maze was not an easy task. Let's return for now. I'll get my senior brother to divine this punk's location. I will find him and I'll make him regret coming into this world. At that moment, Yun had already returned to the cave where he secluded himself. The short hold-up did not affect his cultivation. But just as he was about to enter meditation, he suddenly heard a voice sound in his ear. Kid, you lucked out today. Oh? Yun was slightly taken aback as he saw a gray figure appeared out of thin air in front of him. It was none other than Old Snake. The snake on Yun's shoulder was given a fright. It never expected an old man to suddenly appear. Furthermore, the old fellow was looking at him with a lascivious grin. This made the snake panic. Senior, what do you mean? If I'm not mistaken, this little guy is a 9-transformation celestial silkworm. It's an ancient fae that can transform into a dragon. 9 transformations celestial silkworm? Upon hearing Old Snake's words, Yun looked in disbelief at the tiny snake on his shoulder. The little fellow did not look anything like a silkworm. It's nothing strange. The 9 transformations celestial silkworm can transform into many forms. The eventual transformation will be that of a dragon. This celestial silkworm must have already transformed once or twice. It has gone from the form of a celestial silkworm to this tiny horned snake. Don't misjudge it by its tiny size. It has lived for millions of years at least. A few million years. The tiny snake was only about 3 inches long. Yun was somewhat surprised. To grow to this size after millions of years was just too slow. Old Snake read Yun's mind. He shook his head and said, the present sinkhole is no longer comparable to what it was in ancient times. Even the ancient ruins world, be it the heaven-earth yuan chi or the worldly laws, are much weaker. For this 9-transformation celestial silkworm to grow, it needs to consume natural treasures and absorb the heaven-earth essence. It's not easy for a mere silkworm like this to accomplish all of that. It's already pretty impressive that it made it to this stage. I suspect that the egg that this 9-transformation celestial silkworm came from was left behind in ancient times. It was sealed for some reason, and after a long period of time, it had the chance to hatch. If not, it's difficult to find an ancient fae with such a rich bloodline in this era. With the passage of time, the ancient fae's bloodline became thinner due to the crossbreeding with other organisms. However, the 9-transformation celestial silkworm in front of him did not have its bloodline thinned. This was the basis of Old Snake's guess. Little Yun, if you have any natural treasures that aren't of use to you, you can feed them to this fellow. It's not easy for it to grow in its present environment. When Old Snake said that, the tiny snake widened its eyes. It clearly understood Old Snake's words. It had felt wary when it saw Old Snake's gaze, but now, after hearing Old Snake mention how difficult it was to grow and that it needed to be fed natural treasures, the little fellow immediately had teary eyes. It felt like it had found a confidant who truly understood it well. By the way, after you feed it, you can release some of its blood. This celestial silkworm's blood is very nourishing. It can help you achieve your breakthrough. Old Snake's additional words gave the 9 transformations celestial silkworm a fright. It hid behind Iyun as it warily watched Old Snake, creating a safe distance between them. That isn't nice, is it? Iyun touched his nose. What's not nice about it? The 9 transformations celestial silkworm's strongest thing is its lifeblood. Don't treat it like it's only 3 inches long. Its body contains another world in and of itself. If it really were to bleed out all of its blood, it would easily fill up a jar. As long as you don't extract too much of its blood, there won't be any problems. Besides, this would be after you fed it treasures, things that you gathered yourself. Even if it were to release some of its blood, it would have grown at a speed much faster than simply absorbing heaven-earth essence. This fellow really has a jar's worth of blood? Iyun looked at the 9 transformations celestial silkworm and felt that the blood in the little fellow was a little ridiculous. The tiny snake's head shook like a rattledrum in a bid to deny it. This little fellow is trying to put on an act in front of me. Natural treasures don't drop from the sky. Do you think you can eat them for nothing? Old Snake looked at Iyun after saying that. He continued, didn't you obtain a fire seed a while ago? That fire seed is a numinous object condensed from heaven-earth essence. It is also the most beloved food of celestial silkworms. Even a fire seed works? Iyun was somewhat surprised. The Southly Fire was the fire seed of the 9 Magus Empire's herb nurturing array. With Sier replacing it, the Southly Fire naturally became useless. Iyun was planning on giving it to Sier, but then he remembered that the divine alchemist's Empyrean cleansing flame had once been devoured by the heretical god fire seed. Consuming an additional Southly Fire did not seem like it would have much of an effect. Giving the Southly Fire to the 9 transformation celestial silkworm was probably not a bad choice. With this thought in mind, Iyun took out the Southly Fire. The pale golden fire plume burned silently. When the snake saw it, it immediately stood erect. Its glistening eyes widened. It had a strong desire to devour the Southly Fire. Ahem. Iyun coughed twice. Little fellow, you heard everything that Sier just said, right? About that. If my strength increases, I can find more natural treasures for you in the future. You will be able to grow much faster. Although Iyun had always been thick-skinned, even he felt that negotiating with the little fellow for its blood was like taking candy from a baby. The 9 transformations celestial silkworm hesitated for a moment. It looked at the Southly Fire and then at Iyun. It seemed to steal its heart before nodding its head. Without Iyun taking action, its body began to tremble gently. Drops of blood began to seep out from its scales. The drops of blood coalesced together, forming a ball of blood about the size of a fist. It slowly floated towards Iyun. After forcing out the ball of blood, the 9 transformation celestial silkworm looked nervously at Old Snake. Its gaze seemed to inquire if that much was enough. Old Snake pouted, clearly indicating his dissatisfaction. He said unhurriedly, little fellow, I know you have a jar of blood in your body. Can you show some sincerity? Don't tell me you want me to help you extract your blood? Upon hearing Old Snake's words, the 9 transformation celestial silkworm turned diffident. From its point of view, the old man was no different from a devil. After some hesitation, it forced a few more drops of blood. It produced almost a bowl of blood. This should be enough. Iyun did not have the heart to request for more. In fact, even without the celestial silkworm's blood, he would break through to the Supremacy realm given sufficient time. Of course, having the celestial silkworm's blood was even better. It could also purify his dragon emperor bloodline. Upon hearing Iyun's words, the little fellow showed relief, as though it had gotten rid of a heavy burden. It furtively stole a glance at Old Snake and did not see any disapproval from him. It finally heaved a sigh of relief and rushed towards the Southly Fire in Iyun's hand. The Southly Fire had yet to produce any sentience. It did not know how to dodge the 9 transformation celestial silkworm, so it was swallowed whole within a few mouthfuls. After devouring the fire seed, the 9 transformation celestial silkworm was satisfied. It slowly wriggled onto Iyun's shoulder and laid down. Due to the Dragon Emperor's bloodline, it felt a close innate bond with Iyun. In this age, there were just too few beings with the Dragon Emperor bloodline. Soon, the 9 transformation celestial silkworm appeared intoxicated. It turned groggy and ended up falling asleep. It treated Iyun's shoulder as a bed and slept soundly. The 9 transformation celestial silkworm will digest the heaven-earth numinous objects in its sleep. Take this opportunity to break through. As Old Snake spoke, he transformed into a stream of light and returned to the God Advent Tower. All right. Iyun took a deep breath as his eyes shimmered. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1353, Attaining Supremacy. Chapter 1353, Attaining Supremacy. Translator, Sier editor, Sier. Ian looked at the celestial silkworm's blood that was floating in front of him. It was crystalline, like a ruby under sunlight. He took a deep breath and devoured the celestial silkworm blood. The essence contained within the blood fused into every part of Ian's body. The celestial silkworm's blood boiled in his body, but it did not cause him any pain. Neither did it experience any obstruction, instead flowing as though the blood was a part of Ian's body to begin with. Ian settled down and cultivated peacefully. The effects from the river of forgetfulness's water had declined from before, but he still experienced time about 20 times faster. Cultivation knew no time. Through the tempering of Ian's foundation with time, he had reached the limit of the Tao Palace realm. And at that moment, the number of cracks on Ian's Tao Palace increased. Finally, a fragment of the Tao Palace peeled off and instantly transformed into a golden stream of light. As more time passed, the number of fragments that peeled off increased. Ian's Tao Palace turned brighter as infinite points of light shot out from the cracks in the Tao Palace like they were sword beams, illuminating Ian's interior. Like a metamorphosing butterfly, even Ian's body was beginning to crumble like his 9-treasured Tao Palace at that moment. First it was the skin, followed by his flesh and blood, and finally, his innards. Everything crumbled, but strangely, not a single drop of blood flowed out when Ian's body crumbled. All the flesh and blood that crumbled away transformed into energy streams that fused with the Yuan Qi vortex that was forming around Ian. Ian's body nearly vanished, but his appearance remained clear. He did not flinch in pain at all. To become a supremacy, one had to first shatter the Tao Palace. By doing so, the laws condensed within the Tao Palace would fully fuse into one's body, turning his body into a manifestation of energy and completely merging with the laws. This was an opportunity that every warrior would experience only a finite number of times. It represented a leap in the difference in life's natural order. However, during the crumbling of the body, one's soul would lose its vessel. It would result in massive destabilization. During this sensitive time, one's mental demons might rear their head at any time. A warrior's breakthrough would always be accompanied by the existence of mental demons. This was why many warriors would place great emphasis on having their aspirations freed and settling any grievances quickly. If one failed to overcome their mental demons, they might suffer a deviation during the breakthrough. A light outcome would be having intelligence reduced. The more dire outcome could be the complete collapse of one's soul, reducing it to soul fragments. One would lose their sense of self and eventually be scattered across the world. From the beginning of the Tao Palace realm, every step in a warrior's cultivation was to rob from the Creator. The birth of any powerful being was extremely difficult to begin with. Yet, one had to take step after step to scale the heavenly Tao to seek the universe's origins. The difficulty was obvious. Only by undergoing life and death experiences would one break out of that cocoon. Pang. With a thought from Ian, his Tao Palace exploded to smithereens, turning into countless nomological fragments that were swept up into the Yuan Qi vortex. At the same time, his body exploded, transforming into a stream of light that fused with the energetic body. This was a true rejuvenation and rebirth. In the Yuan Qi vortex, Ian's body was completely ground to pieces and cleansed by the Yuan Qi. Ian's 9-treasured Tao Palace contained extremely potent nomological powers, therefore, his Yuan Qi vortex was more than 10 times larger than that of most warriors. The cleansing process naturally ended up more tumultuous. In a sense, warriors who had deeper nomological insight would experience a more difficult process when breaking through to the supremacy realm. Furthermore, if one did not have a robust foundation, they might be pulverized amid the Yuan Qi vortex. This process was extremely painful for Ian, but he needed to maintain a clear state of mind or he might forever lose himself to the vortex. It was like how bacteria did not know what the first and last day of the month meant, or how mole crickets did not know the seasons. Amidst the vastness of the world, mortals would only live for less than a century, making them no different from ants. The martial path was the route to step into heaven. That path was fraught with danger, and one could easily perish if they were not careful. From the moment Ian stepped onto the martial path, he had never once thought of giving up. No matter how difficult it was, he had to persist. At that moment, Ian felt like he was reliving his entire life. As a youth from the cloud wilderness, he experienced many things. He slowly reached where he was today. As more time passed, his illusionary recollections were overlaid onto reality. He found it hard to extricate himself from his memories. The pain his soul suffered did not decrease during this process. But Ian able to maintain his clarity of mind. Having lived 2 lives, his state of mind was firm. After an unknown period of time, there was a boom. The Yuan Qi vortex spun in a frenzy before compressing. A blurry phantom was slowly born out of the energy that had been compressed to its limits. It was an energy apparition which looked identical to Yi Yun, but was not his main body. It was Yi Yun's supremacy aspect. The shattering of a Tao palace and the condensation into a supremacy began with the supremacy aspect. Yi Yun's dantian began to be remolded. The dantian surrounded the body's internal world, instilling the supremacy aspect into it. Later, with the dantian as a foundation, Yi Yun's meridians, bones, and organs condensed one after another. Following that was his flesh and blood, skin, and finally hair. Yi Yun's figure appeared as he took step after step. His vigorous vital aura constantly stirred. And behind Yi Yun, the supremacy phantom projected out from his dantian. He stood there high and mighty. Although it resembled Yi Yun, its facial features were filled with an indescribable light. It was like a god that overlooked the world. When Yi Yun's body was completely reconstructed, the figure also went from an ethereal state to a corporeal state. Boom! 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 A thunderous sound emitted from the world like it was resonating with the great Tao of the world. The resounding booms appeared to be congratulating Yi Yun. They surged like a tidal wave with multiple concentric ripples. It caused the worldly laws to resonate. The resonating hums tore through the 9 Magus Empire's array and spread through the vast ancient ruins world. If one watched from a high altitude, they would see humongous ripples appearing in the ancient ruins world. What's the matter? At that moment, the Wulin clansmen were 500 kilometers away. They were alarmed when they sensed the worldly nomological resonance. A year ago, they had failed to capture the 9 transformation celestial silkworm. They had already reported the matter, but their experiential training did not come to an end. Such experiential training in the ancient ruins world would last a few years. They still had to continue training, but today, they felt a strange nomological resonance from the world itself. The hum was commonly seen when people broke through to a major realm. However, the hum was on an overly large scale. According to the way the nomological resonance spread, the source was very far from them. Could it be the nomological resonance produced by a person's breakthrough? It's possible. It appears like a divine lord's breakthrough, but it's also somewhat different from a divine lord. It actually feels more like a supremacy's breakthrough. However, a supremacy's breakthrough isn't this powerful. The bald man frowned. Back when he broke through to the supremacy realm, his resonance was much weaker than this. Why do I feel like the faction of the man that snatched our numinous being a year ago is in that direction? Song Yuga said. But the bald man shook his head. Junior sister Yuga, you are overly sensitive. The ancient ruins world's laws are chaotic. The direction you sense is most likely wrong. Perhaps. Song Yuga nodded. She continued looking curiously in the direction from which the nomological hums were coming. She fell into a daze. She refused to believe that the hums were the result of a supremacy's breakthrough. Perhaps it was some mind-blowing treasure that had just revealed itself, or an ancient fae that was facing a tribulation. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1354, Unforeseen Circumstances. Chapter 1354, Unforeseen Circumstances. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Congratulations, kid. With this revitalization, you can now be considered quite a figure. If Yi Yun's initial attainment of the purple blood realm was the first step onto the long path of cultivating martial arts, then the supremacy realm was reaching a formal milestone. It was a realm that spoke volumes. At the supremacy level, one could become an elder even in mighty sects and be revered by others. Yi Yun spent nearly 120 years going from the 8th-story Tao Palace realm to the supremacy realm. There was no need to take so long, but due to Yi Yun's fast cultivation speed in the past, he never had the chance to forge and temper his foundations. As such, he spent the first 80 years just fortifying his foundations. In cultivation, going out into the world for different experiences and engaging in life and death struggles would increase one's cultivation level quickly, but entering seclusion to fuse with the laws was not something that could be ignored. 120 years was long, and it was nearly double Yi Yun's present age. But in fact, due to the river of forgetfulness's water, Yi Yun's true bone age had only increased by 5 years. It was as though time had stopped acting on Yi Yun's body over the 100+ years. Such an opportunity left Old Snake extremely envious. He was already advanced in age and his vital potential had long been expended. Even if he drank the river of forgetfulness's water, the slowing of time would have zero effect for him. He was incomparable to Yun, whose vital potential was in its greatest abundance at that moment. Drinking the river of forgetfulness's water during such a period allowed Yun's vital potential to burn exuberantly for 120 years. This left Old Snake extremely envious. Kid, this Ninely Magus Empire has truly given you a great opportunity. This is much more useful than any unique pill or treasure. The effects are compounded when used on you. At your present age, this cultivation level of yours just makes an attempt at the godly monarch realm only a matter of time, Old Snake said sincerely. When he first met Yun, all he did was to answer Huan Qinshue's request of taking care of Yun. But with time, and after interacting with him and seeing his growth, Old Snake began to see Yun as a true junior under his care. He never had children his entire life, and it was destined that no miracle would happen for his remaining lifespan. He decided to place all his hopes on Yun. If he could see Yun mature into a godly monarch, it would be quite gratifying. Senior, I understand. This river of forgetfulness's water is truly miraculous. It's more than miraculous. The effects are equivalent to giving you an additional 120 years of cultivation. If you continue drinking it, wouldn't that be ludicrous? Old Snake felt wistful. He was beginning to fantasize about the boon it would have given him if he obtained a few jars of water from the river of forgetfulness back in his youth. Yun said, Senior, the river of forgetfulness's water has a limit to its effectiveness. When I first drank it, I experienced time about 30 times faster, but the second time I drank it, I experienced time at a slower speed. I imagine it will constantly decrease as I drink more. Is that so? Old Snake faltered for a moment before he nodded. That makes sense. If one could keep drinking without any reduction in effect, wouldn't finding the river of forgetfulness mean eternal life? That would be a violation of the heavenly Tao. Even the river of forgetfulness, one of the 12 Fey gods that controls time, would probably not have the ability to defy the heavenly Tao. Old Snake muttered to himself. Yun agreed wholeheartedly. Eternal life was also something the divine alchemist was pursuing back in his day. He wanted to use pills to achieve that, but he had also failed. There were legends that the peak of martial arts could break the shackles of eternal life. However, he had not heard of anyone that had actually achieved that state since ancient times. I have already broken through to the Supremacy realm. It's about time to leave seclusion, said Yun. He was now greatly indebted to the Ninely Magus Empire. He naturally wanted to refine the pill for the Ninely Magus Empire as soon as possible to repay the debt. Old Snake returned to the God Advent Tower while Yun looked around. The 9-transformation celestial silkworm was trying to coil and sleep soundly in the emptied pool, but its body was too short. Even though it had tried its best to coil itself, all it did was manage 3/4 of a coil. As though it sensed something, the celestial silkworm slowly opened its eyes and looked at Yun. It clearly noticed Yun's breakthrough. It opened its eyes wide happily and flew to Yun. It dawdled on Yun's shoulders. Yun's Dragon Emperor bloodline became thicker after he broke through to the Supremacy realm, therefore, the little fellow became even closer to him. Of course, Yun also did not discount the possibility that the little fellow was simply in a good mood after enjoying the Southly fire meal. Follow me. Since I've promised you, I'll try to seek out treasures for you, said Yun. The celestial silkworm nodded and obediently coiled on Yun's shoulder. Following that, Yun walked out of the valley and arrived at the teleportation array. The moment Yun walked onto the teleportation array, it automatically lit up. Following that, there was a flash as Yun's figure vanished from the array. Ninely Magus Empire. Yun returned to the teleportation array situated in the palace, but he did not see signs of aged Blackrock or Ninely Magus Maiden. Aged Blackrock should know that I've returned, but he did not send me a voice transmission. Yun believed that the commotion created by the teleportation array was something aged Blackrock would definitely sense. Since aged Blackrock did not send him a voice transmission, Yun had no way of finding him either. After all, there were many places in the Ninely Magus Empire to which he was not permitted entry. It was not easy for him to wander around and seek out aged Blackrock and Ninely Magus Maiden. Since that was the case, Yun was in no hurry to meet them. Although he had become a Supremacy, restoring the herb nurturing array was not something that could be done in a day or two. He still needed to spend plenty of time to complete the fate-changing pill. Yun still remembered the path towards the herb nurturing array, so he walked towards it with the celestial silkworm. The celestial silkworm hid in Yun's sleeve and curiously peeked out its tiny head to study its surroundings. The Ninely Magus Empire's palace was silent and they did not encounter anyone at all. The hex imprints left the celestial silkworm apprehensive, and the way it hesitantly peeked its head out amused Yun. Soon, Yun came to the herb nurturing array. He did not see a single person on the vast desolate lands. Odd. There were more than 10,000 alchemists gathered there before. This took Yi Yun by surprise. Where did everyone go? It had only been 5 years or so. Even if the alchemists failed to figure out anything, they would not waste such an opportunity. At the very least, they would not leave so soon, not to mention the stubborn old fogies like Patriarch Pilhart and Almingine. They would definitely cherish every moment to study the array. Just as Yi Yun thought to command Ling Sier to open the array's entrance, he frowned. He extended his arm and waved. A blast of yuan qi struck the array as the spot beneath Yi Yun's feet suddenly lit up. Following that, an entrance appeared out of thin air. What's going on? Yi Yun narrowed his eyes. How could the herb nurturing array be that easily opened? A simple probe at the entrance made him immediately discover that there were changes made to the array. Could it be that Patriarch Pilhart and company had tampered with the array? However, Yi Yun immediately rejected such a possibility. The Divine Alchemist's array was not so easily tampered with. Yi Yun once thought that as an alchemist sage, Patriarch Pilhart could enter the array's interior if he spent a considerable amount of time seeking out the entrance. However, changing the array would be too difficult. Furthermore, Yi Yun had instructed Ling Sier to watch over the array before he left. She should have prohibited the others from entering. Sier. Yi Yun strode into the herb nurturing array. Yi Yun's expression changed slightly when he entered the herb nurturing array. The place was originally filled with rich fire elemental laws, but now, the heaven-earth yuan qi was in chaos. The fire elemental laws turned extremely violent and there were burning flames everywhere. Lava streams were everywhere, burning the array's grounds red. What's going on? Yi Yun's brows turned increasingly knitted. Sier, where are you? Yi Yun called out. About 8 minutes later, a blurry figure appeared in front of Yi Yun. The moment the figure appeared, it pounced into Yi Yun's embrace. Brother Yi Yun. Sier. Yi Yun immediately pulled Sier away and noticed that she had turned a lot weaker. Although Sier looked unharmed aside from being weakened, Yi Yun felt secretly enraged. Sier, what's going on? Why are you this weak? Ling Sier lifted her head from Yi Yun's embrace. Her eyes were filled with guilt. I do not know either. In the beginning, I followed your instructions to keep the baddies outside. They couldn't even figure out the entrance. But 3 years ago, the array suddenly became unstable for no good reason. Due to the array's instability, I had to fight to constantly maintain the array's stability. But the longer it took, the more demanding it became. It resulted in me expending a lot of my strength. Now, my control over the array is very weak, so I'm in this state. When Ling Sier said this, she felt guilt-ridden. Yi Yun had left her an important task, but she had failed to do it well. Yi Yun was taken aback. He never expected any unforeseen circumstances from the array. What exactly happened? Sier, don't be sad. You have already done very well. It was my fault for being thoughtless. Yi Yun tenderly stroked Sier's head and lamented. According to Sier, it had been 3 years. During this period, she was constantly working hard at maintaining the array's stability. She had already expended a lot of energy and Yi Yun blamed himself for it. Ling Sier shook her head. It's all my fault. Due to the array's instability, those people found the entrance. In addition, I was preoccupied and couldn't stop them. After they entered, they did not listen to my advice and even mocked me. Later on, more and more people entered. Yi Yun was taken aback when he heard that. He made the connection with the empty desolate plains outside. He was completely astounded. Did everyone enter? Ling Sier nodded. What? How could this happen? Didn't aged Blackrock and Her Highness stop those people? Yi Yun found it unbelievable. The herb nurturing array was an important place. Even if the alchemists could not destroy it, aged Blackrock would not have allowed the riffraff to enter. Logically speaking, he would, at most, permit Almingine and Patriarch Pilhart entry. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1355, High Priest. Chapter 1355, High Priest. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Ling Sier shook her head in confusion and said, after the array started acting funny, I focused on stabilizing the array. All I know is that there were many people entering the array, but I do not know what exactly they did. Upon seeing Ling Sier's weakened state, Yi Yun stroked her head and said, it's been tough on you. Once this ordeal is over, I'll seek out some soul-nurturing items to replenish the strength of your emptied soul. Just as Yi Yun finished that sentence, he suddenly sensed the array shake. Yi Yun knitted his brows slightly, for he sensed that the array would turn increasingly unstable if the situation continued. It could even cause a catastrophic event. Sier, take a good rest and leave everything to me. I'll first take a look at the pill. Yi-Yun was now most worried about the fate-changing pill. It was of great importance. Not only was it important to the Ninely Magus Maiden, it was also important to Huan Qinshui. The more heaven-defying the pills were, the more stringent the criteria for their refinement. What's more, an unexpected situation of such massive scale had already happened. Yi-Yun wanted to find the cause of the array's changes. According to Ling Sier, Patriarch Pilhart and company had entered the array only after the anomaly happened. As such, it was likely that the reason had little to do with Patriarch Pilhart and company. And on further inference, Ian felt that the reason was most likely related to his switching of the heretical Godfire seed with the Southly Fire 5 years ago. From the looks of it, I have yet to fully comprehend Senior Divine Alchemist's heritage. I nearly caused a catastrophe. Thankfully, I came out of seclusion in time. Now that Yi-Yun had broken through to the Supremacy realm, the laws had completely fused with his flesh and blood. His nomological insights and knowledge of alchemy had been greatly enhanced. He was confident that he could restore the array and even convert the catastrophe into an opportunity to complete the herb-nurturing array through his control. Okay. Ling Sier nodded. Just as she was about to fly into Yi-Yun's God Advent Tower, her expression suddenly changed as she halted. What's wrong? Yi-Yun and Ling Sier's mind were connected so he could sense the changes to her psyche. Ling Sier pouted as her face showed complete aggrievement. She said, those people, they are. Ling Sier had fused with the array. She had previously placed all her soul's strength into maintaining the array's stability and did not have the luxury of watching what Patriarch Pilhart and company were doing. From her point of view, with the people from the Ninely Magus Empire present, Patriarch Pilhart wouldn't be allowed to do anything overboard that might damage the array. What's going on? Share your soul with me. Let me see what is happening. Yi-Yun said with a sullen expression. Ling Sier nodded and instantly, Yi-Yun's perception traversed space and reached the core region of the array. Here, the island was already sealed by a gigantic rainbow-colored barrier of light. And gathered outside the barrier were more than 10,000 people. There are so many people. They are all there. Yi-Yun frowned. It was true that more than 10,000 people had entered the array's interior. Furthermore, he could see people dressed in the Ninely Magus Empire's attire outside the barrier. That implied that all the people had entered with the Ninely Magus Empire's permission. Oh. They are in an array formation. Yi-Yun scanned with his perception and saw a total of 10,800 people standing in formation. They were split into 4 layers. The outermost layer was a group of junior disciples that had cultivated for less than a century. They held array flags and injected their yuan qi into the flags in order to provide the array with energy. The layer in the middle were Dao Palace Realm disciples. They stood on a disc array and maintained the array's stability. Further in were elders at the Supremacy realm or higher. All of them were stepping on an array rune that was a nucleus of the array's powers. And situated in the heart of the array were 7 people. Among them, Yi-Yun saw Ninely Magus Maiden and aged Blackrock. Other than them, there were 3 alchemists. It was clear at a glance as there was a cauldron floating beneath each of the 3. They were separately Patriarch Pilhart, Alming-Yin, and another middle-aged man that Yi-Yun had never seen. Yi-Yun could not help but carefully size up the man. He was dressed in a purplish-gold robe that was embroidered with a twirled golden 5-clawed dragon. He was tall and his brows were like swords. His eyes sparkled and he exuded an extraordinary disposition like he was a monarch. Another alchemist sage. In the heart of the herb-nurturing array, there were now 3 alchemist sages. Even in the past when the Ninely Magus Empire invited alchemists from all over the world to study the herb-nurturing array, there had never been anything as grand as gathering 3 alchemist sages at the same time. At that moment, the middle-aged man spoke. Your Excellency, your Ninely Magus Empire invited me to stabilize this massive array, but it is unwilling to accept my suggestions. How do you expect me to showcase my alchemical skills? The middle-aged man was referring to the high priest, a white-robed elder among the 7. He had the 9-eyed emblem embroidered on his chest and his silver hair cascaded to his waist. His white brows were about half a feet long as they hung down to his cheeks, giving him a sage-like appearance. The Ninely Magus Empire had a high priest, a high elder, and a Ninely Magus Maiden. The Ninely Magus Maiden held the highest position in name with the high priest second. However, since the Ninely Magus Maiden was only mortal, she spent most of the Ninely Magus Empire's long history in slumber or reincarnating. In fact, the person that truly wielded power in the Ninely Magus Empire was the High Priest. The High Priest had lived for very long, about 10 million years longer than aged Blackrock. Even when aged Blackrock finally matured in strength, he was still the High Priest's junior. The high priest knitted his white brows as he said slowly and unhurriedly, I have indeed heard of your fame, alchemist sage purple gold. However, you have yet to prove the powers of your array. How can I trust you wholeheartedly? Alchemist sage purple gold laughed. I will naturally prove the strength of my array. However, it is a little too late for you to worry about trusting me or not. Probably none of you have realized that this array has undergone changes starting a few years ago. In the beginning, it was a minute change, but it was forcibly repressed so none of you noticed it. Now that the situation has developed to this state, the heaven-earth yuan qi in the array is completely in chaos. Even I will find it tough. Oh? The high priest's expression sank. The anomaly had begun a few years ago? He had been resting in seclusion, but the tremendous changes to the array had stirred him. He never expected alchemist sage purple gold to explain that it had been repressed by someone. Who is repressing the changes to the massive array? The high priest's gaze was like lightning that could see through anything. If I didn't guess wrong, it's that fire seed that fused with the massive array. Alchemist sage purple gold said with a smile. He confidently continued, according to what you said, that junior who acted absurdly used his fire seed to replace the Southly fire, and that fire seed has already become sentient. She will naturally be able to follow her owner's will and conceal the mistakes her master made. Unfortunately, there is no concealing the truth. The changes to the array became more intense and apparent. It is not something she could prevent, and obviously, it is not something that can be hidden any longer. The high priest's expression sank. So that was the reason. Not only did the youth cause the unexpected changes to the array, he had even left behind his fire seed, nearly causing a catastrophe. Lear, you were too imprudent. The high priest sighed as he looked at the Ninely Magus Maiden. Every time the Ninely Magus Maiden reincarnated, she would begin with a blank slate due to the natal fog. She needed to slowly learn and reach a certain level of intelligence before she could slowly recover her memories. And the high priest would personally teach the Ninely Magus Maiden every generation while she was a girl. Over numerous generations, his feelings for the Ninely Magus Maiden become something indescribable. Master, Yun is the true successor of the divine alchemist. I have spent a considerable amount of the clan's resources all these years. There have been other alchemist sages in history that came to study the herb nurturing array without any results. Not having results is better than making things worse, said the high priest in a peeved manner. Ninely Magus Maiden did not continue. She had witnessed Yun's abilities and believed that he could bring about a miracle. However, the sudden anomaly in the array was a fact. She had no way to retort what the high priest said. Ha, your highness is too inexperienced after all. She is easily fooled by others. Also, there is something else. I'm different from the other alchemist sages you mentioned. Your highness, please do not compare those alchemist sages that once came to your Ninely Magus Empire with me. As the alchemist sage purple gold spoke, the corners of his mouth curled up. In fact, he might have felt disdain towards Yun, but he strongly desired the divine alchemist's heritage. He said casually, Your Excellency, if I were you, I would have long taken Yun out and questioned him. According to what I know, this Yun is still cultivating in your Ninely Magus Empire's mystic ground, enjoying your resources. Your Ninely Magus Empire sure is forgiving. The high priest could obviously hear the sarcasm in the alchemist sage purple gold's words. He said unhappily, There is no need to tell me what to do. In fact, the high priest was obviously enraged after knowing the reason for the massive array's unexpected changes. He naturally wanted to make Yun account for it, but the Ninely Magus Maiden had strongly protested against it. As Yun was in a critical moment of breaking through, where his mental demons plagued him, he might have suffered a deviation if he was disturbed. The high priest watched the Ninely Magus Maiden grow up. He naturally understood her stubbornness. Therefore, he temporarily let the matter go after receiving such opposition from the Ninely Magus Maiden. Furthermore, he believed that blaming it on Yun wouldn't help the situation. The catastrophe had already happened, so what use was pushing the blame? Upon seeing the high priest somewhat furious, alchemist sage purple gold naturally did not dare to further enrage him. He said with a smile, If I am able to quell the array situation, I do have a condition. What's your condition? Speak. When the high priest invited alchemist sage purple gold, he knew that he would be gorged. However, the Ninely Magus Empire had a deep heritage, so as long as the array could be stabilized, it was willing to pay any price. Alchemist sage purple gold chuckled and said, What I want is, the fire seed left behind in the array by that punk. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1356, Fire of 7 Emotions. Chapter 1356, Fire of 7 Emotions. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. The moment alchemist Sage Purple Gold announced his demand, many people present were stunned. Ignoring the high priest and the rest, even Aoming-Yin and Patriarch Pilhart were astounded. The old bastard was even conspiring to obtain Yun's fire seed. In fact, when they entered the array, they had encountered Ling Sier and knew how extraordinary she was. They were tempted to take her then, but with Ninely Magus Maiden and aged Blackrock being so friendly with Yun, they did not dare to truly vie for her. However, alchemist Sage Purple Gold had offered a ridiculous demand in a bid to take the fire seed for his own. It left Aoming-Yin and Patriarch Pilhart feeling jealous. The Ninely Magus Maiden immediately knitted her brows while aged Blackrock's expression turned cold. "You want the fire seed?" High Priest said with a ruminative look. The fire seed had been installed by Yun and was likely the root cause of the array's anomaly. The High Priest was already not fond of Ling Sier, not to mention her role in covering up Yun's mistake. Although Ling Sier was Yun's fire seed, Yun had taken away the Southly fire after installing Ling Sier into the array. The two might not be of equal value, but the Ninely Magus Empire had also made up for it by giving Yun the precious river of forgetfulness water. It was already generous of the Ninely Magus Empire to not punish Yun for his faults. Under such circumstances, the High Priest would be extremely displeased if the troublemaking lass was returned to Yun before he left the Ninely Magus Empire safely. Upon seeing the High Priest on the verge of agreeing to it, Ninely Magus Maiden immediately spoke out, "Alchemist Sage Purple Gold, this fire seed is not the property of our Ninely Magus Empire. It was placed inside the array because Yun was trying to help us refine the pill. It is the duty of my Ninely Magus Empire to safeguard it. How can we agree to your request?" Not only was the Ninely Magus Maiden saying this to alchemist Sage Purple Gold, she was also saying it to the High Priest. Upon hearing what she said, the High Priest frowned slightly. The Ninely Magus Maiden was still speaking up for Yun at this juncture in time. He said exasperatedly, "The pill inside the herb nurturing array is being prepared for you." "Ha, Your Excellency, there's no need to be angry. It's only because Her Highness has been fooled by vermin." Alchemist Sage Purple Gold smiled at Ninely Magus Maiden. "Whatever. We can revisit my terms later. If I do not prove the powers of this massive array, none of you will believe me anyway. So, let's begin." The massive array was already set up. Situated in the heart of the array, alchemist Sage Purple Gold took out an array flag and began chanting. Every word he said manifested in an ancient hex pattern that floated out of his mouth, imprinting itself on the array flag. As the number of hex patterns increased on the array flag, the massive array seemed to come alive. Yuan Qi surged to it like there was tremendous vitality. "Arise, array!" Alchemist Sage Purple Gold shouted and stuck the array flag into the void. At the same time, the cauldron under alchemist Sage Purple Gold's feet flew out. The heavy cauldron pressed down on the heart of the array and began devouring the surrounding heaven-earth Yuan Qi like a massive whale. A cauldron made from mother of purple royal copper? The High Priest's eyes lit up. Any metal with the name mother in it meant that it was one of the first batches of metal produced during the universe's birth. The value was obvious. The cauldron would not show any signs of being extraordinary when it was sitting still. But the moment it started absorbing heaven-earth Yuan Qi, its body would suffuse natural nomological fluctuations. They were the primal laws from the beginning of the universe that had been engraved in the mother of purple royal Kappa's surface. Boom! A powerful surge of vitality gathered from everywhere into the array before repelling outwards like waves. Wherever it swept through, the violent fire elemental Yuan Qi would strike with the surge of vitality, producing potent blasts. The fire elemental Yuan Qi remained tempestuous and did not show any signs of stabilizing. At that moment, a seven-colored cloud flew out of the cauldron made of mother of purple royal copper. The cloud stretched out in the sky like beautiful aurora, but the terrifying power contained within it left people alarmed. That was not a real cloud but a fire seed. "Fire of 7 emotions," someone exclaimed. As an alchemist sage, it was very common to own a fire seed. However, alchemist Sage Purple Gold's fire seed was no average seed. Many people in the world of alchemy already knew of this fire seed. The fire was extremely special. It was not born from the world but from humans. Life was filled with a plethora of emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, pleasure, love, hatred, and desire, also known as the 7 emotions. There were countless beings in the universe where they lived for generations. Many of these beings would have their emotions drained, their aspirations released in the earthbound world. There might be a mixture of love and hate, the separation of life and death, or agony and joy. And these 7 emotions and 6 desires would give birth to a fire in one's heart. The fire in one person's heart was negligible, but if the fires from billions of beings were all fused together, that would be no trifling matter. Alchemist Sage Purple Gold followed a lineage in which the fire of 7 emotions was first gathered by his master's master. By the time of his master, it was already at a height of brilliance. It became extremely famous when it reached alchemist Sage Purple Gold's hands. Patriarch Pilhart and Almingine felt envious when they saw the alchemist Sage Purple Gold draw out the fire of 7 emotions. Both of them lacked such an outstanding fire seed. At that moment, the auspicious 7-colored cloud which alchemist Sage Purple Gold released took on the appearance of a slender woman. She was dressed in rainbow clothes and had a voluptuous figure. Her legs looked firm and strong. Her bare feet stood on flames. She exuded an amorous bearing that left one in reverie. The fire seed had gained sentience. This was an indication of the fire seed's pedigree. Furthermore, the fire of 7 emotions was the production of the fires in people's hearts, born from the masses. It was born with higher intelligence, so its gaining of sentience was something that would naturally follow. The moment the lithe and graceful woman appeared, she gently stepped into the heart of the massive array. It was like the finishing touch on the massive array, increasing its might tremendously. The moment she entered, the violent fire elemental Yuan Qi started to become gradually repressed by the massive array. Oh! The high priest's eyes darted around. Although it appeared to be effective, it was still too early to say with certainty. Fellow Taoists, aid me. If I succeed today, I will lend out the Green Bag Book for your perusal. The Green Bag Book was a medical heritage that alchemist Sage Purple Gold relied on to attain his fame. Upon hearing alchemist Sage Purple Gold's offer of the Green Bag Book, Patriarch Pilhart and Almingine were astounded. Although they were unwilling to aid him, they did desire to read the Green Bag Book. Therefore, they used whatever means they had to power the array. Instantly, the array's energy swept in every direction like a storm. The violent fire elemental Yuan Qi was further repressed. Ha ha! Alchemist Sage Purple Gold gave a satisfied smile. Although he was controlling the heart of the massive array, he still had energy to spare. Your Excellency, Your Highness, does my 9 transformations rejuvenation array live up to your expectations? By gathering the Yuan Qi of more than 10,000 people, transforming it into vibrant vitality, it is able to repress the already chaotic herb nurturing array. In less than 10 days, I will stabilize this array. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1357, Burning Rage. Chapter 1357, Burning Rage. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Not bad. The High Priest nodded. As this was going on, Yun had seen it all through Ling Sier's perception. Alchemist Sage Purple Gold had not studied the array patterns of the herb nurturing array at all. Most alchemist sages would try their best to understand the divine alchemist's array techniques so as to use his methods to complete the array. However, alchemist Sage Purple Gold took a different approach. He used his own methods to stabilize the herb nurturing array and actually managed to produce results. Yun had to admit that alchemist Sage Purple Gold was truly capable. Yun did not take offense to alchemist Sage Purple Gold's slander of him since the anomaly in the array was indeed caused by him. It was not a false charge, but what did enrage him was that alchemist Sage Purple Gold was plotting against Ling Sier. Yun was in no hurry to rush over. He wanted to see what alchemist Sage Purple Gold would do. He refused to believe that alchemist Sage Purple Gold was able to complete the herb nurturing array. Your Excellency, Your Highness, High Elder, this array has been activated. In order to eliminate any disturbances, might I request that the 3 of you retreat into the island? Alchemist Sage Purple Gold said with a faint smile. The island that contained the fate-changing pill was now sealed within a massive hemisphere of light. The High Priest nodded. He entered the barrier with 9 Magus Maiden and aged Blackrock. At that moment, they could already see the 9 transformations rejuvenation array working, but their perception had been insulated by the barrier. Upon seeing this, the corners of alchemist Sage Purple Gold's mouth curled up. 7 emotions, you can begin. This sort of opportunity only comes once in a billion years. You must not miss it. I understand. The 7-colored muslin-clothed woman gave a sinister but charming smile. She flew high into the sky as countless iridescent clouds gathered towards her and lingered around her. Just seconds later, Ling Sier suddenly gasped while standing beside Yun. Yun turned his head and saw that she was trembling. Her face looked pale. Sier, what's wrong? Asked Yun immediately. Ling Sier's body scrunched up and shook. Brother, the fire seed that man summoned is extracting my strength. What? Yun's expression changed. He could see the voluptuous woman standing in the heart of the 9 transformations rejuvenation array. She winded around in midair as though she was doing a sexually bewitching dance. Every step she took would cause quakes throughout the void. The heretical god fire seed's strength was everywhere in the array, so it was being sucked into her body with every step of her dance. If the herb nurturing array was stable and Ling Sier was perfectly fused with the array, she would have been unassailable. It would have been impossible to extract Ling Sier's strength from the herb nurturing array. But with the anomaly, there were many flaws in the array. Alchemist Sage Purple Gold was taking advantage of these flaws to extract Ling Sier's strength. Ling Sier was much stronger than the voluptuous woman, but all her strength was sealed within the herb nurturing array. She was the core fire seed of the herb nurturing array, which required her to dedicate all her strength to the array. This was akin to Ling Sier using all her strength to carry a mountain. While the mountain could fall at any time, the woman was stabbing Ling Sier in the chest. Ling Sier had no means to resist. Therefore, it was a one-sided gorging from the beginning. The seven-colored muslin-clothed woman was on the cauldron made of mother of purple royal copper. She lifted her foot to step high into the sky, showcasing her figure as her long hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. She began to meld with the array, and wherever her powers swept, Ling Sier's strength would be devoured by her. This young girl sure is delicious. The woman's mouth curled up, revealing a seductive smile. She was a fire seed that was ranked very highly in this world. During her growth, Alchemist Sage Purple Gold had fed her low-grade fire seeds, but most of them were limited in power. They did not enhance her strength by much. However, Ling Sier was different. Just devouring a tiny portion of her was enough to improve her strength by leaps and bounds. If she were to devour Ling Sier whole, even she did not know how much she would evolve. At that moment, bits of fire began condensing out of the array in Alchemist Sage Purple Gold's palm. Upon seeing this fire, Alchemist Sage Purple Gold's eyes flashed with a greedy glint as he smiled. Although the Ninely Magus Empire refused permission to take Ling Sier away, how could he drop the matter so easily? Through the 9 transformations rejuvenation array, he could extract Ling Sier's strength. Even if he only extracted a portion, it would be enough to evolve the fire of 7 emotions. And eventually, he would replace Ling Sier with the fire of 7 emotions, making it the herb nurturing array's fire seed, thus completing the herb nurturing array. He knew that even if the Ninely Magus Empire discovered his intentions at that point in time, it no longer mattered. As long as the herb nurturing array was completed, killing Ling Sier did not matter in any way. 50 kilometers away, Yi Yun saw all that had happened through Ling Sier. He clenched his fists, his fingernails lodging into his flesh. His chest was filled with burning rage. Alchemist Sage Purple Gold. He never expected Alchemist Sage Purple Gold to directly attack Ling Sier. If he had not come out of seclusion when he did, the outcome would be too dreadful to think of. Sier, follow me. Yi Yun carried the weakened Ling Sier and flew towards Alchemist Sage Purple Gold and Company. The pangs of fury in his eyes grew more intense. Yi Yun wanted Alchemist Sage Purple Gold dead. Purple Gold, what are you doing? Patriarch Pilhart and Almingine, who were in the array, could fully appreciate the energy flow within it. They instantly noticed that Alchemist Sage Purple Gold was stealing the strength of Yi Yun's fire seed. They had long coveted the fire seed of such paragon grade. Now, seeing Alchemist Sage Purple Gold using the fire of 7 emotions to devour the heretical god fire seed, they could no longer sit still. Fellow Taoists, I will not let your assistance go empty-handed. As long as you aid me, I can lend both of you the green bag book now. Alchemist Sage Purple Gold spoke in a friendly tone, hoping to appease them. However, Patriarch Pilhart sneered and took out his fire seed. It fused into the core of the array and began devouring the heretical god fire seed's strength. Almingine naturally loathed to lag behind. He immediately conjured his fire seed as well. Patriarch Pilhart's fire seed manifested as a fire toad in midair. As for Almingine's fire seed, it manifested as a fire centipede. Both their fire seeds were much weaker than Alchemist Sage Purple Gold's. They could barely manifest in the form of a fey beast, but they were still far from gaining sentience. The moment the fire toad and fire centipede appeared, they flew about in midair and began snatching the food from the fire of 7 emotions. Upon seeing this unfold, Alchemist Sage Purple Gold knitted his brows. The 2 old men were not people who would sit idle. If this continued, not only would they carve away the fire's strength that belonged to him, they would also cause the array to turn even more unstable. After all, the fire toad and fire centipede could not replace Ling Sier as the array's core. The 3 alchemist sages used all means possible. Their fire seeds were like leeches sucking away Ling Sier's blood. And among them, the colorful clothed woman sucked the fastest. She was supported by the 9 transformations rejuvenation array, so her draining of the heretical god fire seed happened more than 10 times faster than the other fire seeds. Do you think 2 lowly beasts like you are qualified to compete with me? The colorful clothed woman's eyes shimmered as she began a dance of death. Every step seemed to land on a vital spot of Ling Sier's life essence. If this continued, Sier would be sucked dry of her energies, to the point where she would disappear. Oh. Something isn't right. Even though aged Blackrock was outside the array and inside the barrier of light, he noticed something was amiss. Although aged Blackrock was far stronger than the three alchemist sages, he knew little about alchemy and array formations. Despite not knowing alchemical refinement, however, he guessed that something had happened from his understanding of energy flows. What happened? Asked Ninely Magus Maiden, puzzled. Aged Blackrock frowned. Your Highness, let's go out. Aged Blackrock was about to step out of the barrier as he said that. But at that moment, a high priest said leisurely, Blackrock, you do not know alchemical refinement, so it's best you do not act presumptuously. If you do anything rash, you might destroy the 9 transformations rejuvenation array. The herb nurturing array that senior divine alchemist left behind cannot withstand any more mishaps. The high priest's words carried a warning tone. Since aged Blackrock was the high priest's junior and there was some difference in their status, aged Blackrock needed to acquiesce to the high priest if there were any conflict of opinion. Aged Blackrock said angrily, if I'm not wrong, alchemist Sage Purple Gold and Company are extracting the strength of the herb nurturing array's fire seed. So what? The high priest shook his head and said. You did just reject alchemist Sage Purple Gold's request of taking away Yun's fire seed. Now, he's only extracting a bit of its strength to strengthen his own fire seed. If alchemist Sage Purple Gold has the confidence to complete the herb nurturing array, then strengthening his fire seed would be beneficial to his chance of success. Ha! Upon hearing the high priest's words, aged Blackrock's expression sank. From the looks of it, the high priest had noticed it earlier than him, but he was tacitly allowing for it to happen. From the high priest's point of view, Yun's exchange of the fire seed resulted in the herb nurturing array's anomaly. He naturally disliked Sier, therefore, he turned a blind eye towards the extraction of her strength. A truly powerful fire seed could be used to its fullest only in the hands of a person like alchemist Sage Purple Gold. Master, what do you mean by that? Ninely Magus Maiden turned anxious, but she lacked the strength to act. If the high priest supported alchemist Sage Purple Gold, she had no way to change his mind through force. And at that moment, Ninely Magus Maiden suddenly felt something as she looked toward the horizon. Aged Blackrock also looked over. They saw an azure beam shooting over like a divine sword. Upon seeing the figure in the beam of light, aged Blackrock's expression stirred. Yun. He's out. Yun? The high priest pricked up his white brow. He squinted his eyes as he looked at the beam of light that was flying over. So he is Yun. He dares make an appearance after causing such huge trouble for my Ninely Magus Empire? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1358, Array Seizing. Chapter 1358, Array Seizing. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Oh. Yun. Patriarch Pilhart and company, who were inside the array, naturally noticed Yun arrive. Oh. He's Yun? Alchemist Sage Purple Gold squinted his eyes slightly. So this was the punk he was snatching the fire seed from. Before he came to the Ninely Magus Empire, he had heard of Yun's exploits. To him, Yun was practically a walking treasure trove. Fire seed. Divine Alchemy Cauldron. And the Divine Alchemist's manuals. He coveted every item. His cultivation level has actually. Alchemist Sage Purple Gold was slightly taken aback. He knew Yun was young, so he was surprised to discover that Yun was already at the Supremacy realm when he approached. Such a young Supremacy? Everyone, be it Alchemist Sage Purple Gold or Patriarch Pilhart, they were all stunned. Yun was only at the 8th-story Dao Palace before he left, but now he was already a Supremacy? How did he accomplish such a feat that quickly? Upon seeing Yun's Supremacy cultivation level, a high priest's expression turned sullen. He naturally knew that Yun's breakthrough was all thanks to the River of Forgetfulness's water. It was a known fact in the Ninely Magus Empire that the number of young elites that could be bestowed with the River of Forgetfulness's water was few and far between. No matter who obtained it, they would treat it as extremely precious and cherish every drop. Now, the River of Forgetfulness's water that were originally prepared for the Ninely Magus Empire's young elites had been used up by Yun. It was only natural that the high priest was displeased. Lear, you gave him all the remaining River of Forgetfulness's water from the Mystic Land, didn't you? You helped him break through to the Supremacy realm, but not only did he not complete the herb nurturing array, he actually made it worse. Due to this, our Ninely clan has to pay a tremendous price to fix it. Now, he takes all the benefits and can get away scot-free. Lear, you have been too imprudent. Since Yi Yun had appeared, the high priest no longer stayed inside the barrier of light. He walked straight out. Blackrock, Lear is young, but even you shared in her foolishness? The high priest turned towards aged Blackrock. He wore a stoic expression, for he knew that there was no need for him to say a word. Since Yi Yun had appeared, everything depended on what he could do. At that moment, Yi Yun had already come to a halt. He just stood outside the 9 transformations rejuvenation array while Patriarch Pilhart, Alchemist Sage Purple Gold, and Almingin were still devouring the heretical Godfire Seed strength. Alchemist Sage Purple Gold only gave Yi Yun a nonchalant sneer. He basically disregarded Yi Yun. He was situated inside the 9 transformations rejuvenation array where it was impossible for Yi Yun to enter. There was nothing Yi Yun could do to him. Instead, it was Patriarch Pilhart that acknowledged Yi Yun. Without even raising his eyelids, he said, "I haven't seen you in years and you have actually broken through to become a Supremacy. It appears that the legend of the 9 Magus Empire having the river of forgetfulness as water is true. I never expected that the 9 Magus Empire would be fooled into giving you such a precious item. However, forcibly manipulating time to break through to the Supremacy realm is just that and nothing more." As Patriarch Pilhart spoke leisurely, he did not slow down his absorption of the heretical Godfire Seed at all. "Open the array." Yi Yun's voice was ice-cold as it contained killing intent. Although Yi Yun had broken through to the Supremacy realm, he was still much weaker than Alchemist Sage Purple Gold, Patriarch Pilhart, and Almingin. "Ha!" Alchemist Sage Purple Gold sneered as though he had heard the funniest joke. "What did you say? I didn't get you. Do you want me to open the 9 transformations rejuvenation array? Interesting. I can do that, but wait a month or two outside. I'll open it once I finish absorbing this fire seed strength." When Alchemist Sage Purple Gold said that, a few youths standing close to Alchemist Sage Purple Gold roared with laughter. These youths were Alchemist Sage Purple Gold's disciples. One of the youths dressed in a white alchemy robe said with a scoff, "You should be honored that Master is absorbing your fire seed strength. You wreaked havoc on the 9 Magus Empire's herb nurturing array. If not for Master, this array would have been finished. You stayed in seclusion and even got your fire seed to seal off the array to hide your mistakes. Now that Master has taken the first steps to stabilize the array, you finally have the guts to appear. You even want to open the array? Do you have what it takes? You can try entering." "Ha, how is he to enter? Even if he can, he still has to answer to the 9 Magus Empire's high priest for his sins." As Alchemist Sage Purple Gold's disciples, these youths usually led lofty lives. They had a sense of superiority, and in their minds, Alchemist Sage Purple Gold was peerless when it came to alchemy. If he wanted to seize Yi Yun's fire seed, there was no way he could put up any resistance. "Sier, retract your strength," Yi Yun said to the weakling Sier. "Brother, if I were to retract it?" Ling Sier said weakly. "Believe me. It will be fine," said Yi Yun. Although Alchemist Sage Purple Gold had set up the 9 transformations rejuvenation array which could repress the violent Heaven Earth Yuan Qi in the herb nurturing array, it was a fact that he did not really understand the herb nurturing array. And Yi Yun could now understand the reason for the herb nurturing array's problem. He also knew that more anomalies were in store for the herb nurturing array. As Ling Sier retracted her strength, Alchemist Sage Purple Gold and company noticed it immediately. "Oh? What's this? Do you think you can save her by having her retract her strength?" said Alchemist Sage Purple Gold with a scoff. He thought Yi Yun was a very capable person that would not go down without a fight. Yet, Yi Yun withdrew directly. He even handed the herb nurturing array over to him. "With me here, there's no way she can leave this place." 7 emotions, shouted Alchemist Sage Purple Gold. The fire of 7 emotions chortled lightly as she flew into the heart of the herb nurturing array, filling the spot which Ling Sier had left empty. She became the herb nurturing array's new array fire. The moment she took over the herb nurturing array, she immediately took control of the surrounding Heaven Earth Yuan Qi, sealing Ling Sier into a tiny space. "Sier, all you need to do is focus on protecting yourself," said Yi Yun calmly. "All right." Ling Sier had already regained her freedom. Although she had lost a lot of her strength from the absorptions, she was no longer as weak as before. The fire of 7 emotions might have become the new array fire, but at most all she could do was seal her. Hurting her would not be easy. Ling Sier stayed in a tiny space within the herb nurturing array. The surrounding space might have been sealed shut, but she was not being harmed in any way. When Patriarch Pilhart and Almingin saw this, they were unwilling to play second fiddle. Although their fire seeds were unable to enter the core of the array, they had them linger inside the array and refused to leave. They definitely wanted a piece of the pie when it came to the herb nurturing array. They refused to let Alchemist Sage Purple Gold monopolize it. Now that the array is completely within my control, your fire seed will be devoured. Alchemist Sage Purple Gold said with a delighted smile. He felt that everything was going smoothly. Yun was completely powerless in front of him. Look, the moment this Yun came out of seclusion, he only thought to take back the array fire. Lear, you really have been fooled, said the high priest with a cold grunt. The Ninely Magus maiden did not say a word. However, aged Blackrock gave Yun an anxious glance. Was it true that Yun had no counter-strategy since he had relinquished control over the herb nurturing array? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1359, Bottomless Hole. Chapter 1359, Bottomless Hole. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Yun watched Alchemist Sage Purple Gold and Company with a cold, almost indifferent expression on his face. He did not speak but only counted the time silently. These people had thought too little of Ling Sier's strength and also thought too highly of themselves. If not for Ling Sier, the array would not have lasted 3 months, let alone 3 years. Now that they were taking over the array, they even let themselves believe that there was a pie in the sky. However, they never realized that it was actually a meteorite that was crashing down at them. After Alchemist Sage Purple Gold took control of the herb nurturing array, he immediately began studying it. With the 9 transformations rejuvenation array and his fire seed as the herb nurturing array's array fire, it would only be a matter of time before he finished comprehending the herb nurturing array. But at that moment, he realized that the fire of 7 emotions could no longer absorb the heretical godfire seed's strength. Although the heretical godfire seed was still trapped in the array, she had already shrunk into a blob with an impermeable defense. She could no longer be devoured at all. Even so, Alchemist Sage Purple Gold remained calm. He was fully composed, for he believed that as his understanding of the array grew, the heretical godfire seed would eventually end up in his proverbial jaws. There was no escaping him. When the time came, he could refine the heretical godfire seed completely once and for all. He could even obtain the ethereal body of Ling Sier. Alchemist Sage Purple Gold was very interested in Ling Sier's actual body. If he were to only obtain the flame, the heretical godfire seed's grade would drastically reduce and his efforts would be quite wasted. Alchemist Sage Purple Gold could not help but look at Yun. He saw Yun standing in the void with an extremely calm expression. I want to see how long you can maintain your calm composure. Alchemist Sage Purple Gold felt disdain for him. At that moment, the herb nurturing array had naturally sensed the changes it was going through. Such an important array definitely had unstable periods. Any unexpected changes would incur the high priest's displeasure. He kept having a sense of foreboding. Your Excellency, there's no need to worry. Now that the herb nurturing array is in my hands, I can use my fire seed as the core to the array. It will make it much easier to understand the array. Although completing the array will require a long period of time, stabilizing it isn't difficult. When the time comes, Her Highness will also know the difference between those alchemist sages you mentioned in me, Alchemist Sage Purple Gold said confidently. With the fire of 7 emotions as the core, it was equivalent to him sending his perception deep into the herb nurturing array's interior. Fire seeds and their owners shared the same soul. The comprehension of arrays was mostly done externally. But that was akin to studying a mountain through the mist, so it was naturally unclear. Now, with the fire seed as an eye, he could see the core and essence of the array. The effects were obviously different. Actually, if not for the array's anomaly, Alchemist Sage Purple Gold would not have had such an opportunity. He had accomplished the first step, and completing the herb nurturing array was only a matter of time. Perhaps, it might be a blessing in disguise, the high priest pondered. It was common saying that establishment could happen after destruction. The alchemists that were invited in ancient times were all extremely careful. No one dared to do something drastic which might cause an anomaly in the array. But this time, with the array in outright chaos, it actually gave alchemists more opportunities. It also gave the high priest a glimmer of hope that the array could be completed. Boom! 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 Flames spewed out. At that moment, in the core of the array, Ling Sier's ethereal body had returned to the heretical god flames. She hugged her legs and curled into a dark corner. Her body lingered within a layer of black flames that formed a perfect defense. Standing in front of Ling Sier was a voluptuous rainbow-colored beauty, as well as a fire centipede and fire toad. Despite surrounding Ling Sier, they could not do anything to her due to the protection of her black flames. Humph. Lass, don't think I won't be able to eat you up just because you contracted all your strength. I have the 9 transformations rejuvenation array supporting me while you have nothing. The strength we fire seeds can produce depends on our master. You might as well get rid of that useless master of yours. Follow my master and be a young maidservant. Treat him well, that's a safer way out. The voluptuous woman sneered. She temporarily ignored Ling Sier and turned to face the herb-nurturing array. She focused her strength deep into the array. She still had a mission to accomplish, which was to use her own strength to help alchemist Sage Purple Gold probe the array. The voluptuous woman carefully controlled her strength as she slowly released it from the array's core. The first time she fused with the worldly array, she felt like she had instantly manifested as the world around her. Her vision turned infinitely expansive and her soul seemed to experience a complete sublimation. She felt like a door to a brand new world had opened. Oh? Did this lass experience the same thing back when she fused with this array? Just as the voluptuous woman was thinking that, she suddenly felt the suction power from the array increase in strength. She was the one originally controlling her strength to slowly cover the entire array, but now, the situation had reversed. The array was absorbing her. What? The voluptuous woman momentarily panicked. The color in her face drained as she tried to control her strength. However, despite her best efforts at doing so, her strength was being rapidly drained away. She felt like the array was a massive spider web and she was a fly trapped in that web. She was completely stuck in it. Be it the voluptuous woman, the fire centipede or the fire toad, they were stuck to the array. There was no way for them to move. 7 emotions, what's happening? Alchemist Sage Purple Gold's mind was tied to the voluptuous woman. Her sudden panic left him alarmed. He wanted to use the fire of 7 emotions to probe the array, but not long after he did so, such an unforeseen thing happened. However, Alchemist Sage Purple Gold did not know the reason. All he knew that before Yun switched the array fire, the array was using a Southly fire. The Southly fire was not considered an extremely high-grade fire seed. It was very inferior to his fire of 7 emotions. Why was the Southly fire able to stabilize the array, but when he put in his fire of 7 emotions, with 2 other fire seeds aiding it, everything failed? Could it be that the laws had changed after the array's anomaly happened? The fire of 7 emotions' strength was now insufficient? But Yun's fire seed had clearly permeated its strength throughout the array. He even retracted its strength at the final moment to consolidate a plume of fire. Upon realizing this, Alchemist Sage Purple Gold found it unbelievable. Could it be that he had still underestimated the strength of Yun's fire seed? However, how could that be possible? His fire of 7 emotions was already one of the highest-ranking fire seeds in the sinkhole. Even the top-ranking fire seeds like the Empyrean Cleansing Flame and Inferno of Samsara were not that much stronger than the fire of 7 emotions. What sort of fire seed was in Yun's hands? Master, quickly think of a solution. My strength can't handle this much longer. The voluptuous woman's panicked, but she maintained a gentle voice. Alchemist Sage Purple Gold's expression changed immediately as he looked at his disciples and said, "Quickly put your fire seeds into the array." In the sinkhole, fire seeds may have been rare, but they were not completely extinct. As disciples of Alchemist Sage Purple Gold, most of them had fire seeds. The only difference was that the quality was way inferior. Ah! The Alchemist Sage Purple Gold's disciples were taken aback. They were a little afraid of putting their own fire seeds into the worldly array. However, with their master giving the command, they naturally did not dare voice their doubts. They sent their fire seeds into the array. At the same time, Patriarch Pilhart and Almingine had no choice but to demand their disciples inject their fire seeds into the array. They could sense the horror coming from the array. It was like a bottomless hole that was crazily devouring the strength of their fire seeds. Their fire seeds would soon succumb. However, how was it possible? Previously, Yun had only placed a single fire seed into the herb-nurturing array. His fire seed alone could fill the entire array and even stabilized it up to a certain point. It prevented the anomalies from happening too soon. They refused to believe it. There must be a mistake somewhere. At that moment, the core of the herb-nurturing array already held 19 fire seeds. However, other than the fire of 7 emotions, the other 18 fire seeds added together could only barely match the fire of 7 emotions' strength. It was far from enough. Fellow Taoists, there has been some unexpected change in the array. I request your help. Please contribute your fire seeds to fill the array. Alchemist Sage Purple Gold asked other alchemists. They were not his disciples, so he had no right to order them. However, no one responded to his request. Their fire seeds were precious to them. As alchemists, they could also sense the changes in the herb-nurturing array. A situation in which Alchemist Sage Purple Gold could not control had happened. Under such circumstances, which one of them would dare risk contributing their fire seeds? Upon seeing no response from more than 10,000 people, alchemist Sage Purple Gold frowned. Even if a tiny percent of this bunch of bastards possessed fire seeds, their contributions would definitely fill the array's energy requirements. When that happened, the array would naturally stabilize. Fellow Taoists, do you not trust me? This array's energy fluctuations may be violent, but everything is under my control. This array was only controlled by the lone Southly fire before. Now with my fire of 7 emotions and nearly 20 fire seeds controlling the array, it is mostly under control. By placing your fire seeds in, you are actually gaining an opportunity. You will be able to come into close contact with the profundity of the array and its array patterns. It will rapidly increase your knowledge of alchemy. Just as alchemist Sage Purple Gold said that. Boom! And massive explosions sounded as though the world was being rendered asunder. The land in the array's interior cracked open as rampaging flames surged into the sky as though a volcano had suddenly erupted. Such a terrifying energy blast came without warnings. With alchemist Sage Purple Gold right in the middle, his body suddenly jolted as the 9 transformations rejuvenation array beneath him immediately produced violent fluctuations. What happened? All the alchemists present were alarmed as they looked toward alchemist Sage Purple Gold. They saw his contorted expression. Clearly, the sudden turn of events had caught him by surprise as well. He took a deep breath and said, "Fellow Taoists, although a tiny problem has surfaced, I have yet to lose control of the array. Quickly inject your fire seeds into the array. Then, everything can be stabilized." As alchemist Sage Purple Gold said those words, there was another abrupt boom. The ground beneath them cracked open. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1360, Loss of Control. Chapter 1360, Loss of Control. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. There was an energized ocean around the island originally, but then the anomalies started 3 years ago. The ocean had gradually vanished to the point that it was almost gone, and now it was being disintegrated by the 2 violent blasts. It became a dried seabed. Boom! 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 The oppressive flames spewed out from the cracked seabed, emitting energy blasts that were more than 10 times stronger than before. And these energy blasts stemmed from the bottom of the 9 transformations rejuvenation array. Flames swept through it directly. The more than 10,000 warriors in the array experienced the violent blast all at once. Some of the juniors had cultivation levels below that of the Tao Palace realm, and they screamed as they were burned. They were thrown out of the array immediately. What's the matter? Alchemist Sage Purple Gold, what are you doing? Didn't you say that inside of your array, our strength can be gathered together and nothing can go wrong? Some of the alchemists saw their juniors being swept out of the array by the energy blast. Some were even spewing large mouthfuls of blood, a clear indication of suffering internal injuries. They were obviously furious. One of the reasons they decided to help set up the array was to study the array patterns. Secondly, the 9ly Magus Empire had promised benefits to those who helped. Yet they stood there without benefits and they had failed to comprehend any of the array patterns. They obviously found it unacceptable that their disciples were now being seriously injured. You have the nerve to question me? If you had contributed your fire seeds, this wouldn't have happened. Alchemist Sage Purple Gold said angrily. The brunt force of the blast that just happened went straight for him, Patriarch Pilhart, and Aomingin as they were situated in the heart of the array. Although they had high enough cultivation levels to withstand it, it still did not feel good. Contribute our fire seeds? Do you think of us as kids? This herb nurturing array has far exceeded your control. If we were to contribute our fire seeds, we would end up losing them. Don't you go around acting as though you are some expert. Your array is completely ineffective. As the saying goes, people in the same line of work think lowly of each other. Although the alchemists present were inferior in alchemical skills when compared to alchemist Sage Purple Gold, being cogs in his 9 transformations rejuvenation array and forced to play second fiddle were things they were unwilling to do. When the herb nurturing array was completed, alchemist Sage Purple Gold would take the bulk of the benefits while they would only obtain the scraps he left behind. Now that the situation had descended into chaos and their disciples were injured, these alchemists naturally did not want to stand on the same side as alchemist Sage Purple Gold. At that moment, the 9 transformations rejuvenation array had instantly turned dangerous. The brutal fire elemental Yuan Qi immediately surged wantonly all over the array's vicinity. Many young junior alchemists had no means to withstand such violent fire elemental Yuan Qi. They yelled and jumped around from the burning scorches. It was utter chaos. Purple Gold. My fire seed is still inside. This is all your fault. Patriarch Pilhart said angrily. The violent fire elemental Yuan Qi had already made the array turn unstable. At that moment, Patriarch Pilheart was most concerned about his fire seed, but he was unable to extract it back out. Alchemist Sage Purple Gold obviously couldn't be bothered with Patriarch Pilheart's accusations. He could sense that the oppressive fire elemental Yuan Qi was tearing apart his fire of 7 emotions. The violent energies pained Alchemist Sage Purple Gold's heart. 7 emotions. If the fire seeds in the heart of the array were feared to be in danger of the array, then the one that was affected the most was the fire of 7 emotions, who was the array's core fire. The fire of 7 emotions had just become the array fire and absorbed copious amounts of Ling Sier's strength. She felt she was riding on the crest of success when the herb nurturing array suddenly started malfunctioning. As the array fire, she instantly got the full force of the horrifying Yuan Qi blast. Ah! The fire of 7 emotions winced. My strength is constantly being extracted by this array. I'm almost about to be torn apart. Ah! The fire of 7 emotions let out a painful scream. However, at that moment, she saw the not-too-distant Ling Sier. Ling Sier kept hugging her legs, squirming herself into a dark corner. Her entire body was enveloped in black flames. These thin black flames insulated Ling Sier from the violent energy blasts, keeping her safe. Despite the short distance between them, the difference was like night and day. This stunned the fire of 7 emotions. Why was Ling Sier able to easily withstand such a terrifying energy blast? Young sister, save me. In her despair, the fire of 7 emotions tried her best to reach out to Ling Sier. She wished for Ling Sier's protection. She knew that it would be very easy for Ling Sier to accomplish that. You truly are shameless. I have never seen such a shameless fancy schlock in my life before. At that moment, a cold voice sounded. It was Yun's voice, transmitted through Ling Sier's perception. She was devouring Ling Sier's strength just moments ago, and now she was pleading for help. Even Yun was impressed by such thick skin. As thick as city walls, even. In fact, even without Yun's instructions, Ling Sier pulled away from the fire of 7 emotions in a timely fashion. The meaning of timely in this case was the exact moment the fire of 7 emotions would reach Ling Sier's side after an arduous crawl. Ling Sier would stand up, take a few steps back and then hug her legs again. She would obediently hide into a corner. Upon seeing this play out, the fire of 7 emotions nearly went mad. Her body was almost in pieces, but Ling Sier was completely fine. In the end, she was being aggrieved by a young girl like Ling Sier. At that moment, the situation had went into a state of madness outside the core space. Many alchemists were taking their disciples out of the 9 transformations rejuvenation array. No one had any further thoughts of taking control of the array. If they continued, they might end up severely injured, let alone their weak disciples. The array was turning more and more oppressive. It was not impossible that it would completely collapse within moments. The High Priest's expression had long changed drastically. The anomaly was 10 times crazier than before. Alchemist Sage Purple Gold, what did you do? What's wrong? The herb nurturing array was extremely important, but now, the Yuan Qi was surging wantonly and the laws were in complete chaos. Even the array fire failed to withstand it and was about to fade away. Back when Ling Sier was the array fire, the herb nurturing array might have been problematic, but at the very least it was held together. But now, with the fire of 7 emotions replacing her as array fire, it was as though a building was collapsing. 7 emotions. At that moment, Alchemist Sage Purple Gold no longer cared about the herb nurturing array. He had nourished his flame for generations. It was extremely precious to him. Alchemist Sage Purple Gold ignored everything else and went for broke. He wanted the fire of 7 emotions to escape the bindings of the array and tried to forcibly extract her. He might make the fire of 7 emotions suffer some damage by doing so, but he had no other choice. He could replenish any loss of power in the future. Just as Alchemist Sage Purple Gold was about to forcibly extract the fire of 7 emotions, he suddenly felt a bone-biting coldness. It was lethal killing intent. The High Priest was glaring at Alchemist Sage Purple Gold. He said coldly, Alchemist Sage Purple Gold, are you extracting the array fire? By extracting it now, are you just going to ignore the consequences of the array's collapse? You previously said to leave the herb nurturing array to you and that you would stabilize the array. If the array ends up in an irreparable state, I will slay you here and now so that you can accompany this herb nurturing array in death. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1361, The High Priest's Killing Intent. Chapter 1361, The High Priest's Killing Intent. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. At that moment, the High Priest was truly infuriated. His precious herb nurturing array was about to collapse, but even at this critical moment, alchemist Sage Purple Gold was focused on securing his fire of 7 emotions. The High Priest knew that once the array was destroyed, he would be a sinner of the Ninely Magus Empire. The Ninely Magus Empire's herb nurturing array had been passed down for ages, so for it to be destroyed during his reign, he would be too ashamed to face the millions of citizens of the Ninely Magus Empire or his ancestors. Faced with the High Priest's killing intent, alchemist Sage Purple Gold's breathing stagnated. He did not have any doubts that the High Priest would do what he threatened. Although he was skilled in alchemy, his real strength was only ordinary among people at his own realm. After all, alchemy had taken up too much of his time and energy. How could he be the High Priest's match? Besides, there was also aged Blackrock. At that moment, he could already sense aged Blackrock glaring at him. The stare's coldness raised the hairs on his back. He was truly suffering in silence now. He had shot himself in the foot. Not only was he unable to fix the herb nurturing array in devourling Sier, his fire seed would also end up being sacrificed. Yet no matter how precious the fire of 7 emotions was, it was not as precious as his life. He immediately produced hex seals, in a struggle to activate the 9 transformations rejuvenation array so as to stabilize the massive array. But by then, many alchemists had fled. The 9 transformations rejuvenation array was in ruins, and with the herb nurturing array in greater disarray, his effort seemed doomed to end in failure. The fire of 7 emotions was in agony in the heart of the array while alchemists were being swept in tongues of fiery waves. Although the stronger alchemists were alright with their Yuan Qi protective barriers, their disciples were having their asses burned. The situation was unbearable to watch. At that moment, the High Priest's Yuan Qi voice transmission sounded throughout the area like a clamorous bell. Today, my Ninely clan handed the herb nurturing array over to all of you. All of you are responsible for it. Don't think of escaping. I will order the Ninely Magus Empire's warriors to stand guard outside the array. If my array is to be destroyed, all of you will accompany it in death. Not one of you will be spared. The High Priest's voice was injected with killing intent. It sank all the hearts of the people fleeing. Was the Ninely Magus Empire insane? Were they going to keep all of them in this death trap at the risk of facing universal condemnation? But upon careful thought, they realized that the Ninely Magus Empire was truly capable of doing so. They were just too powerful. Numerous factions had been destroyed by the Ninely Magus Empire throughout history. However, the Ninely Magus Empire remained steadfast. No one doubted the crazy words the High Priest delivered. The Ninely Magus Empire did not care if it would antagonize all the alchemists in the surrounding worlds of the Heavenly South Great World. To them, what was most important was the herb nurturing array. Instantly, everyone stopped attempting to escape. Although the 9 transformations rejuvenation array was in shambles, they had no choice but to bite the bullet and return to their positions. Alchemist Sage Purple Gold, this is all your fault. You have brought us harm. We're back now. Quickly activate the array and stabilize the massive array. What are you waiting for? Quickly begin or all of us are doomed. Although Alchemist Sage Purple Gold enjoyed a dignified status, no one cared about it at that moment in time. All the alchemists began dogging him. Alchemist Sage Purple Gold was already on the brink of insanity. And now, with them pressing him, he couldn't think straight. He felt like he was a sexually impotent man facing a group of ravenous women. Despite their constant urging for him to get down to business, he just couldn't perform. Where are the fire seeds? Didn't you request for everyone here to contribute their fire seeds? Gather all the power from these people's fire seeds to stabilize the array. The High Priest bellowed with murderous rage. Previously, some of the alchemists had declined Alchemist Sage Purple Gold's request for their fire seeds, causing him to miss the critical moment. Alchemist Sage Purple Gold had no choice but to say, now that the worldly array is in chaos, gathering the powers of their fire seeds would be insufficient. Insufficient? The High Priest's heart sank. That many fire seeds were still insufficient? Aged Blackrock, who was standing beside the High Priest, sneered and said, after all this incessant dribble, you basically set up an array and bragged about it. In the end, however, all of your fire seeds combined are inferior to a young lady. When Aged Blackrock said that, the High Priest could not help but feel alarmed. He found himself looking at Yi Yun. At that moment, Yi Yun was floating outside the 9 transformations rejuvenation array. Although the fire elemental Yuan Qi was wreaking havoc, it did not harm him one bit. The High Priest knew that Yi Yun's change of the array fire resulted in the array's anomaly. But from another perspective, Yi Yun's replacement of the array fire lasted for 3 years before the anomaly reared its head. They had only discovered it after that. As for alchemist Sage Purple Gold, it only took minutes after he switched the array fire for it to cause the array to stir up tumultuous waves like an explosion. The high priest was very displeased with Ling Sier previously, but now, he found it unbelievable as he played back the sequence of events in his head. Was Ling Sier that powerful? That young lady that seemed to pose no threat actually possessed such immense strength? Although the high priest was extremely powerful, his Ninely clan was not adept at alchemy at all. He did not know the root cause of the herb-nurturing array's anomaly either. Once aged Blackrock said that all the alchemists felt shamed. They simultaneously were astonished by Yi Yun's fire seed. At that moment, Yi Yun's fire seed was still huddled in a corner of the array's core. Despite the divine inferno outside, the fire seed remained unharmed. They came to a deep realization that they had underestimated his fire seed. The grade of that fire seed had completely exceeded the Empyrean cleansing flame. Was there such a powerful fire seed in this world? If Yi Yun's fire seed provided its strength, it might be able to stabilize the array. Alchemist Sage Purple Gold obviously realized this. However, it was impossible for him to admit that he was inferior to Yi Yun at this juncture in time. He only abhorred the fact that he did not manage to completely devour Yi Yun's fire seed. If not, his fire of 7 emotions would have evolved to an unfathomable state. If that happened, couldn't it have easily dealt with the anomalies in the herb-nurturing array? Get Yi Yun's fire seed to join in. With all of us working together, there is a high chance of stabilizing the array. Suddenly, an alchemist said to the high priest. The Ninely Magus Empire's proverbial cleaver was at their necks. They had to fix the array with all they had. However, they were worried that throwing their fire seeds into the chaotic array would only result in their fire seeds being torn apart immediately. However, things would be different if Yi Yun was also pulled into the fray. With that top-grade fire seed shielding them, it would be the top-grade fire seed that experienced the brunt of the array's suction. Their low-grade fire seeds could just slink into the crowd. That's right. Only by getting Yi Yun to contribute his fire seed would it be a success. However, his fire seed is only defending herself to ensure self-preservation, another alchemist said. They had no ability to order Yi Yun, so they could only exert pressure on him through the Ninely Magus Empire. As long as the Ninely Magus Empire took forceful measures, Yi Yun had no choice but to obey. At that moment, Yi Yun laughed. I've seen shameless people in my day, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you. For 3 years, she enervated all her strength to barely maintain the array's stability. The moment all of you entered, you set up an array and began devouring her. Now, your fire seeds are controlling the array. In just seconds, the array is on the brink of destruction. Now you want me to contribute my fire seed to help you stabilize the array? I'm sorry to disappoint you. My fire seed is gravely injured after your attempt to devour her. She's probably unable to shoulder such an important responsibility. However, I believe there's no point in you lending any more fire seeds. Tear off your faces and use those to block up the herb-nurturing array. Yi Yun showed no mercy in his sarcasm. The alchemists present, especially alchemist Sage Purple Gold's disciples, could not bear listening to him. Though all of you that Yi Yun referred to was actually pointed at their master, alchemist Sage Purple Gold. How could they permit their master to receive such humiliation? Yi Yun! Aren't all these problems in the herb-nurturing array your fault to begin with? Why are you acting like you are on a high horse? If not for my master taking over, this array would have been destroyed already. Now the array is having anomalies because of the root problems from before, and it's so bad that even my master is unable to solve it. That's right. If my master's fire of 7 emotions had devoured that girl, it would have been capable of stabilizing the array. Just as the disciples finished their words, an aura descended from the sky as if it was coming from an abyssal hell. It was as though death had descended down on them. The disciples trembled as they felt their blood flowing backward, while their hearts skipped a beat. Pang! With a loud thud, the few disciples gave out tragic grunts as their faces turned excessively pale. High Priest! Alchemist Sage Purple Gold's disciples were bleeding from the corner of their mouths. In that instant moments ago, a massive suppression landed on them. It directly injured their meridians, and the person who caused it was none other than the Ninely Magus Empire's High Priest. At that moment, the High Priest had a sullen expression with murderous intent written all over his face. Just the bloodlust from his body left others suffocated. Alchemist Sage Purple Gold's disciples did not dare speak another word. The High Priest looked deeply into Yi Yun's eyes. Even though he was always an unyielding person, he also felt ashamed. He found it difficult to request Yi Yun's contribution of his fire seed. He took a deep breath and sent a voice transmission to aged Blackrock and Ninely Magus Maiden. Blackrock, Lier. You wish for me to get Yi Yun's agreement? Before the high priest finished his words, aged Blackrock immediately understood his intentions. If it was possible, he did not want to lower his dignity, but as the matter involved the fate of the Ninely Magus Empire, the herb nurturing array had to be secured. My young friend, Yun, on my account, is it possible for you to help in this matter? Aged Blackrock's voice was sincere. Ninely Magus Maiden did not say a word, but she looked hopefully at Yun. She placed all her hopes on Yun at that moment. Yun cupped his fists gently and said, Senior Blackrock, you are being too courteous. There is one thing that is true. The herb nurturing array indeed experienced an anomaly because of my exchange of the fire seed. Although the scale of the anomaly is immense and somewhat difficult to settle, I will do my best. However, my fire seed has been securing this array all these years. She has been drained off a lot of her strength. Her strength was also devoured by them and she is rather weak at the moment. As for how much can be done, I do not have absolute confidence. Yun would not forget the gratitude he had for aged Blackrock and Ninely Magus Maiden's gift of the River of Forgetfulness's water. He obviously wasn't going to sit around to watch the herb nurturing array be destroyed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1362, Pay Someone Back in Their Own Coin. Chapter 1362, Pay Someone Back in Their Own Coin. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. Young Master E, you are being courteous. Whether it succeeds or not is up to fate. It is at the mercy of my Ninely Magus Empire's destiny. Ninely Magus Maiden said very indifferently. Yun nodded. In fact, he did not feel that the high priest had done anything wrong. Anyone in his shoes would have the same thoughts after seeing Yun's actions. It was simply human nature. Still, aged Blackrock and Ninely Magus Maiden continued to trust in him despite the circumstances. It touched Yun. As Yun spoke, Ling Sier had already stood up within the array's core space. Sier, let's begin. Yun's voice sounded in Ling Sier's ears. All right. Ling Sier nodded. When she stepped into the tiny space, the raging gray fire on her body soared and swept into her surroundings. This fire was a lot stronger than the fire of 7 emotions who was suffering in the heart of the array. As for Ling Sier, she lightly strode through the sky. With every step of her delicate feet, she caused the fire elemental Yuan Qi in that spot to stabilize. Upon seeing Ling Sier produce such tremendous strength the moment she took action, the eyes of the high priest and aged Blackrock lit up. As for Alchemist Sage Purple Gold, Patriarch Pilhart, and company, their gazes turned gloomy. Alchemist Sage Purple Gold looked at Ling Sier indignantly. Young Master E, we'll be depending on you. Your master is the senior divine alchemist after all. Perhaps, your fire seed has the ability to stabilize the array, said a hopeful Ninely Magus Maiden. Now that the anomaly had happened on such a massive scale, she was no longer able to confidently say whether Yun could succeed or not. Yun wore a pondering look as though he was ruminating deeply on something. Suddenly, his expression changed. The fire elemental Yuan Qi in the spots where Ling Sier had stepped exploded suddenly, becoming extremely chaotic once again. It was in greater disarray than before. Many low-ranking disciples cried out tragically. If not for the high priest's warning from before, many of them would have rushed out of the array when their asses were burned by the flames. Now, all of them were standing inside the array as though they were being grilled on racks. Soon, their skin and flesh split and their hair and brows was burnt to nothingness. Brother! Ling Sier revealed a look of panic. She looked around at the violent fire elemental Yuan Qi that was exploding everywhere. The Yuan Qi crazily swept towards her in a bid to devour her. She constantly stamped out the fire elemental Yuan Qi in different spots, but the herb nurturing array was like an erupting volcano with spouts everywhere. Lava would constantly spew from different spots. Just after Ling Sier stopped one spot, another spot would explode. After she rushed to that spot, the spot she just stopped would explode again. Others saw Ling Sier looking flustered and the herb nurturing array's situation becoming more critical. If this went on, the array's complete collapse was just a matter of time. What's going on? The high priest bellowed. All he cared about were the results. Regardless of how much the Ninely Magus Maiden supported Yun, if the herb nurturing array collapsed, Yun was the main culprit for switching the fire seed that caused it all to happen. Before Yun spoke a word, Patriarch Pilhart sneered and said, "What else could it be? I thought you cultivated for a long time with River of Forgetfulness's water and would have improved a little, yet, other than bragging, you still have nothing to offer. You were willing to release your fire seed only when Elder Blackrock personally requested your help. You sure put on great airs, but in the end, aren't you just making the array worse? Now, the array might completely be destroyed at any time. When that happens, all the energy contained within will explode. It will be extremely dangerous. Even the outside 9 Magus Empire will be hit. Your Excellency, even if we can ignore the danger, you should inform the young disciples of the 9 Magus Empire to retreat before they get caught up in it, Aomingin said as he stroked his beard. He had his own thoughts. He wished to take on a soft stance so as to leave this dire situation as soon as possible. Although the herb nurturing array was of utmost importance to the 9 Magus Empire, it was not its everything. If it was truly a lost cause, he believed that the 9 Magus Empire would not be crazy enough to let everyone die with it. As for alchemist Sage Purple Gold, he looked at Yi Yun with a gloating expression. Previously, Yi Yun had mocked his lack of alchemical skills and said that his array was terrible, making it impossible to stabilize the herb nurturing array. But in the end? Not only did Yi Yun also fail to stabilize the herb nurturing array, the first signs of a complete collapse could be glimpsed. Your Excellency, there is no way to redeem the situation at this juncture, said alchemist Sage Purple Gold. What a pity. If he had allowed the fire of 7 emotions to directly devour Sier, the herb nurturing array would be completely in his grasp now. However, with the array on the brink of complete collapse, all he wanted to do was rescue the fire of 7 emotions. Now, the voluptuous beauty was huddled in a corner of the heart of the array. Despite being a manifestation of a fire seed, it felt like she had fallen into a world of ice. She was trembling gently. Thankfully, Yi Yun's fire seed has entered the array, helping my fire of 7 emotions bear some of the burden. By letting that fire seed take the most of the array's fury, there is chance for me to take 7 emotions out, thought alchemist Sage Purple Gold. Patriarch Pilhart and Aomingin were having the same thoughts. With things coming to this point, they now had a chance of rescuing their fire seeds. When Yi Yun heard their words, all he did was sneer. How could he not have known the danger involved when he took over the messy business? Sier. Yi Yun's voice sounded directly in Sier's ears. Sier gave a glance in Yi Yun's direction and nodded. She stepped through the air and began heading towards the heart of the array. Little sister, quickly come here and save me. When the fire of 7 emotions saw Sier approaching, she immediately began pleading. The array had devoured her strength crazily and alchemist Sage Purple Gold had already sent her a voice transmission. He would think of a way to make Sier completely replace her as the core's fire seed and rescue her. Now, alchemist Sage Purple Gold was just waiting for the opportunity, so when he saw Sier walk towards the heart of the array, both he and 7 emotions were delighted. Energy was surging in every direction, with laws interlacing with each other in the core. As long as they forcibly pulled Sier in and trapped her in there, they would be halfway to victory. At that moment, Patriarch Pilhart and Aomingin fire seeds were curled into clumps by the side. They were also waiting for the opportunity, for they had come to a silent agreement with the fire of 7 emotions. In fact, they were in worse states than the fire of 7 emotions. They were almost candles in the wind. As Sier walked over, the surrounding fire elemental Yuan Qi gradually calmed down. It also gave these fire seeds some breathing room. This elevated their hopes even more. The fire toad and fire centipede were struggling with all they had, hoping that they could use this opportunity to escape the herb nurturing array and go back to their owners. But when Sier was just a few steps away from the heart of the array, the young lady suddenly stopped. She gave the fire toad a glance and smirked, as though she was just struck with an idea. After a while, she suddenly extended her hand and grabbed with her fingers. At that moment, infinite fire elemental laws gathered in Sier's palm, and like a tornado sweeping, a massive suction power enveloped the fire toad. The fire toad was alarmed as it screamed. However, it was completely unable to withstand the tearing suction. Its body began to twist and distort. What's going on? Patriarch Pilhart's expression changed drastically. Pang! The fire toad suddenly transformed into a green toxic fire. Its corporeal manifestation had been destroyed, returning it to its fire seed form. And at the same time, Sier stretched her other hand out and beckoned. The powerful force bound the green fire and pulled it towards Sier. Sier grabbed the green fire seed and deformed it into a ball of pure green energy. At the next instant, the energy began rapidly flowing into Sier's hands. It was being absorbed by Sier. Patriarch Pilhart's eyes seemed to crack in anger as he burst in rage. Yi Yun's fire seed was actually devouring the fire seed that was intrinsic to him. It was something he spent so much time and effort nurturing. He originally planned on using Sier to replace his fire seed, allowing Sier to suffer the devouring effects of the array, but in the end, Sier had no intention of entering the array's core. Instead, she wanted to devour his fire seed. How dare you? Patriarch Pilhart was infinitely incensed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1363, Devouring the Fireseed. Chapter 1363, Devouring the Fireseed. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. However, Yun ignored Patriarch Pilhart's rage. He was a person who would take revenge the moment he was given an opportunity. He had been bent on seeking revenge back when Ling Sier's strength was being devoured. Now that array was in disarray, Ling Sier was too weak to stop it because her strength had been drained. Obtaining the fire seeds of others was the best way to recover her strength. Yun, what are you doing? At that moment, the high priest was incensed as well. The array was on the brink of collapse, but Yun was still engaging in a petty war by devouring Patriarch Pilhart's fire seed. Yun said loudly, "Your Excellency, my fire seed was drained of its strength previously by these fire seeds. However, they do not know how to use this strength, making it a waste. So now, I'm getting Sier to retrieve her strength so that she can quell the array." Yun's words made the high priest even angrier. He was already greatly disappointed by Yun when the array's loss of control continued. How was he to be convinced with Yun's present bold statements? Meanwhile, Ling Sier was still absorbing Patriarch Pilhart's fire seed strength. The infuriated Patriarch Pilhart ignored everything as he extended his hand and made a grabbing motion. A gigantic toxic claw manifested in midair. It came crashing down at Yun with a thunderous boom. "Kid, you are courting death." The toxic claw had been infused with poisonous substances by Patriarch Pilhart over a long period of time. It could directly hurt one's dantian by spreading poison into the meridians, eventually affecting the entire body. He wanted to destroy Yun's dantian directly. Upon seeing this scene, aged Blackrock felt great palpitations through him. However, the high priest beside him did not take any action. From the high priest's point of view, this matter was Yun's fault to begin with. For him to have the audacious thought of devouring Patriarch Pilhart's fireseed while repairing the array was a completely lawless act. "Stop it!" Aged Blackrock struck out with his palm. He held back, preventing the strike from being lethal. Instead, he focused on absolute speed. After all, he was situated on the island outside the array. He was too far away from Patriarch Pilhart and Yun. Patriarch Pilhart had attacked too suddenly. He had long hated Yun to the bone. Now, with all the accumulated anger exploding, his killing intent surged. His palm sealed off the surrounding void as he attempted to directly cripple Yun's cultivation. Since Yun was devouring his fireseed, crippling him of his cultivation was not something others could fault him for. Patriarch Pilhart revealed a hideous expression. The claw had already arrived in front of Yun. In response, Yun rapidly retreated while facing the massive green claw. However, Patriarch Pilhart was even faster. He clenched his palm, and the void that had been sealed became like a cage, trapping Yun completely within. "Do you want to stall for time so that Blackrock can save you? It's too late." Patriarch Pilhart laughed sinisterly. His Yuan Chi voice transmission reached straight into Yun's ear. But, at that instant, an azure blue sword appeared in Yun's hand. His expression changed instantly, turning into one of infinite concentration. At that moment, Yun seemed to be isolated from the world. He entered an ethereal state where all he saw was his sword. Crackle! Yun's flesh and bones crackled loudly. His body's strength surged, as though a primordial behemoth had awakened inside of him. What? He wants to forcibly receive Patriarch Pilhart's strike? Aged Blackrock, who had yet entered the battleground, was alarmed. Ninely Magus Maiden could only widen her beautiful eyes. At her meager level of strength, she was completely unable to tell what was happening on the battlefield. All she could see was Yun's body burst with gold light as a primordial totem's phantom appeared behind him. 9 stances of the Ascending Dragon Golden Carp. Che! A blinding sword beam seemed to descend from the sky, tearing through space as it thrust towards the toxic claw. At that instant, nearly everyone's vision was filled by the tiny sword flash. The disciples with weaker cultivation levels even felt a stabbing pain reach their eyes. They nearly turned blind from just one look. It was imaginable how keen the sword flash was. A strike to tear the firmaments. Not only was the sword flash keen, more importantly, it also contained immense and unbeatable strength. It was as though the world was collapsing. This strike stabbed through the toxic claw's center. The violent collision exploded into endless energy tornadoes that swept up. Boom! With a loud boom, the toxic claw exploded in midair. In that moment, no matter how blinding the sword flash was, everyone widened their eyes to see the scene. They were extremely astonished. Yun actually managed to defend against Patriarch Pilhart's strike. Meanwhile, the toxic claw that had dissipated transformed into toxic fumes as it dispersed. The spatial cage was still present. The toxic fumes contained nomological powers akin to apocalyptic fumes. They were about to infiltrate Yi Yun's body through space. Yi Yun put away his sword as a thunderous rumble emitted from his body suddenly. He took a deep breath as his chest rapidly swelled up. When the Dragon Emperor technique's circulation of his lifeblood powers reached a maximum, Yi Yun unleashed a mighty roar. Roar! The heaven-reaching dragon's roar came directly from Yi Yun's dantian and blasted in every direction uniformly. Truths of the ascending dragon. By stimulating the Dragon Emperor bloodline in him, he roared the truth. The moment this truth was roared, it could shatter all the meridians of a warrior, sending them to their deaths with a simple shout. Yi Yun's roar blasted out like storm winds. All the toxic fumes were scattered by his roar. Yi Yun retreated rapidly. Suddenly releasing all his vital potential and using the Dragon Emperor technique in battle was extremely demanding on Yi Yun. His meridians could hardly tolerate such a burden. However, knowing that he had withstood Patriarch Pilheart's strike still made Yi Yun feel contented. However, Patriarch Pilheart had yet to retract his palm. All he did was stand in a daze as he looked at Yi Yun. He even forgot to follow up with another attack. He was just marveling at the ludicrous scene that unfolded before him. It was as if it was a dream. Yi Yun actually managed to withstand his claw? Although he had struck out without much thought while Yi Yun had used all his strength, it still left Patriarch Pilheart in disbelief. He was a divine lord while Yi Yun had just become a supremacy. His foundation wasn't even totally stable, yet he was capable of withstanding a divine lord's attack with the strength of a supremacy? Not only was Patriarch Pilheart in shock, everyone else fell silent from the shocking turn of events. No one spoke, and all that could be heard were the erupting flares of the Yuan Chi fire. Yi Yun had only been in seclusion for a few years. Even with the river of forgetfulness as water, it was impossible for him to be this strong. It completely subverted all that they knew. And at that moment, Sier took the opportunity to completely absorb the green fire seed in her hands. She digested it fully while within the array's core. Sier's mental strength was extremely powerful. The mental imprint left in the green fire seed was directly burnt away by Sier's heretical godfire, wiping it away completely. Pwah! Patriarch Pilheart's face suddenly turned white as he spat out a mouthful of blackened blood. He looked up, his eyes filled with shock, as well as despair and anger. The fire seed that was intrinsic to him had been devoured. Sier had only taken seconds to completely devour his fire seed. Ah! Patriarch Pilheart roared crazily as all his energy blasted outwards. His clothes tore apart. He wanted to attack Yi Yun with all his strength and get revenge. However, he sensed a cold killing intent come from behind him at that moment. I said this before. If someone wants to kill Yi Yun, it means making an enemy out of me. Don't forget that you are currently in my 9 Magus Empire. Aged Blackrock appeared behind Patriarch Pilheart like a ghost. If he had not retracted his attack, he would have severely injured Patriarch Pilheart. You! Patriarch Pilheart turned his head suddenly towards Aged Blackrock. This was bringing bullying to an extreme. It was just too much. His fire seed had been devoured and he was bursting with anger. Yet, Aged Blackrock was still siding with Yi Yun, completely ignoring the fact that his fire seed had been devoured. Aged Blackrock said leisurely when faced with Patriarch Pilheart's glare, "You keep saying that Yi Yun devoured your fire seed, but you previously tried to devour Yi Yun's fire seed. His Excellency did not stop you. Now that your fire seed is being devoured, it is only right and proper. Did you think I would administer justice for you? In fact, you took at least 15 minutes to devour Yi Yun's fire seed, and even then failed to finish it. As for Yi Yun, he devoured your fire seed in less than 30 seconds. Things seem fairly even to me." Upon hearing Aged Blackrock's words, Patriarch Pilheart nearly blew a top. Things were even? When he took 15 minutes to devour Yi Yun's fire seed, all he did was devour a tiny portion. As for Yi Yun, the seconds he took to devour his fire seed ended with him devouring the entire fire seed. Even his soul was damaged as a result. Yet, Aged Blackrock had the gall to say those words. It was completely overbearing and shameless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1364, Circumstantial Bullying. Chapter 1364, Circumstantial Bullying. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Aged Blackrock remained unfazed despite facing the nearly insane Patriarch Pilheart. No matter how furious Patriarch Pilheart was, he was forced to repress his anger with Aged Blackrock standing right behind him. He did not dare attack aged Blackrock. Yun, well done. Well fucking done. Patriarch Pilhart's eyes shimmered with intense killing intent as he spoke through gritted teeth while looking at Yun. And at that moment, Ling Sier rubbed her belly inside the array. Her face showed a slight hint of dissatisfaction. Brother, this toxic fire's taste is only average, grumbled Ling Sier. Patriarch Pilhart, who had just said his nasty words, nearly vomited blood. He almost shattered his teeth from clenching them as well. Not only had she devoured the fire seed that was intrinsic to him, she had even disdained it for not tasting good. However, after devouring the fire toad, Ling Sier's aura was somewhat strengthened. The energy she had expended received some small replenishment. Following that, her energy was transmitted to various spots in the herb nurturing array. The area that was about to collapse actually turned slightly calmer. The herb nurturing array had been forcibly repressed by Ling Sier. With the array in chaos, even the tiniest change could trigger the complete explosion of the array. But with the herb nurturing array now calming down slightly, Ninely Magus Maiden and company saw a faint glimmer of hope. The high priest, who had been infuriated, also had a glint in his eyes. Although he still wouldn't place his bets on Ian being able to restore the herb nurturing array to its original state, any transformation that calmed things down was good to him. At that moment, Ling Sier licked her lips as her eyes found Ao Ming Yin's fire centipede, as well as the fire of 7 emotions. The scene of Ling Sier devouring the fire toad left the other 2 fire seeds shaking in fear. Now, with Ling Sier turning her gaze on them, they obviously knew what was on her mind. They immediately felt their souls depart them. Young sister, good girl. I can help you. I can return all the energy I absorbed from you. Don't you come over. Master. Save me. The fire of 7 emotions was huddled in a corner as she screamed sharply for Alchemist Sage Purple Gold. And at that moment, Alchemist Sage Purple Gold was already looking at Yun with murderous rage. Yun, how dare you? Yun actually dared place his sights on his fire of 7 emotions after devouring Patriarch Pilhart's fire seed. The grade of the fire of 7 emotions far exceeded that of the fire toad and fire centipede. Alchemist Sage Purple Gold and his predecessors had invested immense effort and resources into the fire of 7 emotions. He would absolutely not allow Yun to take it. At that moment, aged Blackrock looked at Yun in astonishment. Although he did back Yun up when he devoured Patriarch Pilhart's fire seed, he did feel that Yun had gone too far. But now, Yun was going from bad to worse, as he aimed to absorb the fire of 7 emotions. Kid, you are courting death. As Alchemist Sage Purple Gold roared those words, he had already launched an attack at Yun. As long as he apprehended Yun, he could save the fire of 7 emotions. It was even possible to get the fire of 7 emotions to devour Yun's fire seed if that happened. Alchemist Sage Purple Gold's strength was greater than Patriarch Pilhart's and, unlike Patriarch Pilhart's hasty attack, Alchemist Sage Purple Gold was attacking at full strength. He even held a specially refined pill in his hand. As long as he swallowed it, he could raise his combat strength. However, just as he was about to attack, a figure suddenly charged out from behind Yun. The figure was as fast as lightning and within an instant of appearing, it was already in front of Alchemist Sage Purple Gold. Do you think you have what it takes to take action in front of me? With that bellow, a gargantuan palm came crashing down at Alchemist Sage Purple Gold. Alchemist Sage Purple Gold's expression changed as he hurriedly switched to a block. However, all he heard was a loud boom as his attack was completely blasted apart. Even his protective Yuan Qi barrier was compromised. It began emitting clear cracking sounds. The next moment, his protective Yuan Qi cracked and exploded, sending him flying backward. Alchemist Sage Purple Gold's lifeblood was in tumultuous chaos. He could not help but shudder in fear. At that instant, he felt like his heart was in someone else's hands. Just a tiny squeeze could kill him. Who was that? Alchemist Sage Purple Gold had been beaten into a daze. Whose palm was it that was so horrifying? Following that, Alchemist Sage Purple Gold saw a wretched-looking old man standing in front of Yun. Who is he? Alchemist Sage Purple Gold held his breath. The elder's attack was too terrifying. The feeling he gave off was more terrifying than even aged Blackrock, but the elder in front of him did not seem to emit any powerful Yuan Qi fluctuations. The old man looked like some riffraff that had very ordinary foundations. Who was he? Alchemist Sage Purple Gold was filled with dread. The old man's strength was unfathomable. Furthermore, he had appeared from Yun's mobile abode. Such a reaction wasn't only limited to Alchemist Sage Purple Gold. Even aged Blackrock looked at Old Snake in astonishment. He did not detect the existence of Old Snake until the very instant Old Snake took action. His sudden appearance made aged Blackrock re-evaluate his opinion of Yun. He originally thought that Yi Yun had peerless talent but could easily be harmed by others. Yet, Yi Yun not only had the strength to receive a claw attack from Patriarch Pilheart, he even carried a mighty expert around with him. No one had the luxury of time to think further. With Yi Yun's blessings, Sier had begun devouring the fire of 7 emotions' strength in the heart of the array. As for the fire of 7 emotions, a large portion of her strength was presently committed to the herb-nurturing array. She had no means to resist Sier, so she was practically fish on a chopping board. This situation was identical to the one Sier had faced previously. However, Sier was the manifestation of the heretical godfire seed. She was much stronger than the fire of 7 emotions. Now, with the 2 fire seeds exchanging roles, the fire of 7 emotions' strength was being rapidly drained. The voluptuous beauty was already pale in the face. "Master, save me!" The woman yelled for help. Alchemist Sage Purple Gold was burning with anxiety, but at that moment, he lacked the courage to attack Yi Yun with the threat of the unfathomable old snake and aged Blackrock looming over him. "Yi Yun, you are going too far in your bullying." "So what if I bully you?" said Yi Yun with a sneer. "Kindness is always returned tenfold, but hostility is met with swift revenge. Whatever you took from me, I will naturally take it back several-fold." "Your Excellency." Alchemist Sage Purple Gold turned towards the High Priest. Alming was also feeling distraught. "We came here specially to help the Ninely Magus Empire repair the array. Yi Yun is doing so only for his own benefit. There is no way his fire seed can restore the array. By doing this, he is ensuring that there is no future for the array." Alchemist Sage Purple Gold bellowed. Previously, the Ninely Magus Empire's High Priest had reprimanded Yi Yun. Therefore, all he could do was seek help from the High Priest. No matter who the wretched-looking old man protecting Yi Yun was, it was impossible for him to offend the High Priest in the Ninely Magus Empire's territory. As long as the Ninely Magus Empire continued to have mistrust towards Yi Yun, there would still be hope for him. But at that critical juncture, the High Priest lowered his head and actually fell silent. "Your Excellency." Alchemist Sage Purple Gold's eyes were red. The High Priest looked up and took a deep glance at Old Snake. He said slowly, "This is a personal feud between the two of you. I will not interfere in this matter." "You." Alchemist Sage Purple Gold felt like a mouthful of blood was stuck in his chest and nearly spit it out. He nearly died from anger and anxiousness. By choosing to remain neutral at this moment, the High Priest was clearly helping Yi Yun. Alchemist Sage Purple Gold knew acutely that the Ninely Magus Empire's High Priest was no benign entity. The moment the fire seed showed that it was able to calm down the situation, he would turn a blind eye to whatever Yi Yun did. "Taoist Purple Gold, are we just going to watch idly?" said Alming angrily. Since ancient times, most alchemists were not well versed in battle. They did not need to measure themselves to know they were not the wretched elder's match, and that was saying nothing of aged Blackrock, who also sided with Yi Yun. "It's best none of you move. Since this is a battle between fire seeds, why don't you leave it to them?" said Yi Yun with a smile. He extended his hands and indicated that he would not participate in the battle between Sier and the 2 fire seeds. However, it was less of a battle and more of a one-sided absorption. "Master, save me. Master." The fire of 7 emotions desperately crawled backwards. Back then, she had eagerly took her place in the heart of the array, but now, she had no way to escape even if she wanted to. She had truly shot herself in the foot. And at that moment, powerful fire elemental laws blasted out from Sier's body as they chained the fire of 7 emotions and the fire centipede together. No matter how much they struggled, they were unable to escape their shackles. The present Sier was even stronger than before, so how could they be her match? Alchemist Sage Purple Gold's eyes nearly cracked from anger, but with Old Snake and the High Priest, as well as aged Blackrock ready to take action, all he could do was stand motionlessly even though he wanted to dice Yi Yun up into a million pieces. Previously, his repeated mockery of Yi Yun had become the greatest joke in the world. What was bullying based on circumstances? This was it. The chains bound the 2 fire seeds, and soon, the appearances of the voluptuous beauty and the fire centipede were wiped away. The fire seeds revealed their true forms. One was a rainbow-colored flame and the other was a black-colored flame. With a beckon from Sier's outstretched arm, the flames landed in her hands and were refined into pure fire elemental energy. Alchemist Sage Purple Gold watched helplessly. He didn't even realize that his fingernails were lodged deep into his flesh. As for his disciples, all of them were in a daze. In their eyes, Alchemist Sage Purple Gold was a high and mighty existence that could do anything. But at that moment, Alchemist Sage Purple Gold could only stand there, humiliated. He was forced to watch as his fire seed was being devoured helplessly. "Yi Yun! You and I shall be mortal enemies." Alchemist Sage Purple Gold roared inwardly. Ever since he began his cultivation, countless people had knelt before him. A junior that lacked a background like Yun was no different from an ant to him, an existence whose life was completely within his control. But today, he stood helpless before Yun, experiencing the greatest humiliation he had ever received. Not only was he disgraced, he was also about to lose his ancestral fire seed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1365, Going Against the Inferno. Chapter 1365, Going Against the Inferno. Translator, Sier editor, Sier. Even-aged Blackrock felt that Yun's revenge was overly ruthless when he saw Sier devour the fire centipede. It was true that the alchemist sages had previously attempted to devour Yun's fire seed, but they did not succeed in the end. In spite of that, Yun had completely erased their fire seeds, leaving nothing behind. And at that moment, the 7 emotions fire seed became the last to be completely devoured by Sier. The 7 emotions fire seed was extraordinary, so extraordinary that Sier was unable to immediately convert it into energy. The voluptuous woman continued struggling amid the flames. "Sister, my dear sister. Spare me. Spare me." The woman yelled before turning to Yun. "Young lad, spare me. You can even wipe away the mental imprint alchemist sage purple gold left on me. You can have me under your control. I will submit to you as my master." At that moment, the fire of 7 emotions had less than half her strength left. She was on the verge of being wiped out. At that moment, she disregarded everything in order to survive. She would even betray alchemist sage purple gold and turn towards Yun if she had to. Yun was not moved at all by her actions. Instead, alchemist sage purple gold had a grotesque expression. His fire seed had publicly betrayed him just before he lost it. "Devour her." Yun waved his hand. He had no interest in the fire of 7 emotions. Furthermore, the fire of 7 emotions' incorporeal body was nothing but a vicious enchantress. "Yes, brother Yun." Sier had hesitated originally, but she would always take action on Yun's orders. Since Yun had given the word, she naturally obeyed. Who? The fire of 7 emotions' pure energies began surging into Sier's body. Although Sier had lived for a very long time, she was pure like a blank piece of paper. As for the fire of 7 emotions, she was refined from the 7 emotions and 6 desires of humanity. There were countless complexities within her. Refine them all away. Yun did not wish for those messy emotions to taint Sier, so he gave such an order. All right. Sier followed every instruction. At that moment, she was working on refining the fire of 7 emotions' incorporeal body, which was the enchantress herself. Well done. Well fucking done. Alchemist Sage Purple Gold suddenly turned deranged. The fire of 7 emotions was more important than mostly anything. Although he cherished his life more, he truly could not accept the situation if he were to go down without so much as a whimper. 9 Magus Empire, well fucking done. You got me here under the pretense of fixing the herb nurturing array, only to have me end up as fish on a chopping block, to be slaughtered as you wish. In order to repair the array, you were willing to sacrifice my fire seed. When Alchemist Sage Purple Gold said that, he bellowed loudly and suddenly struck out with his palm, shattering the disc array beneath him. At the same time, about 8 other disc arrays surrounding Alchemist Sage Purple Gold shattered. Following that, he retrieved and put away the thousands of array flags. He had completely destroyed the 9 Transformations Rejuvenation Array. At that moment, the chaotic fire elemental Yuan Qi that had been held back by the array blasted out like floodwater, surging in every direction. The already chaotic array became even more erratic. Purple Gold, you, said the High Priest angrily. Alchemist Sage Purple Gold had acted so quickly that they failed to stop him in time. Alchemist Sage Purple Gold said with a sneer, what did I do? Is there a problem with dismantling my array formation? Your 9 Magus Empire can't be thick enough to dream that I would help maintain the array like a retard after how you treated me, can you? Since all of you are acting so high-handed while allowing Yun to continue his malicious ways, deal with the fire elemental Yuan Qi yourselves. With the 9 Transformations Rejuvenation Array so suddenly removed, not only was large amounts of chaotic fire elemental Yuan Qi released, it also left behind remnants of the array formation. It made the laws become even messier. This was equivalent to kicking a person ruthlessly, despite them already being on the ground and vomiting blood. The herb nurturing aura, which was already in shambles, obviously could not withstand such a blast. Instantly, the fire elemental Yuan Qi that Sier repressed exploded once again. Even the cauldron that stored the pill began to shake violently, producing resonating hums. Even though Ling Sier's massive powers swept through the entire array, she was unable to do anything about this change. When the high priest saw this, his expression changed drastically. The array can't hold on any longer. Ninely Magus Maiden wore a look of mixed emotions. Although she had submitted to her fate, the feeling of having her new hopes quashed remained disheartening, especially at this moment in time. Perhaps this is what fate has in store for me, said Ninely Magus Maiden softly. The herb nurturing array was set up rather casually by the divine alchemist back then. He did not truly hope that the fate-changing pill could be successfully refined. And over the years, the Ninely Magus Empire had put in countless efforts only to have them all end in failure. Perhaps today was the day it came to a close. Destruction was its final fate. At that moment, there were already many warriors, including Alming Yin and company, who had secretly fled far away. Their thoughts were still of self-preservation despite having lost their fire seeds. The collapse of a massive array was no joke. Just watching the violent fire elemental Yuan Qi was sufficient to realize that. Once it completely exploded, probably every low-ranking warrior there would be burned to ashes. Even Alming Yin and Patriarch Pilhart would suffer if they were embroiled in such an explosion. But at that moment, someone suddenly flew out and headed straight for the array's core. When people focused their eyes on the figure, they realized that the person who had headed for the array's core was none other than Yi Yun. It's that punk. Does he think the situation can be redeemed at this juncture in time? Even your fire seed won't be able to help you. When alchemist Sage Purple Gold saw this, he could not help but sneer inwardly. Good for him. If Yi Yun and his fire seed suffered grievous injuries in the array's explosion, at least that would be something he could truly rejoice about. The high priest felt his heart palpitate slightly. Even he had given up at that moment in time. He never expected Yi Yun to charge into the array's core. That was just risking his life. Still, a person would not do such a thing if they did not truly have confidence. Does he still have a solution? The high priest held his breath. The array was completely cataclysmic. It was just too difficult to reverse the situation. Young Master Yi. There's no need to risk your life for me. This array might be beyond the powers of mankind, shouted Ninely Magus Maiden. It was just too dangerous to enter the array's core. Although the fate-changing pill was extremely precious, Ninely Magus Maiden was not someone who would sacrifice others to achieve her own goals. Yi Yun did not speak a word in reply. He was already charging straight into the herb-nurturing array's core at full speed. Just as he approached, the surrounding fire elemental Yuan Qi swept over violently. The terrifying flames burned through the void, consuming and destroying all the laws in the array's core. Even a powerful, mighty figure would avoid such an inferno. If one were to truly charge in without regard, there might be nothing left after the inferno was done with their body. This fire. Many warriors held their breaths when they saw this scene. With the array on the brink of destruction, the inferno already far exceeded their imaginations. How could a person survive such an inferno? My young friend Yi Yun, hold on. I'll enter with you. I'll aid you. Aged Blackrock shouted loudly. Ignoring the question of whether Yi Yun was capable of stabilizing the herb-nurturing array, just entering its core was a tremendous challenge. However, before his voice faded, he saw Yi Yun plunge into the inferno without even stopping. Boom! The terrifying flames swept over. Yi Yun's body was immersed in the flames. At that moment, he was like a fiery demon that had stepped out of hell. Yi Yun! Young Master Yi! Aged Blackrock and Ninely Magus Maiden held their breaths as they watched helplessly. Yi Yun seemed like a blinding fireball as he shot straight towards the array's core at an unparalleled speed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1366, Suppressing the Mountains and Rivers. Chapter 1366, Suppressing the Mountains and Rivers. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. He actually went in. At that moment, many people were already fleeing. However, a lot of them still witnessed that scene. Yi Yun had charged into such a terrifying inferno? Ninely Magus Maiden looked at Yi Yun. Inside the array's core, he was like a tiny boat in a stormy sea. He looked like he would capsize at any time, but he ultimately managed to stay afloat, fighting against the waves. With that, she held back from stopping him despite her original intentions. Soon, Yi Yun was fully immersed in the blazing sea of fire, so that those outside could only see a faint silhouette. How did Yi Yun not burn to death? Commented Patriarch Pilhart with a frown. Alming Yin's eyebrows twitched too. He knew that if he were the one entering the array's core, it would definitely not be easy on him. Did Yi Yun have some sort of indestructible body that allowed him to charge straight in? They were obviously unaware that Yun had once been burned by Myriad God Patriarch for days with astral fire while he was trapped in the ascending dragon cauldron. That astral fire might not compare to the array's violent fire elemental Yuan Shi, but back then Yun treated the astral fire like it was a pleasant hot spring. He did not suffer much back then. So now, it was no problem for him to tolerate the more terrifying inferno. Ignore him. Even if he doesn't burn to death, he definitely cannot survive the array's explosion. We should take this opportunity to leave as soon as possible, said Ao Mingyin. Although the others were astonished by Yun's sudden plunge into the array, no one really cared what happened to him at such a dangerous time. All they cared about was self-preservation and being able to make it out of the array alive. Elder Blackrock, Yun is currently in peril because of the Ninely Magus Empire. If things take a turn for a worse, you must protect Yun, said Ninely Magus Maiden. I got it. Elder Blackrock naturally agreed. Even the High Priest fell silent for a moment before nodding. In fact, the High Priest had his own priorities to consider. Although Yun was the main culprit behind the herb-nurturing array's destruction, the array had existed in an incomplete state for a very long period of time. With the passage of time, the chance of it ever being completed only turned slimmer. Meanwhile, with the strength Yun had been showing, he was definitely going to be someone of great importance in the future, regardless of his present shortcomings. There was even a chance that he could become an alchemist that matched the divine alchemist. If that were the case, it was possible that he could end the Ninely Magus Maiden's curse. Alden looked at the faint silhouette in the inferno. Amid the terrifying waves of flame, Yun looked so minute. By that moment, Yun had already arrived in the array's core. Ling Sier was there, barely holding on. There were no flames in the tiny area due to Ling Sier's presence. Brother Yun. Upon seeing Yun, Ling Sier revealed a look of delight. But at the same time, she turned worried. Once the array exploded, the consequences would be unthinkable. Sier, you have already done a great job. Leave the rest to me. Yun stroked Ling Sier's head. The situation of the array was no longer something a fire seed like Ling Sier could control. Back when the divine alchemist set up the array, he did install a fire seed as the array's core to control everything. However, the person who set up the array was, in the end, the divine alchemist himself. A fire seed could stabilize an array but could not alter or direct it. All of that had to be done by an actual person. Yun had now broken through to the Supremacy realm. He had already thought of many ideas while observing the array. It was now time to verify his theories. At that moment, Yun stepped into the heart of the array. Through Ling Sier, his perception permeated the entirety of the herb-nurturing array. Every minute change in the array was completely within his grasp. The herb-nurturing array was indeed on the brink of collapse. The core's energy was boiling and spilling over. Once it spewed out entirely, it would set off a chain reaction that would cause the entire herb-nurturing array to explode, sending out massive amounts of energy. That energy would be enough to burn and destroy everything in the array's core, including the alchemical cauldron and the fate-changing pill inside it. I can only make a gamble. Yun extended his hand and swiped his interspatial ring. Immediately, an alchemical cauldron appeared. An ancient aura immediately emanated from it. Once it appeared, the cauldron that contained the fate-changing pill trembled immediately in response. It was like a servant catching sight of its master and dancing in joy. Even the surrounding laws stabilized. The cauldron that Yun took out possessed a natural control over the massive array. Divine Alchemy Cauldron. The cauldron was intrinsic to the divine alchemist, after all. It contained the remnant aura of the divine alchemist, and the herb-nurturing array was a product of the divine alchemist. Once the divine alchemy cauldron appeared, it seemed to create a seamless harmony. Suppress. Yun sank the divine alchemy cauldron down, and with a loud boom, the divine alchemy cauldron instantly transformed into an ancient but plain cauldron that held down the array's core. At the same time, the surrounding fire elemental Yuan Qi was sucked into the cauldron as it began refining the energy. The moment the fire elemental Yuan Qi was absorbed by the divine alchemy cauldron, the herb-nurturing array that was on the brink of collapse immediately became stable. And outside the herb-nurturing array, Ninely Magus Maiden and the rest watched Yun intently with bated breaths. They immediately noticed the change in the array. Oh! The array has greatly stabilized. The High Priest was delighted. But Alchemist Sage Purple Gold and Patriarch Pilheart, who were not far away, found it hard to be happy. Be it their hatred for Yun or the resentment they had towards the Ninely Magus Empire, they yearned for the array's complete collapse. Don't make hasty conclusions. The array is already rotten to the core. There's no way the situation can be reversed. What's happening is just a sudden spurt of calm prior to its collapse. Alchemist Sage Purple Gold gave his judgment. And, just as his voice faded, the array turned chaotic once again. Ah, Brother Purple Gold, you nailed it. If this is the calm before the complete explosion, it would mean that the explosion will be more horrible than we originally imagined. Patriarch Pilhart said with a twisted expression. He was constantly keeping tabs on the array. He wanted to see Yi-Yun die, as well as the herb nurturing array's destruction. The high priest revealed a look of disappointment, but he continued staring intently at the array. He was prepared to save Yi-Yun if the situation became unmanageable. The Ninely Magus maiden clasped her hands tightly and began praying using the Ninely Magus Empire's ancient language. A strong wind swept through the entire void as terrifying heat waves constantly consumed the world around them. It seemed like the entire world was quaking as black holes were burnt out of the void, creating heat vortices. At that moment, it was no longer the array that was about to collapse. Even the very world around them could be brought down with it, shattering in the process. As for Yi-Yun, he had already sank to the core region of the array. It was also the lake where the fate-changing pill was sleeping within. The emerald green lake had turned into a burning sea of fire like it was molten lava. Situated in the middle of the fiery lake was the fate-changing pill. It still took the form of the Ninely Magus maiden with a crystal and naked body. However, as it was being consumed by the flames, Yi-Yun sensed that the fate-changing pill's spirituality was being reduced. If this continued, it would slowly perish and turn to ashes. Yi-Yun looked at the cauldron beneath the fate-changing pill. The cauldron had been left behind by the divine alchemist. It was definitely poorer in quality, and if he could use the divine alchemy cauldron to replace it, the effects would be better. However, Yi-Yun had already used the divine alchemy cauldron to temporarily suppress the violent inferno. But even that did not achieve the most perfect effect. The divine alchemy cauldron had already lost its core array and it was not as powerful as it used to be. It was not necessarily usable as the vessel of the fate-changing pill. This was also why the array faced destruction only moments after Yi-Yun calmed it with the divine alchemy cauldron. Yi-Yun took a deep breath as he injected Yuan Qi into his dantian. Following that, he blasted his energy outwards as he roared. This long roar sounded like a dragon's. It went from the array's core straight to the horizons. That instant, what appeared to be a true dragon's phantom soared into the sky from Yi-Yun's body. Instantly, it tore through the layers of heat waves. Hum. A heavy metallic resonance was heard as a heavy cauldron appeared out of thin air. It was none other than the ascending dragon cauldron. Oh? What happened? Patriarch Pilhart, Almingin, and company heard the dragon's roar. Just that was not enough to astound them, but then they could sense an ancient aura transmit from the array's core. It was as though they were facing the entire universe. What was this power? They felt shaken deep down. However, even if they tried their best to look into the array's core, all they could see was the chaotic fire elemental Yuan Qi. They had no idea what was happening within. Yi-Yun held one arm out. The ancient ascending dragon cauldron was floating above his palm. Above it, one could vaguely see a dragon's breath lingering over it. The appearance of the cauldron seemed to change the laws of the world they were in. Yi-Yun looked at the cauldron the divine alchemist had left behind. He spoke softly to it, "You have been holding this area down for hundreds of millions of years. You must be tired. From this moment forth, let me hold down this array." Yi-Yun produced imprints as the cauldron left behind by the divine alchemist seemed to understand what he said. It began trembling slightly beneath his feet. There were many thick chains coiled around the cauldron. They had been asleep for very long, and at that moment, when touched by Yi-Yun's imprints, these chains lit up with runes. Every rune corresponded to an imprint that Yi-Yun produced. A few seconds later, the chains began producing crisp sounds before seemingly coming alive. They swayed around like pythons as they unwrapped themselves. Clang! All the chains fell to the ground. The ancient cauldron trembled more and more vigorously. Finally, under Yi-Yun's control, it rose from the bottom of the lake. The ancient cauldron finally left its spot. Yi-Yun formed imprints again. The ascending dragon cauldron could seal the heavens and earth, as well as repress mountains and rivers. Yi-Yun stepped on the ascending dragon cauldron as he sank bit by bit. The ascending dragon cauldron that was as heavy as a star sank to the lake's bottom and took the ancient cauldron's former position. Following that, Yi-Yun produced more imprints. He began moving the chains as they crept over. However, they did not truly wrap around the entire ascending dragon cauldron. Instead, they wrapped around the ascending dragon cauldron's 3 feet as though they were afraid of the paragon dragon aura that the ascending dragon cauldron possessed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1367, Return to Peacefulness. Chapter 1367, Return to Peacefulness. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. When Ian finished all of that, he heard a loud bang. The entire world began shaking violently as though there was a massive earthquake. With the central lake as the core, a gray ripple radiated out. The entire herb nurturing array seemed to freeze as the gray ripple passed. Following that, the fire elemental yuan qi in the herb nurturing array began surging towards the array's core like it was a series of ocean waves in a maelstrom. And the very spot where the fire elemental yuan qi intended to gather was where Yun was standing. Oh? This is? Upon seeing all of these changes take place, the high priest was alarmed. Following that, all the energy in the area gathered towards the middle of the array. This change happened so suddenly that it was impossible to predict what would happen next. Such a change felt like the calm before the storm when all the energy was concentrated at one point. The explosion would only be more violent. Apart from the 9 Magus Empire's clansmen, all the gathered alchemists were far away. But they were afraid that they were not far enough to escape. Hum hum hum. The fire elemental yuan qi howled as the vortex that arose increased in size. As the energy was being absorbed, the laws vanished. It felt like the entire world was being devoured by the vortex. About 30 seconds later, nearly all the energy was gathered from the world went to the array's core. It reached an unimaginable energy density that left everyone holding their breaths. They employed their various protective measures, all bracing for the upcoming explosion. However, another 30 seconds passed. The expected blast did not happen. The world remained surprisingly peaceful. The world did not continue to crumble. Nor did any black holes form. Instead, the world was slowly mending itself. Even the spewing lava came to a rest and flowed back into the depths of the earth. Everything returned to normalcy. In the island at the array's core, the lake turned emerald green again. It was as though the violent yuan qi from before had just been a dream. The array has been fixed? The high priest looked at the distant island and felt baffled. He sent his perception to every corner of the world and found that it was completely peaceful. Such a situation meant that there would likely be no explosion. But in that case, where did all the energy that was sucked into the array's core go? Could such tremendous amounts of energy really be absorbed by something? It really has calmed down. Aged Blackrock was pleasantly surprised, but he also spoke in disbelief. Instead, alchemist Sage Purple Gold, Patriarch Pilhart, and Almingine felt disheartened. They fell into a daze as they flew into the air. As alchemists, their understanding of the array naturally exceeded that of the High Priest and Aged Blackrock. They were certain that the array had indeed been stabilized. Yun had actually succeeded. How did he do it? Darn it! Why did this happen? Patriarch Pilhart clenched his teeth till they nearly shattered. He was hoping to see the array destroyed and Yun completely torn apart. He did not wish to see this outcome. What do we do? Did our fire seeds get devoured for nothing? Asked Almingine. Alchemist Sage Purple Gold remained silent, but his expression was as contorted as it could be. This was the biggest failure of his life. The 9 Magus Empire had originally requested his help and promised him handsome rewards. He even thought to profit more by taking advantage of the situation. The 9 Magus Empire had no choice but to agree to whatever he wanted before he agreed to lend his help. But in the end, the 9 Magus Empire treated him as a fat lamb for slaughter. They allowed Yun to devour his fire seed. In the end, he failed completely, but Yun succeeded in stabilizing the array. From beginning to end, he was treated like a complete retard. How could alchemist Sage Purple Gold accept it? At that moment, nomological array patterns appeared out of nowhere in the already peaceful land. These array patterns combined together and gathered towards the array's core. Several minutes later, the remaining energy in the sky gathered together, forming thick yuan qi clouds. Light scattered through the layer of clouds, shining down on the island in the array's core like a falling river of stars. Countless array patterns bobbed up and down within the radiance of the river of stars. Upon seeing this scene, even laymen knew that something impressive had happened to the array. It was more perfect than before the anomaly happened. Now, even if the herb nurturing array was not completed, it had taken a step closer to completion. When the many alchemists saw this scene, they approached the array's core out of curiosity. However, they found that a barrier of light had appeared of nowhere, completely shielding the island within. They could only look at the island through the barrier. The lake on the island was shimmering with light as green waves ebbed. It was difficult to imagine that such massive energies had been absorbed by the tiny island. Where did all of it go? Meanwhile, in the island's interior, the massive ascending dragon cauldron was quietly pressing down on the lake. The original fate-changing pill had disappeared, leaving only a few chains coiled around the ascending dragon cauldron's 3 feet. Yi Yun had already entered the ascending dragon cauldron. The violent heaven-earth yuan qi had all been sucked into the ascending dragon cauldron. Any ordinary cauldron would have long exploded if it had sucked in such massive amounts of energy. But this was nothing to the ascending dragon cauldron. Yi Yun managed to stabilize the herb nurturing array by using the ascending dragon cauldron to absorb the excess energy in the array, as well as using Ling Sier's heretic godfire. At that moment, all the fiery energy within the ascending dragon cauldron had calmed down. It transformed into a calm red ocean. However, beneath the layer of calmness laid an infinitely terrifying power. And in the middle of this ocean, a girl lay asleep. She was the fate-changing pill. She was being nourished by the energy of the red ocean. Brother Yi Yun, you really did stabilize the array. At that moment, Ling Sier appeared in the ascending dragon cauldron. When she saw the originally violent energies in the ascending dragon cauldron become completely neutered by Yi Yun, she idolized him even more. She had previously attempted to stabilize the array through her own strength, but the situation only turned worse. She knew very well how difficult it was. Yi Yun shook his head and said, "You can't consider this my ability. The ascending dragon cauldron is just too powerful. It can devour everything. In addition, I'm well versed in the divine alchemists' manuals. I understand the principle behind the herb nurturing array, that's all. I thought that I would be able to fully complete the herb nurturing array after breaking through to the supremacy realm. But from the looks of it, I was being overly optimistic. It had been hundreds of millions of years since the herb nurturing array was set up. Completing it was not something that could be done in a day or two. Even Yi Yun, with his newfound supremacy realm, lacked the confidence. He needed time. Sier, stay in the herb nurturing array and cultivate. The environment in here suits your growth. Yi Yun needed Ling Sier to be the herb nurturing array's core array fire. At the same time, it was also an opportunity for her to grow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1368, The Dust Settles. Chapter 1368, The Dust Settles. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. With Yi Yun resetting the array to a new state, no one else could enter. Even the members of the Ninely Magus Empire could not do so unless they completely destroyed the array. But clearly, that would not happen. It was the opposite, the Ninely Magus Empire would actually painstakingly protect the herb nurturing array. Therefore, Yi Yun was assured that it was safe to leave the ascending dragon cauldron and Ling Sier in the array temporarily. Yi Yun actually managed to do it, muttered the Ninely Magus maiden. She heaved a sigh of relief after seeing that he was fine. Although she thought nothing of worldly riches, she long wished to escape her fate of experiencing lifetime after lifetime as a mortal and suffering the constant cycle of reincarnation. Now, not only had the array been stabilized, it was even more perfect than before. She could not help but feel delighted. Having survived repeated bouts of dire failure, the addition of just a hint of hope was very meaningful to the Ninely Magus maiden. The alchemists remained inundated by shock. They looked at the array and felt like they were in a dream. If they were not actually present in the array, they would have refused to believe that the picturesque herb nurturing array before their eyes was a world on the brink of destruction just moments ago. Dear alchemists. At that moment, the high priest's voice jolted everyone from their daze. The alchemists looked at the high priest, who had already turned calm. He looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, my Ninely Magus Empire will naturally not forget your contributions to the herb nurturing array. We have prepared pills, spirit jade, and various treasures. They will be dispensed to you shortly." The alchemists exchanged looks. Previously, the high priest had threatened to bury all of them alive with the array if it was destroyed. However, none of the alchemists were foolish enough to make an enemy out of the Ninely Magus Empire. Now that everything was peaceful, they were naturally delighted to receive remuneration and get out of there. The high priest's eyes flashed with a glint of satisfaction when he saw the people's reaction. Now that the array was in good shape, the high priest would naturally not make things difficult for the alchemists. Besides, remuneration had already been promised to these alchemists. Upon seeing this scene, Patriarch Pilhart and company immediately became belligerent. What about us? Of the 10,000 alchemists present, the ones that suffered the most damages were obviously Patriarch Pilhart, Almingine, and alchemist Sage Purple Gold. The high priest gave the trio a glance, but he did not speak a word. Your Excellency, now that the array has been restored, shouldn't we be given our remuneration? Asked Almingine. It shouldn't just be remuneration, said Patriarch Pilhart coldly. He was still bearing a grudge over the loss of his fire seed. Alchemist Sage Purple Gold's expression sank too as he said, the remuneration is of secondary importance. Since Yun's fire seed is now in the heart of your herb nurturing array, the bill for Yun's devouring of our fire seeds should naturally be given to you. True. For us, nurturing another fire seed will expend numerous resources, much less the time and effort spent on our previous seeds that is now wasted. No matter how great your compensation is, it is impossible to compensate us for our loss, echoed Almingine. Patriarch Pilhart did not speak a word. All he did was nod with a cold expression. The Ninely Magus Empire's compensation would not alleviate the hatred he felt for Yun at all. However, the Ninely Magus Empire was a massive entity. The trio's fire seeds might have been very precious, but they were still something the Ninely Magus Empire could afford compensation. Even if they could not pay in full, receiving some compensation was better than nothing. As for Yun, they already knew that Yun was favored by the Ninely Magus Empire now that he had stabilized the array. There was nothing they could do to Yun at present. However, it was impossible for Yun to hide in the Ninely Magus Empire forever. Apart from him, alchemist Sage Purple Gold probably hated Yun to the bone too. Almingine was also one who would not suffer in silence. Take the compensation and remuneration first before making plans for the future, thought Patriarch Pilhart. Alchemist Sage Purple Gold and Almingine shared his thoughts. However, the High Priest snorted at that moment. Patriarch Pilhart and company immediately had a sense of foreboding. What? Is the mighty Ninely Magus Empire going to refuse compensation? Asked Alchemist Sage Purple Gold in disbelief. The Ninely Magus Empire had already been extremely unfair by allowing Yun to commit his malicious actions. If they refused compensation as well, it would be taking things too far. At that moment, Aged Blackrock said lightly. You mention remuneration and compensation? I don't understand what gives you the right to request that. Not only did your actions here in the Ninely Magus Empire fail to stabilize the array, you even made the array more violent. You failed to live up to your promises. Hence, my Ninely Magus Empire naturally does not need to adhere to our side of the deal. If not for Yun, the array would have exploded. Had that happened, our Ninely Magus Empire would have suffered an immense lose. Yet, you still have the nerve to ask for remuneration? They originally believed that they could bargain with the Ninely Magus Empire and obtain greater prizes. However, they never expected the Ninely Magus Empire would refuse to give them even one spirit jade. The one that caused the array's near destruction wasn't us. As for Yun, if he had not devoured our fire seeds, there was no way he could have stabilized the array. Alchemist Sage Purple Gold was already incensed to his tipping point. The other alchemists had received remuneration, but the three of them, alchemist sages, were not receiving a single thing. This was no longer just a matter of remuneration. This was publicly smacking them in the face. You say that Yun devoured your fire seeds, but all of you clearly tried to devour Yun's fire seed first. Later on, you were simply paid back in your own coin. That is a dispute between you and Yun, it has nothing to do with my Ninely Magus Empire. You can settle it with Yun, said Ninely Magus Maiden. She came to a pause before she continued. However, my Ninely Magus Empire is indebted to Yun as he is the only person that can complete my Ninely Magus Empire's array. He is considered a distinguished guest of my Ninely Magus Empire, so no matter what faction it is that wants to go after Yun, they should be prepared to have their factions decimated. Ninely Magus Maiden's slow speech left all the alchemists present astounded. Someone could actually think that way? The grudge was between the three alchemist sages and Yun. Their Ninely Magus Empire claimed neutrality in that. But if the three alchemist sages wanted to settle scores with Yun, the Ninely Magus Empire would take action to protect Yun. That was just too high-handed. Please leave. We won't be seeing you off. Aged Blackrock directly gave the order for them to leave. Good. Very good. All of you and Yun did very well. Alchemist Sage Purple Gold's expression was contorted. When the alchemists saw Alchemist Sage Purple Gold's expression, they were worried that he would turn deranged from his fury. After all, if they were in his shoes, they would probably go crazy. I will definitely not forget what happened here today, said Alchemist Sage Purple Gold through gritted teeth. Patriarch Pilhart's expression was as black as a wax bottom. He abruptly turned and flew away without turning his head back. He didn't even look at his disciples. Patriarch Pilhart was afraid that he would die from rage if he stayed there for even an additional second. Almingine could not stand it either. He had disgraced himself sufficiently today. In the Ninely Magus Empire's territory, he could not do a thing despite his indignation. Purple Gold, aren't you leaving? The corners of Aged Blackrock's mouth revealed a sarcastic smile as he looked at Alchemist Sage Purple Gold. The gloomy-looking Alchemist Sage Purple Gold caught Aged Blackrock's gaze and was caught unaware by a chill. Let us leave. Alchemist Sage Purple Gold said as though he had to force each word out. He would never forget the humiliation he had suffered that day. And it was all because of Yun and the Ninely Magus Empire. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1369, Above Divine Lords. Chapter 1369, Above Divine Lords. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Alchemist Sage Purple Gold flew away together with Alming Een and Patriarch Pilhart. As they headed out of the array, they suddenly felt that something was amiss after traveling a short distance. The space around them seemed to clamp down on them. Oh! The three alchemist sages felt a chill as they saw a hideous-looking old man appear out of nowhere. He had sealed the space around them as he leisurely approached. What's the meaning of this? Questioned Alming Een. Patriarch Pilhart, are you forgetting something? Said Old Snake in an excessively slow manner. What? Patriarch Pilhart suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Weren't you supposed to leave something behind after making a bet with Yun? What? What nonsense are you referring to? Patriarch Pilhart was furious. It was true that he had made a bet with Yun before they entered the array. They had bet 25 kilograms of purple numinous herbal soil against all the manuals the Divine Alchemist left behind, as well as the Divine Alchemy Cauldron. However, the bet was not about fixing the array. Back then, the array was not yet on the brink of destruction. Furthermore, there was a time limit of 200 years. Whoever completed the herb nurturing array first would be the winner. Yun may have calmed the herb nurturing array, but he had yet to complete it. Furthermore, the 200 years was not up. Yet, the old man was demanding he give up the purple numinous herbal soil. I haven't lost the bet. Are you trying to rob me? Heh, are you kidding me? How do I know where you will be 200 years from now? Besides, isn't the outcome already obvious? Yun's completion of the herb nurturing array is only a matter of time. As for you, I know you are aware of the overwhelming odds against you. I advise you to leave the soil behind. After Old Snake spoke, he directly attacked. He pressed down at Patriarch Pilhart with his palm, striking straight at Patriarch Pilhart's chest. By that moment, the Ninely Magus Empire's aged Blackrock and High Priest had chased up to them. However, they did not stop the battle. Boom! The Heaven-Earth Yuan Chi suddenly contracted like a cage, trapping Patriarch Pilhart within. Alming Een and Alchemist Sage Purple Gold were prevented from interfering. Instantly, Patriarch Pilhart sensed that his life was in great danger. The hideous-looking old man in front of him could really rob him of his life. As an alchemist, Patriarch Pilhart was not as strong as other warriors his level. His strength was far inferior to Old Snake's. Furthermore, he had expended a great deal of energy previously. His fire seed had been forcibly taken away from him and he had suffered mental damage. Considering all these factors, this battle's outcome was obvious. Noticing that Alming Een and Alchemist Sage Purple Gold had no intention of helping him, Patriarch Pilhart knew that there was no chance of him defeating Old Snake. Once he was dead, everything of value that he carried would be taken by the old man, much less the 25 kilograms of purple numinous herbal soil. Pang! Patriarch Pilhart forced himself to withstand Old Snake's strike, but it was overly oppressive. In addition, the old man struck like a venomous snake that deliberately sought out his weakest point. Pwah! Patriarch Pilhart spat out a mouthful of blood as he flew backward like a kite that had its string cut. Immediately following that, Old Snake's palm came pressing down on Patriarch Pilhart's head. Once his soul sea was destroyed, everything was over. Even if Patriarch Pilhart didn't die, he would end up being retarded for the rest of his life. At the instant he vacillated between life and death, Patriarch Pilhart yelled, "Wait!" Patriarch Pilhart quickly retreated as he threw an interspatial ring out. He opened a gap from Old Snake and said, "That's the purple numinous herbal soil you want." Old Snake grabbed the interspatial ring and injected his perception into it. Indeed, the purple numinous herbal soil was inside. Old Snake gave Patriarch Pilhart a sinister look. He was considering the consequences of killing him anyway. Old Snake was naturally not conflicted by the act of killing Patriarch Pilhart. However, it was something the Ninely Magus Empire did not wish to have happen on their land. Previously, Yun had devoured Patriarch Pilhart and company's fire seeds. He was paying them back in their own coin, so it was reasonable. However, if he were to kill the three alchemist sages here, it would be going overboard. If that happened, people would spread the news that the Ninely Magus Empire had hired alchemists from all over the world to aid it because of the herb nurturing array's instability. Then, they killed all the alchemist sages out of malicious intent. If that story spread, the Ninely Magus Empire would probably be blacklisted by all alchemists. It would also stop warriors from ever coming to the Ninely Magus Empire in the future. Since the Ninely Magus Empire was treating Ian well, Old Snake decided to give up on the thought of killing the trio. Although the trio hated Ian and wanted him dead, Old Snake was confident that it would not be long before Ian had the ability to stand up to them on his own. As such, Patriarch Pilhart and company were allowed to leave. Old Snake left Patriarch Pilhart's interspatial ring in the island in the array's core. "Kid, this is the soil you wanted. I'll be going out to look around. Take your time studying the array." Old Snake vanished after saying that. Ian needed a lot of time to research the array. Old Snake did not wish to spend time in the God Advent Tower any longer as it was too boring. In fact, Old Snake ultimately had his own goals. He wished to find a means to cure himself of his internal injuries. And in order to seek them out, he needed to enter perilous lands. There were many places that Ian was still incapable of entering. "Senior, be careful." Ian watched Old Snake leave while inside the herb nurturing array. At his present stage, it was impossible for him to help Old Snake. All he could do was remember the gratitude he had for Old Snake. He would repay him when he had the ability to in the future. As the array turned calm, everything returned to normal. Ian took the purple numinous herbal soil and planted the abyssal red lotus seed into the soil. The herb nurturing array was a land with rich fire elemental laws. It was extremely suitable for nurturing and nourishing the abyssal red lotus. With the herb nurturing techniques that the divine alchemist left behind, Ian was confident that he could revive the abyssal red lotus. Ian was in no hurry to leave the array. He knew that the herb nurturing array would require a long period of time to complete. He might as well cultivate as he studied the array. The people from the Ninely Magus Empire left as the array turned empty and quiet. Soon, it became empty, as if isolated from the world. Time slowly passed as several years flew by. One day, Ian switched the ascending dragon cauldron with the divine alchemy cauldron. The array was set up by the divine alchemist after all. Although the ascending dragon cauldron was powerful, it was not as suitable as the divine alchemy cauldron in terms of compatibility. Furthermore, the herb nurturing array was now working as intended. A lot of the remaining work was now just a matter of time. Ian did not wish to keep waiting inside the array. Ian's cultivation level slowly improved as he made use of the time to cultivate. He had already stabilized the beginning stages of the Supremacy realm. However, Ian had been in seclusion for too long prior to this. Continued seclusion was no longer as effective. He felt that he needed to exit seclusion. After all, enhancing his cultivation level was of utmost importance to him. Apart from that, Ian was constantly worried about Lin Shintone. He did not know what sort of treatment Lin Shintone was receiving in the White Lunar Divine Empire. Having come to the Ninely Magus Empire, Ian was already not very far from the White Lunar Divine Empire. His eagerness to find Lin Shintone turned more intense as a result. However, the White Lunar Divine Empire was a massive entity. Baiyin was even more mysterious and unfathomable. Now that Ian had reached the level of supremacy, he finally felt that he had the necessary confidence to head to the White Lunar Divine Empire and search for Lin Shintone. The Ninely Magus Maiden would often visit the herb nurturing array's periphery. With the alchemist's departure, the Ninely Magus Empire closed its doors once again. It returned to its quiet and peaceful days. The Ninely Magus Maiden felt calm whenever she looked at the herb nurturing array. That day, a figure suddenly charged out of the array. Ian was finally ready to leave the herb nurturing array after a few years. "Young Master E." The Ninely Magus Maiden's eyes had a joyful glint to them. "Thank you. I was merely upholding an agreement we made." "Your Highness, there's no need thank me," said Ian. The Ninely Magus Maiden looked at him. After a few years, Ian seemed to glow with divine light. At a glance, he looked like a mortal scion with no cultivation level, but his bearing was extraordinary. "Young Master, your cultivation level seems to have improved," said the Ninely Magus Maiden. Ian smiled faintly before asking, "Might I ask your Highness a question? Do you know much about the White Lunar Divine Empire?" "The White Lunar Divine Empire?" In terms of history, the White Lunar Divine Empire hasn't been established for that long. However, the White Lunar Goddess Empress has lived for an exceedingly long time. She knows just too many secrets. The White Lunar Divine Empire she established is one of the strongest factions in the sinkhole. I admire her greatly. I would definitely like to meet her if I had the chance. However, she has not appeared for about 10 million years now. It's rumored that she is currently experiencing a tribulation in a secret land. Oh? Does your highness know what the white lunar goddess empress's cultivation level is? She's definitely a godly monarch.
Aside from that, it's unknown how long she has been one, said Ninely Magus Maiden emotively.
The realm of godly monarch was something countless people yearned for.
Once one became a godly monarch, their lifespans would be in units of hundreds of millions of years.
They possessed strength that was completely unimaginable to ordinary warriors. Does your highness know how many godly monarchs there are in the sinkhole? Asked Yun.
He had always been curious about this point in particular.
No, I don't.
Ninely Magus Maiden shook her head. If we are just looking back over the recent tens of millions of years, there has not been any talk of anyone becoming a godly monarch.
However, the sinkhole has such a long history. Some godly monarchs have lived from ancient times to this present day. The existence of such godly monarchs are unknown, much less seekable.
As they have lived for a period longer than recorded history, their existences have already been buried in the annals of history. It's not possible to tell if the accounts in many books are legend or truth. Some of the legendary figures written of in books might still be alive but only thought of as legends.
Living longer than recorded history. Yun drew a gasp. It sounded shocking. Going from a divine lord to a godly monarch was a qualitative leap in terms of vitality.
They were figures that had truly witnessed history. Records in books might become insubstantial or lost as long periods of time passed, but the events of history might be something a present-day godly monarch had experienced personally.
You asked me how many godly monarchs there are. Although I do not know, I can give you a vague idea.
In the entire sinkhole, the godly monarchs that are known, such as figures like the white lunar goddess empress, number only a handful. As for the reclusive godly monarchs, no one can tell you.
For instance, my Ninely Magus Empire does not have a godly monarch.
The strongest figures are Elder Blackrock and my master, a high priest. Their lifespans do not exceed 50 or 60 million years either.
Thank you for telling me this, your highness. Yun nodded. By telling him the Ninely Magus Empire's actual strength, it showed that she trusted him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1370, Approaching the Divine Lord Realm. Chapter 1370, Approaching the Divine Lord Realm. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin.
50 to 60 million years was already considered a rather long time. The high priest who had lived that long through his capabilities alone was obviously superior to Patriarch Pilhart, who had to rely on medicine and slumbering and blood jade to barely survive 10 million years. Having a long life was a symbol of strength. It was unknown how long Old Snake had lived.
Yun suddenly had that thought.
However, he would find it strange if Old Snake was truly a godly monarch.
He refused to believe it.
Young Master E, why did you suddenly ask about the White Lunar Divine Empire? Asked Ninely Magus Maiden. I plan on making a trip there, said Yun honestly. Ninely Magus Maiden was astonished when she heard that.
You want to head to the White Lunar Divine Empire?
Yes. She was just about to say something, but she refrained from doing so when she saw Yun's look of firm determination. All she could do was say, the White Lunar Divine Empire is just too large. Other than the White Lunar Goddess Empress, it has 3 imperial preceptors, 7 desolate monarchs, and 12 high officials.
These 22 people are the cream of the crop and are at the Divine Lord realm.
My master, the high priest, once sparred with the White Lunar Divine Empire's imperial preceptor Coruscant and failed to gain the upper hand. As for Elder Blackrock's strength, he is slightly weaker than the high priest. Perhaps he is no match for any of the 3 imperial preceptors of the White Lunar Divine Empire.
I see. Yun nodded. Thanks to the Ninely Magus Maiden's explanation, Yun had a basic understanding of the White Lunar Divine Empire's strength.
Basically, the White Lunar Divine Empire only had Bayuin as its sole godly monarch. The other experts were all divine lords. However, there were differences among divine lords. The weakest ones were the low-grade divine lords that did not fuse with any divine lord royal seal. These divine lords were forever stuck at that realm, never to improve again. As for the divine lords that did fuse with divine lord royal seals, their strength would be highly disparate based on the strength and quantity of divine lord royal seals they had fused with. For instance, Felicitous Rain Lord and Azure Yang Lord had fused with divine lord royal seals that were born naturally in the world. That was no trifling matter. As for Myriad God Patriarch, he had fused with more than one divine lord royal seal. It made him even more powerful. Upon coming to this conclusion, Yun drew in a deep breath. If he were to head to the White Lunar Divine Empire, he would be coming into contact with a world more vast and wide than he had ever experienced. He would also acquaint himself with these powerful divine lords. The difference now was that divine lords were no longer an unreachable goal.
Now, Yun had already broken through and become a Supremacy, one realm short of the Divine Lord realm.
And in terms of strength, Yun was already approaching the power of a Divine Lord. Yun had cultivated for less than 300 years at present. It was an impressive feat for typical geniuses from large sects, such as myriad god Regist San Wu, to reach the Supremacy realm by their millennia birthday.
But compared to Yun, they were far inferior.
Furthermore, Yun's actual age was even younger due to his consumption of the River of Forgetfulness. He could be considered a rare genius not seen in the sinkhole for 100 million years. As long as he was not killed before his time, he had a high chance of becoming a godly monarch.
"Young Master Yi, are you determined to leave?" asked Ninely Magus Maiden. She was a little unwilling to part with such a powerful expert as Yun.
"Yes, the herb nurturing array is already stabilized. I had underestimated its difficulty before I broke through to the Supremacy realm. But looking at the array again, I'm afraid without sufficient time and support of my cultivation level, it will be difficult to complete.
I will return to the Ninely Magus Empire to complete the array once I'm confident enough."
If Yun were to attempt to complete the herb nurturing array now, it would require a tremendous amount of time, not to mention the delay it would impose on his cultivation. And most important of all, he was not confident that success was a given. He planned on traveling around to raise his strength before returning to complete the array.
It would be much easier at that point. All right then. Might I ask if young Master Yi is willing to meet the High Priest with me?
Ninely Magus Maiden felt apologetic for the High Priest's actions, despite knowing that his intentions were only to ensure the well-being of her and the Ninely Magus Empire.
Of course.
I plan on bidding Senior Blackrock and the High Priest farewell, said Yun with a nod. Although he did not have a good impression on the High Priest, he did not have a bad one either. He had remained in the array for years, so the High Priest was definitely meeting him once he came out.
The Ninely Magus Empire's palace compound was extremely silent. The High Priest stayed in a lofty tower deep in the palace compound.
The tower had 9 stories and 9 sides. It was covered in ancient ruins and emitted a stern and oppressive might.
Yun even sensed that what could be seen of the tower was just the tip of the iceberg.
There was probably a massive space within the tower with powerful array formations. The Ninely Magus Empire was mysterious to begin with.
It was no surprise that an important structure in the palace grounds would contain hidden secrets. "Young Master Yi, please come on in."
When they arrived in front of the tower, an elderly voice was heard. Other than the High Priest, there were quite a number of people in the tower's hall. They had rushed there when they heard the news.
Among these people, Yun saw someone familiar, aged Blackrock.
The rest were unfamiliar faces, but for them to be there, they naturally held high positions in the Ninely Magus Empire.
After seeing Yun, these people had slight changes in expression.
They had never seen Yun, but they had heard of his feats.
They never expected him to be so young. At that moment, the High Priest said, "My young friend Yun, I thank you on behalf of my Ninely Magus Empire for all that you have done."
Yun shook his head and said, "The herb nurturing array went into disarray because of my switching of the fire seed. What I did to resolve the trouble I caused in the array.
I was just offsetting my faults."
The High Priest smiled when he saw that Yun did not claim credit or remain proud.
"My young friend, you are overly modest."
Although I'm a layperson when it comes to alchemy, even I can tell that the herb nurturing array has experienced a metamorphic change.
It is one step closer to completion. However, this meeting is nothing of importance. I just wanted to give you a few items."
As the High Priest said that, he gently waved his hand. A female attendant beside him carried forward a salver with an interspatial ring sitting atop it.
Yun faltered slightly.
When he injected his perception into the ring, he saw a tiny jug of black liquid. The liquid seemed bottomless, like it led to another world. Yun instantly recognized the black liquid to be the River of Forgetfulness's water. The High Priest had given him that much more of it. Yun was naturally enticed by it. Other than the River of Forgetfulness's water, Yun also saw a tiny abode in the ring. When he probed it, he realized that it was a herbal garden.
A mobile herbal garden? Yun's heart stirred.
For alchemists, there was always the need to nurture many herbs. It made things a lot more convenient if one had a mobile herbal garden.
However, typical mobile abodes could hardly guarantee a sufficient amount of heaven-earth yuan qi for spirit herbs growth.
One needed to tune an array formation to do that. And once that was accomplished, it would become a mobile herbal garden. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1371, Onward to the Seven Desolates. Chapter 1371, Onward to the Seven Desolates. Translator, Editor,
As an alchemist, Yi could tell that the quality of the mobile herbal garden the high priest gave him was extremely high. At that moment, the high priest said, "Not only can this river of forgetfulness's water be used for your cultivation, it can also be used on spirit herbs to accelerate their growth. However, the river of forgetfulness's water is just too precious. Unless the spirit herb is direly needed, it is not to be used so casually." Yi nodded. The Ninely Magus Empire probably did not have much of the river of forgetfulness's water stored. Yet they were giving him so much. The only conclusion he could draw was that the Ninely Magus Empire was prepared to pay a tremendous price for the fate-changing pill. Now that the pill had yet been refined, the high priest naturally had to show Yi some good faith. Besides, the high priest felt that it would only bring benefits, and no harm, to the Ninely Magus Empire if it befriended Yi. Yi knew the high priest's intent clearly, so he did not stand on ceremony. He immediately took the interspatial ring. "Thank you, Your Excellency." The high priest laughed out when he saw Yi accept the gift. He followed up with a question, "My young friend, are you planning on resting after coming out of seclusion? If you intend to cultivate, this palace does have some good cultivation grounds. Heading to the ancient ruins world again isn't impossible either. My Ninely Magus Empire has always appreciated the capable." The high priest's intent of recruiting Yi was obvious. Although Yi was only a supremacy, it was not a problem for him to be made a guest elder of the Ninely Magus Empire. His future were definitely not limited to that of an average supremacy. Yi shook his head. "I appreciate your good intentions, Your Excellency. However, I plan on leaving the Ninely Magus Empire to head for the White Lunar Divine Empire. I will naturally return to complete the pill when I am ready." The White Lunar Divine Empire? It is extremely massive and it is a powerful faction. The high priest was about to advise against it, but one look at Yi's face and he knew there was no way he could convince him to stay. The high priest swiped his interspatial ring gently as a thin piece of silk appeared in his hand. "I went to the White Lunar Divine Empire in my early years. I still have a map of the 7 Desolates. Since you have made up your mind, take the 7 Desolates map. The White Lunar Divine Empire rules over the 7 Desolates and there are some local customs and practices written on the map. It might be of some help to you," said the high priest. The 7 Desolates were extensive and had a complicated power structure. Furthermore, it was the White Lunar Divine Empire's territory, making it extremely difficult for an outsider to construct a map of the 7 Desolates. As such, Yi naturally did not reject it. "Thank you, Your Excellency," said Yi. After he walked out of the tower, he saw Ninely Magus Maiden standing outside. She stood there with her graceful and tall figure, exuding a bearing that was noble and mysterious. As the gentle breeze hit her body, it felt like she would float away in the wind. "Your Highness," greeted Yi after he went over. "Young Master Yi, are you planning on leaving now?" asked Ninely Magus Maiden. She was very intelligent and could sense that Yi was eager to leave. "Yes, I am searching for someone." "Oh? Might the person you are looking for be a woman? I wonder what kind of woman she is." "She must be very, very happy," said Ninely Magus Maiden with a faint smile. She had guessed it from the look in Yi's eyes. It was as if memories were flooding through them. Yi was likely searching for a woman that was very close to him. With Yi's talent, she was curious what sort of woman could match up to him. "Your Highness, I bid you farewell," said Yi as he cupped his fists. Under the high priest's decree, someone specially led Yi to the Ninely Magus Empire's teleportation array. The Ninely Magus Empire and the White Lunar Divine Empire stayed out of each other's businesses, but the Ninely Magus Empire had a teleportation array that led to an area close to the 7 Desolates. It was the closest Yi could get to the White Lunar Divine Empire from the Ninely Magus Empire. It was a super long-distance teleportation array. After Yi stood on it, large amounts of spirit jade were expended and, with a flash of white light, the scene before Yi's eyes went into a blur. His body rapidly tore through the spatial tunnel. After an unknown period of time, Yi suddenly felt his feet plant firmly into the ground. Before he came round, he felt the wind from a strike inundate him. Boom! Yi struck out with his palm. He heard a loud rumbling crash, as if something huge was hitting the ground, before he opened his eyes. Lying a distance away was a black, ferocious tiger. It was panting in pain as it looked at Yi in horror. When it saw Yi open his eyes to look at it, the tiger instantly whimpered in fear. It scrambled to climb up in a bid to escape. "Stay behind." Yi flew up and stepped on the tiger's back. It whimpered and did not dare move, trembling beneath Yi's feet. The black tiger was a massive behemoth, but it appeared to have met its match in Yi. Yi looked at his surroundings, which were a desolate valley. Before he arrived here, a high priest had informed him that the destination of the teleportation array was a very secretive area.
The Ninely Magus Empire was always an insular country and had no ties with the White Lunar Divine Empire.
Therefore, although the other countries in Great Worlds had teleportation arrays that led directly into the Seven Desolates, theirs was located outside the Seven Desolates.
Yi Yun did not mind this at all. The White Lunar Divine Empire was dangerous.
He did not wish to immediately bring attention to himself the moment he passed through the teleportation array.
According to the High Priest, the White Lunar Divine Empire did not really welcome outsiders.
Now, from the looks of it, although there was no one here, there were beasts.
The Black Tiger must have sensed the Yuan Qi fluctuation and came to sneak an attack on Yi Yun.
However, it never expected to fail in its hunt and end up as Yi Yun's prisoner. According to the map, I'm still quite a distance away from the closest Seven Desolates continent.
Yi Yun glanced at the map before stamping on the Black Tiger's back. Big guy, you are quite intelligent, so why don't you be my steed? Let's go. The Black Tiger was too depressed even for tears.
It was the king of the valley, but now it had been reduced to being a steed.
However, it did have some intelligence.
It knew where Yi Yun was headed and knew that the person on its back was not someone it could survive against.
Hence, with a grunt, the Black Tiger pounced forward while carrying Yi Yun on its back.
The valley was located in a mountain range that spanned 500,000 kilometers.
However, Yi Yun stood on the Black Tiger's back and leisurely took in the scenery as they went.
Soon, they were approaching the Seven Desolates. Far into the distance, Yi Yun could see that the path ahead seemed to come to a sudden break. All that was left was a cliff, and beside it was a river of stars. On the other side of the river of stars was a floating continent.
At a glance, it did not seem like it had an end.
He could not tell how massive it was. This river of stars is called the Ruo River.
Ordinary beasts and warriors are incapable of flying across it.
They would be torn apart by the complicated space-time eddies. Therefore, this river of stars is a natural boundary of the Seven Desolates.
Yi Yun recalled the information written on the map.
The Black Tiger was constantly growling deeply and fearfully when it reached that spot. It did not dare proceed any further. Yi Yun threw a hard rock at the Ruo River, which turned to smithereens the moment it entered the resplendent river of stars. The sinkhole was ancient and mysterious.
It spanned an area that was unimaginably huge.
It was filled with countless secrets. Unless one saw it with their own eyes, one would never imagine that such a gorgeous river of stars possessed such danger.
Whine. The Black Tiger was still whimpering. It had suffered tremendously while transporting Yi Yun here. It knew that if Yi Yun forced it to enter the Ruo River, it would rather choose to fight it out with the devil than jump in and commit suicide. All right, you may leave. Yi Yun looked down at the tiger speechlessly.
Then, he leaped off from the tiger's back. When the Black Tiger heard Yi Yun's pardon, it immediately roared twice in excitement. When it saw Yi Yun standing before the Ruo River, it quickly shut up and gave a fearful glance at Yi Yun.
It ran away with its tail between its legs. However, the Black Tiger hid behind a boulder not far away. It secretly watched Yi Yun.
It had been ingrained into its memories, its very instincts, to avoid the river of stars.
It wanted to know if the evil and fierce human could pass through it. Yi Yun obviously knew that the Black Tiger was watching him, but he did not mind.
All he did was look at the river before him silently. Even before I became a Supremacy, a mere river of stars like this would not have been able to stop me. Yi Yun gave a carefree smile as he strode forward and stepped into the river of stars. The chaotic laws were flattened with every step of Yi Yun's.
There was the endless universe above him, and the boundless desolate continent behind.
With that, Yi Yun stepped through the radiant starlight as he walked towards the Seven Desolates continent. The Seven Desolates were made up of a total of 7 continents.
The continent closest to the heavenly South Great World was in the periphery.
When Yi Yun reached this continent, his facial features had changed. He went from his otherworldly looks to that of a handsome mortal scholar's.
Martial Numinous Continent. I never expected to enter the Martial Numinous clan's territory the moment I arrived in the White Lunar Divine Empire. It's better if I changed my looks so that my enemies here don't recognize me.
Yi Yun stroked his chin as this thought came to mind.
In the map's introduction, Yi Yun knew that the White Lunar Divine Empire included the Martial Numinous Continent. It was unfriendly to outsiders to begin with.
In addition, Yi Yun had come into conflict with the Martial Numinous clan back in the ancient ruins world. The 9 transformations celestial silkworm he stole from them was happily staying in his God Advent Tower at present. The White Lunar Divine Empire was just too large. After coming here, Yi Yun did not plan on recklessly searching for Lin Xintong. He planned to use the opportunity to raise his strength. The stronger he was, the greater confidence he had. When he planted the abyssal red lotus in the medicinal soil, Yun had also steeled his heart to use a few drops of the river of forgetfulness's water on it. Yun wanted to refine a supreme-grade pill and was still short of a few herbs. And those things were likely obtainable in the vast 7 desolates that had abundant resources. Yun got his bearings after landing. Following that, he flew up and headed into the distance. A few days later, Yun came before a humongous city. This was the biggest city in the martial numinous continent. It was a bustling city with billions of people living in it. It was something unimaginable to the world of mortals. From afar, Yun could sense the vibrancy. At the same time, there was a massive array formation that drew the surrounding yuan qi over to the city. It worked ceaselessly as it maintained the city's qi flow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1372, Dwarf. Chapter 1372, Dwarf. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Although Yun was given some idea after seeing the map, he still let out an audible sigh when he actually saw the city. It was far bigger than in his imagination. The city's name was simply Martial, derived from the Martial Numinous clan's name. In a warrior's world, a city being named Martial City was a projection of its strength. Otherwise, it would have been something to mock. According to the labels on the map, Martial City was split into 6 main districts. Yun went straight for the first district because it was uniquely known for its numerous apothecaries. Yun was in search of fey bones and other herbal materials needed for the Dragon Emperor bloodline. He wanted to continue refining the pills required for the Dragon Emperor technique. The herbal materials Yun needed were mostly priceless treasures, but with the White Lunar Divine Empire being so massive, it was not impossible to find them there at all. Yun entered the city alone. He did not stand out amongst the crowd that was entering the city. Furthermore, he had concealed his cultivation level to appear like that of a third-story Dao Palace realm person. Even in the White Lunar Divine Empire, supremacies were not commonly seen. And with Yun being so young, he was bound to attract attention as a supremacy. Yun did not wish to be noticed while in the Martial Numinous clan's territory. Yun was planning on shopping around to try his luck when he suddenly sensed a cold and sinister perception sweep through the street he was on. In response, a baffling sense of danger arose in Yun's heart as it left him stifled. He was momentarily shocked as he immediately converged his energy using the purple crystal. Such a dangerous feeling had come so suddenly. Not just that, it was in plain view on the streets of Martial City. Yun lowered his head and quickly entered a tiny tea shop. He found a corner and sat down. He converged all his aura and did not dare release his perception. However, Yun possessed the energy vision. Even without releasing his perception, he could still survey his surroundings with the energy vision. Nothing could hide from the energy vision. Yun saw that most people on the streets were lacking in cultivation levels. None of them were worth his attention. However, he soon found someone. His body appeared like a black hole. It silently devoured the surrounding energy and laws. The person was extremely short, like a dwarf. He wore a heavy cloak and his entire body was wrapped within. His face was shielded by the shadows and it was impossible to discern his appearance from where Yun was. He had a thin force field around him that isolated him from the world. If not for Yun's energy vision, a perception probe alone would find it difficult to detect anything special about the person. The person was likely a divine lord, and an extraordinary one at that. Yun had now broken through to become a supremacy. He had a certain gauge of a person's strength too. Furthermore, he sensed something familiar about the aura that was being released by this person. Who was he? Yun scoured through his memories and there was only one person that matched the dwarf-like height who came to mind. That person made Yun's heart skip a beat. Myriad God Patriarch. He was not dead after all. Yun was inclined to believe that Myriad God Patriarch was already dead. However, there were only a handful of divine lords that he was familiar with. As for the dwarf-like body, Myriad God Patriarch was the only person he knew that met that criteria. Back then, Myriad God Patriarch was dressed up like a red-clothed child. However, his body was completely aged. With this line of thought, the dwarf was very likely Myriad God Patriarch. Back then, Myriad God Patriarch nearly robbed him of his life. Old Snake pursued Myriad God Patriarch and he entered the spatial chaos to witness the old bastard being pulverized. Yun had even obtained Myriad God Patriarch's interspatial ring, but the old bastard actually managed to escape? Yun felt a chill when he came to this realization. It was quite ridiculous how many tricks the old bastard had up his sleeve. He even managed to fool Old Snake. Although Yun was unclear about how strong Old Snake truly was, he knew that he was not inferior to the White Lunar Divine Empire's imperial preceptors. The world at large had underestimated Myriad Godrage as well as Myriad God Patriarch.
Upon gathering his thoughts, Yun felt extremely vexed. Having just arrived in the White Lunar Divine Empire, Yun was unbothered by the martial Numinous clan. After all, the clansmen he met back then were not considered strong.
It was unlikely they could recognize him.
However, Myriad God Patriarch was different.
If he was recognized by him, he might be swallowed whole. Thankfully, I have used the Star Transference Heaven-Changing Book to hide from the martial Numinous clan. Besides, that old bastard would probably never guess that I would come here. He did not do a careful search or the outcome would be unimaginable.
The Star Transference Heaven-Changing Book was an extremely brilliant disguise. Even an enemy an entire realm higher than Yun would find it difficult to see through its disguise.
This was the reason he dared to stay in Martial City. Yun sat in the tea shop while converging his aura, as he watched Myriad God Patriarch leave through the energy vision until his aura was completely gone.
Unfortunately, Senior Old Snake isn't around. Yun shook his head. He had stayed in the Nine Limagus Empire for too long and Old Snake had already been away for several years. It was unknown where he had gone to.
Although Old Snake treated Yun as though he was his junior, he could not constantly stay by Yun's side as his bodyguard. Ultimately, he needed to heal himself of his injuries. It was an obsession of his.
Yun understood this and did not want to constantly trouble Old Snake anyway.
He had to learn to rely on himself eventually.
Young man, do you want some tea? Or are you here to eat something?
While Yun was still having his thoughts run wild, he suddenly heard an old voice. Only then did Yun recall that he had sat down in an obscure tea shop to evade detection. A store manager naturally came to serve him.
Yun sized up the manager.
The old man had white hair and had an extremely low cultivation level. He was only at the Yuan Foundation realm, the beginning steps of the martial path.
That was not considered a very high cultivation level even in the lower realms. In the White Lunar Divine Empire, it was practically immortal. Of course, any country in the sinkhole, even the White Lunar Divine Empire, had many more mortals than warriors.
Most people were unsuitable for practicing martial arts. However, mortals were rarely made manager of a store in Martial City.
The rent in the city was extremely expensive.
Managers were typically at or higher than the Tao manifestation realm. Such a weak elder astonished Yun. Furthermore, the tea shop appeared Spartan. The tables and chairs were made from ordinary wood. They were not made of any treasured wood. The shop sold tea leaves and some snacks, but they were lacking in spiritual energies. They were only slightly better than what mortals ate. Yun swept his surroundings with his perception and was astonished.
Martial City had such a place?
Such cheap tea leaves and food could not be sold for much.
Perhaps few people patronized it. In fact, Yun was the only customer in the store at the moment. He was sitting alone in the corner, as though he was melting into the shadows. The old man noticed Yun's expression and chuckled. He said, "Young man, I can tell you aren't here to drink tea. Did you see an enemy? Continue sitting there and have a rest.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 1373, Entry Pass. Chapter 1373, Entry Pass. Translator, Situlin Editor, Situlin. Yun was slightly taken aback when he heard the elder's voice.
Although he had been nervous, he did not show it on his face. He never expected the elder to guess that he had hid in the tea shop because he had encountered an enemy. This was probably the reason why he did not come forward to welcome him right away.
Yun did not reply to his question and instead said, "Old sir, I am indeed thirsty. Please bring me some tea and food." "Sir, it's just ordinary, bland tea and food. I hope you will not despise it." With that said, the elder went to prepare a pot of tea and some dried fruits.
The tea was ordinary spirit tea, but it took on a different fragrance when brewed by the elder. Yun swirled the tea leaves within his bowl and drank a mouthful.
He nodded and said, "Good tea."
The elder shook his head and said, "Sir, don't embarrass me.
To someone of your status, how can this tea be enjoyable?" Yun put down the bowl of tea and looked at the elder.
Although he was advanced in age, his flames of vitality were not to the point of being snuffed out yet. He still had a few more centuries left in him.
Yun said, "Drinking tea is all about one's state of mind.
Taking that into account, the tea itself isn't of great importance.
Just like you, old sir. You are able to keep a tea shop in Martial City, where each square inch is worth its weight in gold. However, the tea and food you sell here don't cost much. Such a business model should not be able to pay the rent. If you did not have a good state of mind, I'm afraid you would not still be in business. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, the elder gave a wry laugh. Sir, this tea shop is mine. I do not need to pay rent. Yi Yun was somewhat shocked when he heard that. There was no need to ask further. Shops in Martial City were sold for very high prices. The old man was only at the Yuan Foundation realm, yet, he owned such a shop? My son left it for me to run. The elder waved his hand before bringing some jerky to Yi Yun. Yi Yun did not press further when he noticed that the elder was not willing to elaborate. He instead asked, Old sir, do you know where in Martial City I might be able to buy top-grade treasured herbs? Top-grade treasured herbs. If you want the best, you'll have to go into the inner city of Martial City. It's also the 6th city district of Martial Numinous Palace. The palace covers a large area of Martial City. However, getting into the inner city requires an entry pass. Entry pass? How do I get one? Yi Yun had seen special markings around the 6th district on the map. However, the map did not provide any instruction on obtaining access into the inner city. Martial Numinous Palace allows warriors to submit applications every year. After a period of examination, they will release entry passes to the qualified applicants. However, the examination's criteria are rather strict. Besides, the most recent examination period has ended. You will probably not be able to get one. Yi Yun was stumped when he heard the elder's explanation. He never expected the Martial Numinous clan to be that particular. An entry pass was needed just to enter the inner city. Furthermore, the distribution of the passes was such a tedious process. The elder seemed to read Yi Yun's mind, for he said, the Martial Numinous clan is an ancient clan. They have a special blood lineage and some excellent talent. In fact, they do not think much of outsiders. There are some outsiders that have become Martial Numinous elders, but in general they are often ostracized and repressed. More than 90% of the people in the 6th district are Martial Numinous clansmen. The elder said this leisurely, but Yi Yun was shocked hearing this. The elder's cultivation level was very low, but he knew so many things. He glanced at the elder's dantian. He was not a person who had lost his cultivation after being injured. He really was just a warrior with a low cultivation level. He did not have any martial talent either. Old sir, thank you for telling me this much. It looks like I can only seek out other places. Yi Yun did not wish to waste him time waiting for a few materials. He had considered sneaking into the inner city, but there was just too much risk, considering that Myriad God Patriarch was in the city. He decided against it. Yi Yun was planning to pay and depart when the elder said, Sir, there's no need for you to leave. I happen to have an entry pass. I have no use for it and can give it to you. Oh? Yi Yun gave the elder an odd glance. This old man even had an entry pass? Didn't he just say that the examinations for obtaining one were very stringent? The elder said, it was also given to me by my son. I guess you can consider him a member of the Martial Numinous clan. So that's how it is. Yi Yun nodded. He sensed that this man's flames of vitality were a little more vigorous than a typical Yuan Foundation realm elder's. Perhaps he had eaten some pills that extended his lifespan. Such pills could very likely be a gift from his son. The son sure was filial. He gave his father a tea shop, medicinal pills, and an entry pass. Sir, I can give it to you if you follow me home. As the elder said that, he prepared to close his shop. It was just past noon, so when he saw the elder closing the doors, Yi Yun said sheepishly, Old sir, there's no rush. You have only done business for half a day. I can wait till night time. The elder shook his head. It's fine. It's not like there are any customers. My son left this tea shop to me, giving me a place to chat with a few old friends. It also lets me provide the warriors with low cultivation levels who frequently come and go from Martial City a place to rest their feet. However, business has suffered recently. There aren't many people, so it's alright even if I shut the store. As the elder spoke, he slowly pulled the latch on the door. He brought Yi Yun through a few small alleys and into a yard. The yard wasn't large, but there was a towering tree planted in the middle of it. Its lush crown sheltered the entire yard, casting cool shadows and giving off a soft fragrance. It's quite a nice place to live, thought Yi Yun sincerely. The cost of such an exquisite residence in Martial City was definitely high. From the looks of it, the elder's son was quite capable. With the grinding sounds of a wooden spool spinning, the elder pushed open the yard door. A young lady dressed in a flowery dress was washing a towel in a basin of water she had just drawn. She looked about 15 and was filled with a youthful, vibrant energy.
She pursed her lips when she saw the elder enter, as though she was about to say something.
However, she stopped the moment she saw Yun standing behind him. "Grandfather, who is this?" The young lady looked mentally frail and appeared delicate. However, she turned wary when she saw Yun. "He's a guest of mine. He's not a bad guy." "Xiao Xiao, serve him a bowl of tea," the elder said before he said to Yun, "Sir, please wait in the guest hall. Let me get the entry pass."
Yun cupped his fists and bowed.
"Thank you, old sir. Might I know how much the entry pass will be?" "You don't have to pay. It's not going to any use with me. Since I have no need to enter the inner city, I might as well give it to you." As the elder spoke, he walked to a side room. Yun glanced at the elder's back. From the looks of it, the elder had quite a fulfilling life. He had a filial and outstanding son who provided for him. However, he had a nagging feeling that there was something troubling the elder. Yun focused slightly. Out of curiosity, he watched the young girl enter a room. He sensed breathing, albeit very weak, coming from the room. It implied that there was someone living in there. Yun could not help but sweep with his perception. Immediately, he saw the scene within the room. He was taken aback by what greeted him. He saw a pale-looking young man with protruded blood vessels lying on a bed. And the young girl was kneeling by his side, wringing the towel dry after she carefully wiped the young man's body. The man did not seem aware of it. If not for his weak breathing, Yun would have thought he was already dead. The young man was extremely sick. "Father, quickly get up. I beg of you. If you don't get well, what will grandfather and I do?" The girl wiped the man's face as her tears could not help but stream down. Yun was stunned as he watched. "Father." The young man was the elder's son? He recalled the expression of the elder whenever he mentioned his son. It was not one of pride but that of a heavy heart. Yun instantly understood that the elder's son was already bedridden and unconscious. Yun could not help but scan the young man's dantian. He was surprised to see a Dao palace. A second-story Dao palace. In comparison to the elder's age, the young man was definitely not more than a few centuries old. To reach the second story of the Dao palace at that age made him a rare genius. It was quite a pity that such a genius would suddenly fall unconscious and be on the brink of death. Yun felt his heart wince for no clear reason when he saw the young girl weeping as she worked hard at wiping her father's face. Such a young man was the pillar of support for his family. If he fell, the daughter and father he left behind would probably lead a hard life in Martial City. Thinking back to the elder who sold low-grade spirit tea in his back when he closed the tea shop, Yun felt a soft spot in his heart stir. "Sir, here is the entry pass." The elder walked into the guest hall and held a bronze token. The words Martial Numinous were engraved on its front. "Xiao Xiao, why haven't you brewed the tea?" asked the elder. "I'm coming." Xiao Xiao hurriedly wiped her tears and took out some tea leaves and boiling water to bring to the guest hall. When Yun saw the girl's red puffy eyes, he was at a loss for words. He took the tea the girl handed him and fell silent for a moment. He asked the elder, "Old sir, can you tell me about your son?" Upon hearing Yun's inquiry, the elder was stunned. He immediately guessed that Yun had seen his bedridden son. He shook his head and said, "There's nothing much to say. Perhaps fate wasn't on his side and gave him a short life. He had quite extraordinary talent and appeared to have obtained some opportunities. At a young age, he was roped in by the Martial Numinous clan and was simply dazzling. After he gained standing in the Martial Numinous clan, he moved me to Martial City. He even opened a tea shop for me. I could chat with old friends whenever I was bored. Later, he married a gorgeous wife and had a daughter. I thought I was blessed to have such a son, but fortune is fickle. While he was out on experiential training, he was heavily injured, reducing him to his present state. In the beginning, the Martial Numinous clan was willing to treat him, but 2 years ago, the Martial Numinous clan announced that he was incurable. I brought him back home and have been taking care of him to this day. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1374, Wang Mu. Chapter 1374, Wang Mu. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Although the elder seemed to treat the matter lightly, Yun could sense his sadness. His breathing was even shaking slightly. His son was originally treated by the Martial Numinous clan, but they eventually deemed his condition untreatable and sent him home. Clearly, they had given up on him. Upon coming to this realization, Yun could not help but scan Xiaoxiao's father again. He sensed a tinge of helplessness and pangs of reality. The Martial Numinous clan had once favored him because of his talent.
When he lost his worth, they naturally abandoned him. When that happened, his family could only carry his motionless body back home and take care of him silently.
However, what could an old man and a child do?
All they could do was tend to him fruitlessly and wait in despair for his death.
Old sir, let me see if I can help. Yi Yun stood up.
His alchemical skills weren't entirely suited to treating medical illnesses, but it was better than nothing.
He was bound to come up with some sort of solution.
The elder shook his head and said, "Sir, thank you for your good intentions. But if he truly was treatable, the martial Numinous clan would have healed him long ago." However, the martial Numinous clan's doctors were helpless.
The elder did not believe that Yi Yun had such abilities.
But having spent the last couple of years suffering, he still had hope.
It was the reason why he brought Yi Yun to his house. "This is my son. His name is Wang Mu." The elder wiped Wang Mu's face.
The young man on the bed was frail and did not appear like he could last even a few more months. Yi Yun noticed that Wang Mu's veins slightly protruded along his arteries and the corners of his eyes.
It seemed like he was experiencing excruciating pain even in his unconsciousness.
Yi Yun observed Wang Mu's dantian and examined his body for a long while with his perception. Wang Mu's meridians had eroded, and there were certain areas along his meridians that had tiny blue spots. They were hardly detectable without close scrutiny.
Oh. Upon seeing the blue spots, Yi Yun's brows knitted together. This is... Yi Yun thought of something.
He carefully compared the spots on Wang Mu's meridians to the records in the Divine Alchemist's notes.
"Blue shadow grass," muttered Yi Yun. "What?"
"A rare herb that can be used in medicine. As it is hard to find, it is extremely expensive. Blue shadow grass can be ground into a liquid and mixed with deathroot gravel, forming a lethal poison.
After consuming it, a person will be tormented for several years, slowly causing their death. This kind of poison is very unpopular.
Very few people would use it.
Also, it's difficult to diagnose in the beginning.
Only when the victim is about to die do the obvious symptoms appear.
These symptoms include blue spots on the withered meridians, which is what your son is presently showing," said Yi Yun with a heavy expression.
The records of the blue shadow grass in the Divine Alchemist's manual mainly described the dosage and effects. It lacked a long or detailed description of its poisonous properties as it was very rarely used.
He never expected that the young man he encountered here would be inflicted with the blue shadow grass and deathroot gravel poison. "Poisoned? You are telling me he was poisoned?" Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, the elder was instantly stunned.
His son had encountered a mishap while out on experiential training, that was what he was told. Although it was possible that he had been stabbed by a weapon infused with poison, that did not appear to be the case according to Yi Yun's description.
Yi Yun said, "This sort of poison is extremely expensive.
It has two unique features.
One of them is its undetectability.
It's very difficult to notice it in the early stages.
The second feature is the torment. The victim will experience an unimaginable torture.
Most people would not use such a poison unless it were to settle a deep vendetta. And even if it's used, the actual act of poisoning requires time, such as using it as a perfume that is very subtle."
Yi Yun sighed.
Actually, when he discovered that the poison was a mix between blue shadow grass and deathroot gravel, he knew immediately that the old man's son had not been injured because of some training accident. Instead, he had succumbed to underhanded means by someone close to him.
Subtle.
When the old man heard that word, his heart palpitated. His son had been harmed while in the sect.
Why? Why did this happen?
He recalled the period when Wang Mu practiced martial arts arduously in his youth, striking a column until his fists were bloodied. Wang Mu would risk his life for a mere herb. As he staggered down his path, he eventually made a name for himself and entered the martial Numinous clan. No one could have guessed that, just as his martial dream was fulfilled, he would be harmed by his fellow disciples. Upon realizing this, the elder felt his heart wince in pain.
Tears streamed down his face. "Young master, can you save my son?" the old man asked with a trembling voice.
He knew that his request was overly demanding. All he could give Yi Yun was an entry pass.
"It's very difficult." Yi Yun pondered.
"Although I can concoct the medicine, I'm not certain I can find the needed herbs. Besides, he has been poisoned for too long. Even if he was cured of his poison, it would be difficult for him to return to his former self. Wang Mu's meridians had eroded and he had been bedridden for a long time. Restoring him would require large amounts of treasured herbs and a long recuperative period. Yi Yun did not believe that Wang Mu was able to afford that.
"I know. I was just asking on the off chance. I'm sorry I troubled you, young master." The elder sighed. That was probably fate. His son was suddenly reduced to this state after entering a large sect. But what else could he do? It was not even possible to seek redress. This was the plight of weaklings. Yi-Yun did not know what to say. But at that moment, the young girl beside the old man plopped to the ground on her knees. "Young master, please save my father. We just need him to wake up. There's no need to restore him to his former self. All I want is for him to wake up and be able to take care of me. All I have is my grandfather and father. Besides, we can't live like this any longer. This house and the tea shop are about to be repossessed. We. As the girl spoke, her eyes were filled with tears. Her voice also changed from her sniffling. "Young master, as long as you are willing to save my dad, I'm willing to do anything to repay you." "Your house is going to be repossessed?" Yi-Yun frowned. "Isn't this house your father's private property?" The girl wept and said, "It was. But ever since my father fell ill, they claimed that it wasn't. They said that the Martial Numinous clan had only leased it out to father. Besides, when my father was cultivating in the past, he had spent a lot of the clan's resources. He had also used a sizable amount of medicine while he was ill. They said that even the house is completely insufficient to make up for what we owe them. This is truly the superficiality of human relationships." Yi-Yun shook his head. He refused to believe that the upper echelons of the Martial Numinous clan would be eyeing this house. It was impossible they would concern themselves with Wang Mu's properties. However, there were many thieves in the Martial Numinous clan. To them, bullying an orphan and elder was extremely easy. And without Wang Mu, the upper echelons of the Martial Numinous clan would definitely ignore their outcome. Yi-Yun sighed and helped the girl up. He asked, "I'll attempt to awaken your father. However, I cannot guarantee anything. By the way, what happened to your mother?" According to what the elder had said, the girl's mother was also a disciple of the Martial Numinous clan. Why wasn't she taking care of the two of them? "My mother. She seems to have abandoned me." When the girl said that, she could no longer stop the flood of tears. Her body trembled as she cried silently. "She has abandoned you?" Yi-Yun was alarmed. Could there be such a heartless mother? She didn't even want her own daughter and even allowed her to be bullied? "Young Master Lien, my daughter-in-law, has not appeared ever since my son fell ill. If I had to say, she's a fine lady and still rather young. It's only right for her to marry again. I can't criticize her choices there. But for her to not even come and shown any concern. She has even ignored Xiao Xiao. I was originally worried that she had matters that she could not extricate herself from, so I asked around. But a few months ago, people from the Martial Numinous clan came to me and demanded we give up the house. I asked them about her and was mocked. Only then did I discover that my daughter-in-law is about to have a grand wedding. Her wedding will be in about 2 weeks. Now that I think of it, calling her my daughter-in-law at this point is quite laughable." The elder's words made one's heart wince in pain. Wedding. Yi-Yun frowned when he heard that word. She was having her wedding before Wang Mu was even dead? From the instant the Martial Numinous clan abandoned Wang Mu, allowing the elder to bring him home, she had not visited him at all. She didn't even care for her daughter. She allowed the duo to be bullied. It was not something even a person with a steel heart would do. On further thought, Yi-Yun thought of something that appalled him. Wang Mu's wife slept beside him. If she had been the one who poisoned him. However, why would Wang Mu's wife kill her husband? If she did not like him, why did she marry him in the first place? Also, why did she bear his child after their marriage? When it came to warriors, they could seal their meridians if they did not wish to become pregnant. Yi-Yun found many aspects of the matter puzzling. Yi-Yun even felt that Wang Mu's predicament likely had something to do with the woman. If he could awaken Wang Mu, perhaps he could obtain some explanations. Yi-Yun looked at Wang Mu and found his situation extremely challenging. It was not easy to awaken him considering the lack of herbs. All he could do was give it a try. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1375, It's the Choice You Made. Chapter 1375, It's the Choice You Made. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Old sir, please take off your son's shirt. Let me give it a try. When the elder heard Yi-Yun's words, his eyes welled with agitated tears. He quickly took off his son's shirt while Xiao Xiao rushed to prepare a basin of warm water. Just as Yi-Yun was about to feel Wang Mu's pulse in a bid to fill Wang Mu's dantian with yuan qi, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps coming from a distance. Immediately following that, pang!
The side yard's door was kicked open. The wooden door was unable to withstand the force and was nearly sent flying off its hinges. A middle-aged man that looked like the manager of a store strode into the yard. Standing beside him was a handsome white-dressed youth with a paper fan in hand. Behind the two of them were three strongmen.
Old man Wang, why the hell are you still here?
As the middle-aged man spoke, he made his way into the room. Without a need for him to say a word, the strongman beside him kicked open the room's door.
You!
The elder's heart sank when he saw the youth suddenly barge in. He never expected that trouble would appear just as Yun was about to save his son.
Oh? This nearly dead son of yours is still alive?
I told you a long time ago that this house has been left to me. I have been very kind to let you stay here this long. I don't care if your son dies, but don't let him die in my house.
It's bad luck. After the middle-aged man said that, he noticed Yun. He glanced at him and asked, "Who are you?" Yun put Wang Mu's wrist down.
As he looked at the slightly plump manager, he swept with his perception and saw that his cultivation level was very ordinary. He was no one of importance. Instead, it was the youth who was following behind him that seemed to be of some worth. Of course, that was only in comparison to his peers.
Next to Yun, he was nothing.
However, the youth did have some unique characteristics that attracted Yun's attention. The aura in his dantian was somewhat different.
There was an extremely dense aura within it that seemed to project onto the youth's skin.
It formed a tattoo that resembled elephant tusks on his chest.
Martial Numinous.
Yun had previously read a briefing on the Martial Numinous clan that was written on the 9 Magus Empire's map. The tattoo was known as Martial Numinous, a symbol of the Martial Numinous clan.
The clansmen with purer bloodlines would have more mystical tattoos.
Be it the sinkhole or the 12 Empyrean heavens, there had been many races that spread from the ancient times. For example, Old Snake and Snake Girl belonged to a race that could trace its roots to a declined ancient mystic race. As for the Martial Numinous clan, it was an ancient race that had been in existence for hundreds of millions of years.
Their clansmen had a very strong sense of racial superiority.
Upon seeing the plump manager target Yun, the elder's heart tightened.
This group of people acted overbearingly and were completely unreasonable.
He was afraid that Yun would be implicated, so he hurriedly went forward and said, "This young master is a guest of my tea shop. I invited him here to diagnose my son."
"What? Diagnose? Ha ha ha."
The plump manager roared with laughter. "Your son is already a cripple and lingering on his last breath.
Yet, you still think he can be saved? Are you trying to make me die from laughing?"
The youth beside the plump manager sized up Yun before looking back at Wang Mu's father.
He chuckled and said, "Are you Wang Mu's father? You look like an elderly farmer."
Wang Mu's talent was so good, but his father is a useless piece of old junk.
What a pity. The youth's tone was extremely biting.
It was merciless mockery. In fact, he was an intersect disciple of the Martial Numinous clan. He had a strong background and, with his status, he thought nothing of Wang Mu's house.
The person that wanted Wang Mu's house was the fat manager.
As for the youth, he was only here to see Wang Mu in an abject state. Back when Wang Mu entered the Martial Numinous clan, he had astounding talent and was highly appreciated by one of the clan's elders. He gave Wang Mu many resources, incurring the envy of the other young disciples. For that, this youth had come specially here just to see Wang Mu in his half-dead state. Someone of low birth naturally has limited knowledge. It's laughable that he even sought a good-for-nothing mortal-born traveler to Martial City in hopes of healing his son. The term mortal-born was the way the Martial Numinous clan addressed ordinary humans. Yun previously learned that Martial City's Martial Numinous clan was xenophobic, therefore, he was not surprised by the youth's remarks. In response, he smiled faintly and slowly raised his hand.
Pa!
With a crisp sound, Yun struck out as fast as lightning. The plump manager felt his vision blur before he felt an intense pain from his face. His entire body was sent flying as he spun in midair like a top.
Pang!
The plump manager crashed into the ground as his mouth bubbled with blood.
He had even spewed out 7 or 8 bloody teeth. Yun's slap had nearly destroyed half his face. He was even blinded in his right eye. Ah!
The plump manager cried out in pain.
He looked viciously at Yun in disbelief.
He never expected a mortal blood to strike him directly in Martial City.
"Young master, you shouldn't do that."
The elder turned anxious when he saw the situation play out. He never expected Yun to be this rash. Although the plump manager had a low cultivation level, he was still a member of the Martial Numinous clan. The youth also looked like a genius of the Martial Numinous clan.
Beating them up would lead to unimaginable circumstances.
Although Yun had considerable strength, it seemed impossible for him to take on the martial numinous clan.
You are truly heedless of consequences.
Despite seeing him slap the plump manager to near death, the youth with the paper fan did not look at Yun with anger but with pity. To him, the plump manager was only one of his many inconsequential underlings.
A mortal born that just came to Marshall City does not know who it belongs to. Do you know how you could be killed for that? Perhaps the level of misery is something you can't even imagine. Just as the youth finished saying that, "Pa!" Another slap was delivered by Yun at a speed 10 times faster than the first.
The youth's look of pity had yet to change before the right side of his face was struck. An identical attack that did not even differ in the target spot happened. The youth cried out tragically and, like the plump manager, spun more than a dozen times in midair. He crashed heavily to the ground and the right side of his face was completely covered in blood. Yun had made this blow worse than one he gave to the plump manager. Not only was the right half of the youth's face a mangled mass of blood and flesh, even his bone could be seen. All his teeth, save for a few molars on the left side of his mouth, had fallen off.
However, this youth had some resistance after all.
Although he had been beaten into such a tragic state, he remained conscious. His hair was disheveled as he nearly went mad.
"Little bastard, how dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? Kill him! Kill him!"
The youth pointed at Yun as the three strongmen behind him charged forward.
They cooperated very well.
One of them aimed at Yun's head, the other at Yun's heart, and the last one aimed at Yun's dantian.
The three attacked from 3 different directions, aiming at Yun's 3 major vital spots.
Their attacks were striking to kill.
But following that, Yun's figure instantly vanished.
An azure blue sword tore through the void, slicing a trajectory of death.
Shoo! 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 The 3 trajectories penetrated the trio's chests.
They found themselves unable to breathe as ice began forming on their skin, turning them into ice sculptures.
What?
The youth was terrified instantly.
His subordinates had yet to die, for they still had some vitality in them. However, none of them could move.
Furthermore, Yun had done all of this in a blink of an eye.
Why did this happen? Why was a random mortal-born punk he spontaneously encountered so powerful?
And at that moment, the youth felt his neck turn cold. A sword was aimed at his throat like an ice snake. The youth's breathing stagnated at that instant. This was the first time he was held hostage under a sword. Although he was afraid, he was not completely shocked out of his wits. His rationale told him that the mortal born in front of him was probably not daring enough to kill him.
Yun held Mirage Snow and said, "Sign a soul contract with me. If not, this day next year will be the day of your death anniversary." A soul contract?
Upon hearing this, the youth heaved a sigh of relief.
He knew why Yun wanted a soul contract signed.
He was afraid of killing him and also afraid that news would leak. By signing a soul contract, the secret could be kept under wraps.
However, how could he assent to Yun's wishes?
He sneered and said, "What a joke.
An inferior mortal born actually dares an attempt to enslave me. Do you know who I am?
Your strength is only a result of you cultivating longer. You probably have some mystic technique that retains your youthful looks. You are merely an ant to the martial numinous clan. You best release me now or I will extract your soul and let you die a tragic and painful death."
Is that so? I was planning on letting you live.
Since you have chosen death, I'll grant it to you.
With that said, Yun lifted his hand once again. "You! What are you doing?"
The youth was given a fright as he felt extreme danger.
Wait. It's the choice you made." With that said, Yun struck down heavily with his palm. Pa!
There was a loud explosion as Yun's palm smacked the left side of the youth's face.
However, this strike did not mangle his face like before.
Instead, his body trembled suddenly and his eyes instantly glazed over, losing all light in them.
Yun's slap had shattered the youth's soul sea.
At the same time, a mere thought from Yun caused the 3 ice sculptures behind the youth to shatter. They fell to the ground as pools of water. The 3 strongmen that had been frozen were obliterated as a result.
Following that, Yun casually took out a green jar from his interspatial ring.
Although Myriad God Patriarch was in the city, as long as he did not openly confront others and only caused tiny waves, Yun could remain undetected as long as he left no evidence. No matter how imaginative Myriad God Patriarch was, there was no way he would link this matter to him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1376, Heaven Refinement Pavilion. Chapter 1376, Heaven Refinement Pavilion.
Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. Young master, why did you? The color in the elder's face drained.
He never imagined that Yi Yun would act so ruthlessly and decisively by killing everyone.
Yi Yun did not turn to face the elder but said, "There's no need to panic. I will clean up this mess." Clean up? The elder was taken aback. How could the situation be cleaned up when it was in such a dire state? However, he wasn't too worried about the martial numinous clan's revenge. After all, his son's days were numbered and his own life was of no importance. The only thing that truly worried him was his young granddaughter Xiao Xiao. She had limitless possibilities ahead of her. He did not wish for her to die young. The elder was at a loss as to what to do when he saw Yi Yun suddenly smack the green jar in his hand. A green smoke flew out of the jar, manifesting into a ferocious face that had bared fangs. This is... The elder's eyelids twitched. The green face was nothing less than a demon. "Master, what do you need of me?"
"Search his soul," said Yi Yun simply.
Poison Demon cried out as he pounced onto the youth. Although Yi Yun had destroyed his soul scattered memories could still be dredged up before the soul completely dissipated.
And when it came to searching souls, Poison Demon was an expert. The information obtained would be a lot more detailed than if Yi Yun were to do so. At that moment, the manager-like middle-aged man regained consciousness. When he saw the youth's soul being searched, he was frightened out of his wits. Yi Yun gave the plump manager a glance and was just about to finish him off when he suddenly noticed that Xiao Xiao was glaring at the plump manager with eyes filled with hate.
Yi Yun's heart stirred. The scene in front of them was a rather bloody one. Yi Yun originally believed that a young lady of about 16 years of age would turn pale from such a shocking scene, yet she was able to take it all in. An environment influenced a person greatly. Even a weak young lady would have her bloodthirstiness triggered by tragic enough circumstances. Yi Yun asked Xiao Xiao, "Do you hate him?" "Yes, they were the ones who harmed my father." "Have this." Yi Yun casually swiped his interspatial ring and handed a short sword to Xiao Xiao. It was a short sword Yi Yun obtained from Tsong Wu. As a Supremacy short sword, it was naturally of very high quality. "I'm giving this sword to you. You can be the one to kill him." Xiao Xiao received the sword. Hands trembling, she grabbed the blade, which cut her hands and left blood on the ice-cold blade. Xiao Xiao took a deep breath as she put all her strength into plunging the sword into the plump manager's chest. Pwah! The sword penetrated his body as his eyes went wide. After convulsing a few times, he took his last breath. Xiao Xiao drew out the sword as she panted heavily. The strike seemed to have enervated her strength. Yi Yun gave an approving nod. In this world where strength reigned supreme, such fierceness made it easier to survive. A frail and kind girl could survive if she had a powerful background, if not, she would only end in tragedy. At that moment, Yi Yun could not help but size up Xiao Xiao carefully. He was surprised to discover that the girl's constitution was not bad. Furthermore, she had a unique bloodline in her. Oh? Yi Yun was puzzled. According to the elder's recount, Wang Mu was of ordinary birth. The elder was also a mortal born through and through. They did not seem to have any special bloodlines. Could the girl's bloodline come from her mother? What sort of person was Wang Mu's wife? Regardless, the girl named Xiao Xiao showed potential for practicing martial arts when it came to her talent and character. If she were to join a sect, she was bound to develop her toughness into martial strength. The items in this ring are yours to keep. Yi Yun casually produced an interspatial ring and handed it to Xiao Xiao. The items in it were some spoils of war he had received. They were of no use to him but would give a young girl that was just entering the path of martial arts tremendous help. "Young master, this." Xiao Xiao looked at the interspatial ring. She had cultivated as a child with Wang Mu. She had cultivated to the most basic stage, enough to probe the items in the interspatial ring. She could sense that the items Yi Yun had given her were extremely precious. These are some things to help you build up your foundation. In the future, your growth will depend on yourself. Your father might not awaken, after all. When Yi Yun finished saying that, Poison Demon was done searching the soul and passed the information to Yi Yun. The dead youth's name was Li Yunfeng. In his fragmented memories, Poison Demon found quite a bit of information about the martial numinous clan. Oh? This Li Yunfeng's father Li Zhouxiu is actually a top alchemist in the martial numinous clan. Yi Yun was quite surprised. Li Yunfeng had quite a stunning background. His father held a high post in the martial numinous clan and controlled a lot of the clan's resources. That was actually why Li Yunfeng had such a cultivation level at such a young age. His father had provided him a large number of resources. Unfortunately, he had crossed Yi Yun, who was on a completely different level.
The martial numinous clan's alchemical methods were considered above average. The pills the clan's alchemists produced alone were insufficient to meet the martial numinous clan's demands. Therefore, the martial numinous clan needed to trade pills with external factions. Internally, the martial numinous clan had a place known as the Heaven Refinement Pavilion. It sold all sorts of treasured herbs. According to Li Yunfeng's memories, it housed many herbs that Yi Yun was interested in. As such, Yi Yun decided that he had to visit the Heaven Refinement Pavilion at once. Having thought through this, Yi Yun flicked his finger, sending a few fireballs out. He incinerated the 5 corpses and the ashes scattered into the wind.
Following that, a tiny pagoda appeared in Yi Yun's hand. Do not resist. Enter it directly. Once I settle this whole matter, I will bring you out of the city and settle you down in a safe area. As Yi Yun spoke, the tiny pagoda expanded rapidly.
The elder in Xiaoxiao felt a suction.
The elder was quite knowledgeable and immediately knew that it was an abode-type artifact. He did not resist it and was sucked into the God Advent Tower. Following that, Yi Yun fed Wang Mu a pill that temporarily sealed his vitality. He placed Wang Mu into the God Advent Tower for he could not treat Wang Mu at this time. After finishing all of this, Yi Yun's appearance changed once again. His body became thinner as his appearance became more ordinary. He looked like the average man on the street and his cultivation level was once again reduced to the first-story Dao Palace. After that, Yi Yun transformed into a wisp of blue smoke, vanishing from the house. Even if the martial numinous clan reacted quickly, it would be very difficult for them to pin the blame on him. And at that moment, in martial numinous palace, a white life slip cracked sharply and broke into 2. The female attendants who were in charge of watching the life slips turned pale instantly.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1377, Martial Numinous Palace. Chapter 1377, Martial Numinous Palace. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. What? Fonger's life slip has shattered.
In a picturesque garden in martial numinous palace, a meditating middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes looked like those of a wild beast that was about to swallow a person whole. They burned as he stared intently at the broken jade slip in the maidservant's hands. She held her breath, afraid that the middle-aged man would direct his anger at her. The middle-aged man extended his hand and beckoned. The broken jade slip flew into his hand. It carried a wisp of Li Yunfeng's remnant soul, which caused the jade slip to crack the moment he died. Not only that, but the jade slip had a spiritual connection to Li Yunfeng that allowed one to sense the general location of Li Yunfeng's death.
If he was lucky and fast, the murderer might not have left the scene yet.
The middle-aged man looked at the jade slip with a contorted expression. For the martial numinous clan with its ancient bloodline, their ability to reproduce was poorer than mortal-borns. Even as people who could live for tens of thousands of years, they had few offspring.
The purer the bloodline, the more that was true. For example, Li Yunfeng's father Li Zhoxiao only had 8 children.
Li Yunfeng was his most outstanding child. The rage Li Yunfeng's death caused Li Zhoxiao was unimaginable.
And 15 minutes after Yi Yun had left, Li Zhoxiao arrived in the elderly Wan's residence. However, it was completely empty as far as he could see. Ah! Li Zhoxiao roared as the entire house was destroyed by Yuan Qi. Amid the destruction, he swept his surroundings with his perception.
Yet, he failed to discover anything. It chilled Li Zhoxiao's heart, for it meant that his son might have died for nothing. His son had been killed in Martial City, but the murderer was nowhere to be found. The helpless, exasperated feeling drove him mad. As he looked at the ruins of the house, Li Zhoxiao scanned the area with a gloomy expression. He said to the subordinates behind him, "Immediately investigate."
"Tell me where this is." "Master, there is no need to investigate. This is Wang Mu's residence. Young Master Yunfeng had mentioned earlier that he would be making a trip here."
As Wang Mu was no longer a martial numinous clan disciple, there were clansmen who planned on repossessing his house.
And since young master knew Wang Mu, he came here to pay him a visit, said a subordinate. Wang Mu.
Li Zhoxiao's gaze turned cold as he raised his hand to interrupt his subordinate. Li Zhoxiao naturally knew his son's personality very well. It was impossible that Li Yunfeng meant to pay Wang Mu a pleasant visit. It was more likely that he had come to kick Wang Mu while he was down. Li Zhoxiao did not care for Li Yunfeng's reason for coming here, but for his son to die here made the matter entirely different. No matter who it was, the person who dared touch Li Yunfeng was to be skinned alive and tortured for 1,000 years until death.
And at that moment, Li Yunfeng's murderer, Yi Yun, was already outside Martial Numinous Palace.
The palace was a city within a city. Surrounding Marshal Numinous Palace was a sturdy wall that was 100 meters tall. It penetrated the clouds with its black metal construction. The walls looked extremely thick and they were engraved with Dao patterns. After thousands of years of augmentation by the Marshal Numinous clan's array masters, the Dao patterns were already one with the city walls. The moment they were triggered, the city walls would become strongly fortified. Marshal Numinous clansmen guarded the four sides of the city wall. All of them wore uniform silver battle armor and held spears in hand. They looked spirit-like with the billowing aura of the legendary green dragon. Just the way they stood made outsiders palpitate when they arrived in front of Marshal Numinous Palace. Marshal Numinous Palace prohibited flying, so Yun walked straight in.
Entry pass. When Yun approached the city gates, two stocky Marshal Numinous clansmen demanded with muffled voices. Yun showed them his entry pass. The palace's entry fee is 100 mid-grade spirit jade. Yun's brows pricked up.
The Marshal Numinous clansmen could enter the Marshal Numinous Palace for free but demanded an entry fee from outsiders. However, they made it expensive, keeping out poor warriors for they had no way to afford it. Yun threw out a bag of spirit jade and immediately stepped into Marshal Numinous Palace. Although Marshal Numinous Palace was called a palace, it was not where the Marshal Numinous royalty stayed. Instead, it was where the rest of the Marshal Numinous clansmen stayed.
It was like a city of its own. There was a 300-foot wide street that greeted any visitor.
On both sides of the street were magnificent buildings. They ranged from stores to restaurants.
There were many people on the streets. The restaurants also had managers and waiters. However, there were no eunuchs or palatial maids. After searching through Li Yunfun's soul, Yun had a general understanding of Marshal Numinous Palace's layout. He headed directly to Heaven Refinement Pavilion. The towering Heaven Refinement Pavilion was exquisitely built, with numerous floors. The entrance had a plaque with the words Heaven Refinement written on it. The calligraphy was written with a potent flair. The Tao of alchemy could lead to the heavens. At its most profound levels, one could refine pills that defy and overturn the heavenly Tao. But that was only a legendary realm.
The divine alchemist wanted to refine the elixir of resurrection. If he had succeeded, it would have been a first-grade heaven refinement pill, but unfortunately, he failed. For Heaven Refinement Pavilion to have the words Heaven Refinement in its name showcased the great confidence of its alchemists. Just when Yun arrived in front of Heaven Refinement Pavilion, an attendant immediately came to welcome him.
The attendant was dressed in alchemical robes.
He was a low-grade alchemist with a Tao manifestation cultivation level. Heaven Refinement Pavilion's attendants were all low-grade alchemists, which also spoke volumes about its standards.
"Sir, is there anything I can help you with?" asked the attendant as he walked over.
"I'm here to buy some medicine," said Yun, and then he casually mentioned the few herbs he wanted.
Yun wanted to refine a pill needed for the Dragon Emperor technique.
The pill recipe was the only one of its kind, so he was not afraid that these alchemists could make any connection from the few strains of herbs he requested.
The attendant nodded and led Yun into the shop.
Following that, he said, "Sir, please wait a moment.
I will inquire on your behalf."
"All right." Yun began browsing through the shop. The level he was on was likely used for display purposes. He did not see any rare herbs, and most of what he saw were pills refined by Heaven Refinement Pavilion alchemists. Their grades were not that high either. It was likely that the really good items could only be seen upstairs. Just as Yun was waiting, a group of people arrived outside. They were dressed simply and had low cultivation levels. The moment they arrived at the door, another attendant walked out of Heaven Refinement Pavilion and brought them to a corner inside the store.
Following that, an alchemist was invited out.
His alchemical achievements and cultivation level were slightly higher than the attendants but still failed to catch Yun's eye. The moment the alchemist appeared, these people retrieved bags of items from their interspatial rings.
Yun did not pay much attention to them after taking a glance at them.
These people were likely here to deliver the herbs that they had gathered. The herbs they produced were fresh and the alchemists were responsible for evaluating them. From the looks of it, they were herb pickers from the Heaven Refinement Pavilion.
The entire process was something that happened often. Everyone remained silent and only handed their herbs over.
If they were there to sell herbs, it was unlikely that they would have such expressions.
Translator's thoughts. Citulin. TMW has entered WebNovel's premium program today.
It allows a more equitable share of earnings between translator, author, and publisher, so I fully support it for the future development of the web novel industry. These chapters should cost about 7 spirit stones, but can go higher to around 11 based loosely on word count.
There are many ways to follow TMW for free.
Daily check-ins give a random amount of spirit stones from 6 to 14.
Voting with energy stones and power stones gives 5 spirit stones each.
One can also download the app versions of Webnovel and watch a video advertisement to get a random amount of spirit stones, 6 to 14. In total, one can earn at least 22 spirit stones and up to 38 spirit stones a day, more than sufficient to pay for a day's premium chapters.
Thank you to everyone for supporting TMW all this while.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1378, Female Attendant. Chapter 1378, Female Attendant. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin.
At that moment, the attendant that greeted Iyun returned.
Following him was another thin and tiny middle-aged alchemist dressed in black and white. He had a sullen expression.
Sir, I have already inquired for you. Our store has 3 of the herbs you are looking for, ghee fragrance, snakethroat grass, and dragon bloodworm, said the attendant.
Iyun was delighted.
He never expected to be able to buy that many rare herbs at one go. He was pleasantly surprised that he could find 3 strains on sale. How much spirit jade for these 3 strains of herbs? Asked Iyun. The attendant smiled and said, Sir, our Heaven Refinement Pavilion seldom sells its herbs to external parties. Furthermore, our selling price is relatively higher than most.
How much is it exactly? Asked Iyun calmly.
In fact, he was already prepared to pay more spirit jade when he came to the Martial Numinous clan. The person had only said those things to admonish him.
It appears you have just come to Martial City.
You do not have any labels of other Martial Numinous clan stores either. A warrior such as yourself can cooperate with the Martial Numinous clan. Our Martial Numinous clan recruits all the best elites in the world, so you can choose to sign a contract with us and work for our Heaven Refinement Pavilion.
Then, you will be able to purchase herbs at a discount.
Furthermore, by working with us, you do not need to leave the sect you hail from, said the alchemist with a smile.
He stretched out his hand and beckoned as a contract appeared out of thin air in front of Iyun. Iyun's expression immediately turned cold after he swept his glance over it. There were way too many restrictions in the contract.
He already knew that the Martial Numinous clan would be extremely stringent towards outsiders. But he never imagined that they would try to directly recruit him as a servant of the Martial Numinous clan. He had likely noticed that Iyun had pretty good strength for a mortal-born and had thoughts of recruiting him. The alchemist was a member of the Martial Numinous clan and, although he treated Iyun politely on the surface, he was actually very arrogant deep down. When the attendant mentioned that they seldom sold their herbs to external parties, what he meant was that they seldom sold their herbs to mortal-born.
I have no interest in working for you.
For the sake of your business, there is no reason to reject any sales and purchases that come your way.
I'm only here to buy herbs. Iyun directly rejected the contract. In truth, I was being considerate of you because it's impossible for you to afford it.
The alchemist frowned when he was so immediately rejected. He had been rather cordial, but he never expected Iyun to reject his kind intentions. How dare a mortal-born say he was uninterested when the Heaven Refinement Pavilion had taken the initiative to recruit him? He did not know what pill Iyun was planning to refine with the selected herbs. However, one of the items, the dragon bloodworm, could be used to refine pills that aided breakthroughs. It was for this reason that the alchemist was interested in recruiting Iyun. Having a first-story Dao palace on the brink of a breakthrough was quite a good cultivation level. Unfortunately, he wasn't smart. He did not know that without the backing of the Martial Numinous clan, it was very difficult to survive in Martial City. Most mortal-born that came to Martial City would be all too eager to sign a contract with the Martial Numinous clan and work for it.
You can buy them directly too. 2 godly monarch immortal annuli and these 3 herbs are yours.
The alchemist scoffed as he said this with a teasing tone.
Iyun's expression sank immediately.
They might as well rob him if they were going to price the herbs with godly monarch immortal annuli. Those items were at most worth about 40 to 50 million mid-grade spirit jade, not even half a godly monarch immortal annulus. Furthermore, Iyun had searched Li Yunfeng's soul. He knew that the Martial Numinous clan had purchased these herbs at a much lower price.
Just because he was mortal-born, the Martial Numinous clan's alchemists would demand an exorbitant price. The alchemist did not believe that Iyun could produce 2 godly monarch immortal annuli.
He had named that price because he was unhappy with Iyun's rejection of his offer. He believed that Iyun could still change his mind and sign the contract.
Iyun's gaze turned heavy.
Were it not for him being in Martial Numinous Palace, he would have really considered robbing them of their herbs. It was impossible for him to buy the herbs with 2 godly monarch immortal annuli. However, it was also impossible for him to sign a contract to work for them. At that moment, the silence was cut by a sudden loud dispute, interrupting whatever was happening on Iyun's side.
I already said it's worth 5 points.
By the corner, a low-grade alchemist said angrily. And in front of him, a thin and frail girl said anxiously, "How can it be that little?" Alchemist Wang, take a good look again. This fire money grass has 300 years to it. I went to great effort to snatch it from the mouth of the herb's companion, the fire money beast. I nearly lost my life. As she said that, the girl's eyes welled up in tears. Haha, it is true that this fire money grass is 300 years old, but you did not seal the spirit energy within before slowly plucking it whole. This caused its roots to be damaged and made it lose a lot of its energy. It was also not well preserved, so now it's almost a useless herb, said Alchemist Wang slowly. But the petite girl hung her head low as she pinched her fingers. With her cultivation level, it was already life-threatening just to pluck the fire money grass. How was it possible for her to do all of that extra stuff? Yi Yun glanced at the fire money grass and noticed that it was indeed damaged. However, it was an exaggeration to call it useless. He gained a rough idea of how the martial numinous clan's points worked when he searched Li Yunfeng's soul. 5 points was equivalent to about 500 spirit jade. It was lower than the price of fire money grass. No buts. Humph. Based on this count, the amount of herbs you have submitted today does not meet the requirements. As punishment, you will have 2 points deducted. Don't forget, you are contracted to the martial numinous clan as a female servant. You currently have no qualifications to serve others. It's already fortunate for you that you haven't been forced to do sordid acts. Instead, all we ask is that you come to our Heaven Refinement Pavilion daily and deliver enough herbs, said Alchemist Wang impatiently. Ah. The petite girl looked up suddenly and widened her eyes. Alchemist Wang, how can you do that? You even deducted 2 of my points. How am I to survive? As she said this, tears began dripping down her face. At that moment, the watching Yi Yun's eyes lit up. The petite girl looked familiar, but he did not believe that he had seen the girl before. He scoured through his memories and found a familiar face from Li Yunfeng's memories. She is the personal attendant of Wang Mu's wife, Xiaoqing. Back when Yi Yun searched Li Yunfeng's soul, he was informed of the internal structure of the martial numinous clan as well as the situation regarding Wang Mu and his wife. With that, he had identified the petite girl. As the personal attendant of Wang Mu's wife, why was Xiaoqing here? Furthermore, why was she now a herb-picking servant for the Heaven Refinement Pavilion? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1379, Torture Tower. Chapter 1379, Torture Tower. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. According to Li Yunfeng's memories, Wang Mu's wife apparently treated her female attendants quite well. Even if Wang Mu was about to die, why were they chasing away his wife's personal attendant? The attitude the Heaven Refinement Pavilion showed towards her was vile. If she had a powerful backer, would she have been reduced to such an abject state? What are you waiting for? Shouldn't you be leaving now? At that moment, Alchemist Wang noticed that there were other alchemists and customers around. He immediately lowered his voice as he berated her. Xiaoqing knew that the words of a lowly person like her carried little weight. There was no way for her to change Alchemist Wang's decision. All she could do was walk out of Heaven Refinement Pavilion with her head lowered. Yi Yun felt his heart stir. He gave a cold glance at the alchemist who was dressed in black and white. Following that, he walked out of Heaven Refinement Pavilion as well. Since it was plain to see that the Heaven Refinement Pavilion was gouging him, he would be foolish to continue with the trade. When the alchemist saw Yi Yun leave without a word, he was taken aback. Following that, he said coldly, "He sure has a temper." However, he will soon learn that the martial numinous clan reigns supreme in Martial City. He was certain that Yi Yun would quickly realize that it was difficult for him to buy herbs in any of the medicinal clinics in Martial Numinous Palace. At that moment, Yi Yun was already following Xiaoqing from a good distance away. With Xiaoqing's cultivation level, she would not have noticed him even if he were walking right behind her. Xiaoqing's eyes were red as she silently focused on getting to her destination. Soon, she left the main street and walked into a small alley. As a female servant, Xiaoqing stayed in a rather remote place. Her living conditions could not be considered good at all. The alley crossed through many intersecting alleys. Yi Yun locked his perception on Xiaoqing's location as he followed her without haste. Suddenly, there was a scream coming from Xiaoqing's direction. Yi Yun's heart stirred as he flashed. In a blink of an eye, he had appeared close to Xiaoqing. At that moment, Xiaoqing was being surrounded by 2 men. However, they did not seem to be engaging in any lewd acts. They looked fierce but were only questioning Xiaoqing. One of them bellowed coldly, "Slut, tell me quickly. Where are Wang Mu and that undying old dad of his, as well as his daughter? Xiaoqing looked at the duo fearfully. Her body huddled towards the corner of the walls as she shook her head with all her might and said, I really do not know anything. I'm no longer a servant of the Wang household.
How would I know where they are?
You dare give excuses? The other, a bald man, said with a scoff. That Wang Mu is already like a dead wretch. In order to save him and keep him alive, his father and daughter have expended large amounts of spirit jade.
It's quite a tragedy.
As for you, someone who supposedly has nothing to do with them, you have given them financial assistance every month.
You've provided them with food and spirit jade. Do you think we do not know of that?
Yet you dare tell us that you have nothing to do with the Wang household.
Xiaoqing's expression turned pale.
It turned out that the duo had already investigated all she had done. I did send them some things. That's because old Master Wang is advanced in his years and Miss Xiao is still young. I could not help but do something on account of our relationship as master and servant of yesteryear.
However, I really do not know where they are at present.
Did something happen to them? Asked Xiaoqing. Slut, it looks like you still hold out hope until you are faced with the grim reality. Wang Mu colluded with others to kill Elder Li's beloved son, young Master Li Yunfeng.
Now, they are fleeing to escape punishment. Regardless if you do know anything or not, I'll bring you back to Torture Tower.
There, we will naturally know if you speak the truth.
There are many punishments in Torture Tower that were specifically created for women. Just a taste of those punishments is a truly memorable experience.
As the bald man said this, he looked at Xiaoqing and his eyes sparkled with a warped and lascivious look.
Upon hearing the words, Torture Tower, Xiaoqing received a jolt. Her entire body shook, for she clearly knew what Torture Tower was. People who entered it seldom came out alive.
Furthermore, people would receive inhumane torture in there, especially women. They would suffer endless sexual abuse.
No, you can't bring me to Torture Tower.
Xiaoqing retreated in despair, but there was nowhere for her to retreat to.
Ha ha, do you think you have any say in this matter? It's best you come with us obediently. If not, we will need to give you some private punishments here.
There are a few torture techniques from Torture Tower that I have long been eager to try. The other man licked his lips and flashed her a sinister grin. As the duo approached Xiaoqing with burning killing intent, the bald man that was walking in the back suddenly felt a chill run down his back. He suddenly turned his head and saw a young man standing behind him. Yi Yun appeared to be a passerby as he walked over one step at a time.
Who are you?
Upon seeing Yi Yun, the bald man's heart skipped a beat.
He had not noticed any other people around them.
Only when the man got close did he actually realize he was there. Halt! We are carrying out the duties of Marshal Numinous Palace. It's none of your business, so leave quickly, said the man with the cold expression.
Xiaoqing's face was filled with despair.
Although a stranger had suddenly appeared, she knew that no one in Marshal City would interfere with matters that involved the Marshal Numinous clan. However, Yi Yun did what none of them expected. He continued walking towards them slowly as though he had not heard him.
Are you deaf?
The bald man frowned as he took out a token and lifted it up.
We are under orders from the Marshal Numinous Palace's elder Li Jiuxiao.
At that moment, the bald man suddenly saw a blur. Yi Yun, who was more than 10 steps away, suddenly appeared in front of him. His hand stretched out as he slapped him brutally in the face. The slap sent the bald man flying. He turned dizzy as the taste of blood filled his mouth.
As for the token, it clanged to the ground. Pa! Yi Yun stepped on the token and shattered it instantly.
Only then did Yi Yun glance at the bald man. His expression was no different from the one a person had when looking at trash on the streets. The cold man was appalled. The stranger had attacked too quickly. Furthermore, the token was an artifact refined by a refining master.
It was extremely solid. How could it be easily shattered with a stomp?
The ground was not harder than the token. Logically speaking, the ground should have shattered instead.
How did he do it?
Bro, I don't care who you are.
You are in big trouble to attack Marshal Numinous clansmen in Marshal City.
The cold man retreated rapidly. As he retreated, he shouted and reached his hand out to touch his interspatial ring.
But,
with a whoosh, Yi Yun's figure appeared instantly in front of him. He kicked him straight in the chest.
Wah!
The cold man spewed a mouthful of blood. His chest depressed from the kick as his bones shattered. His organs were reduced to mush, yet he was still, unluckily, alive. Immediately following that, Yi Yun returned to the spot in front of the bald man. You dare kill people from Marshal Numinous Palace. The bald man looked at Yi Yun in panic.
So noisy. Yi Yun lifted his foot and stomped down. With a crack, the bald man's neck broke.
He stared with widened eyes as he took his last breath. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1380, Concealed Truth. Chapter 1380, Concealed Truth. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. In a blink of an eye, the two Martial Numinous Palace men were dead. Xiaoqing, who was wallowing in despair just a moment ago, just watched as Yi Yun approached her. She could not believe whatever she had just seen. There's no need for you to be afraid. I won't harm you.
I'm the person they mentioned who killed Li Yunfeng, said Yi Yun as he looked at the pale Xiaoqing.
Ah? You. Xiaoqing looked at Yi Yun in astonishment.
Yi Yun did not fear Xiaoqing leaking news of the murder.
After all, he was planning to take her away with him.
Xiaoqing took a long while to calm herself.
She obviously knew who Li Yunfeng was. A core disciple of the Martial Numinous clan had been killed by the stranger just like that? She stood up and bowed at Yi Yun. Young master, thank you for saving me. Now you are implicated on my behalf. For you to kill people from the Martial Numinous Palace just like that.
It doesn't help to worry about it now since they are already dead.
Besides, I have already killed Li Yunfeng.
They are nothing compared to him, said Yi Yun nonchalantly. It was certain that if Xiaoqing were to have been taken away by the duo, she would definitely have ended up in a tragic state. She might have even suffered a fate worse than death. In that context, finishing off the duo so quickly was going too easy on them.
Young master, might I ask where old Master Wang and the rest are?
Xiaoqing probed carefully. They are very safe, said Yi Yun. Yi Yun was rather impressed with Xiaoqing. She had a hard time just earning a living, but she continued providing financial assistance to her previous master.
Such a faithful and affectionate girl should not be implicated because of his act of murder.
Therefore, Yi Yun had not hesitated to help her.
That's good.
Xiaoqing patted her chest lightly and heaved a sigh of relief.
For some baffling reason, she chose to believe whatever Yi Yun said. Besides, Yi Yun had easily killed the two from Martial Numinous Palace. He was definitely very powerful.
There was no reason for such a powerful person to deceive her.
Let us leave this place first. I have some questions for you, said Yi Yun.
When he killed the duo, he had already released his domain, sealing off 200 feet around him.
It guaranteed that no auras leaked out.
After the incident, there was no way Xiaoqing could return home. When she heard what Yi Yun said, she naturally nodded in agreement. Minutes after Yi Yun departed with Xiaoqing, a group of people appeared in the remote alley. Li Jiuxiao broke the space that had been sealed shut by the domain. His eyes gloomily took in the two corpses on the ground. With an angry bellow, a flame immediately leaped forward and enveloped the two corpses.
Good for nothings.
Li Jiuxiao thought angrily. They had failed the simple errand of capturing a lowly slave. Worst of all, the murderer that killed Li Yunfeng dared to kill his men right under his nose.
The lowly slave named Xiaoqing was definitely no match for the duo.
The only possible culprit was the one who had killed Li Yunfeng. Li Jiuxiao felt that he would not be able to hold back his rage if the culprit was not captured quickly. At the same time, Yi Yun had brought Xiaoqing to a remote yard in Martial City. He used a simple trick to conceal Xiaoqing's aura, so as to temporarily prevent the Martial Numinous Palace from tracking her. Young master, can I first meet old master and the rest? Whispered Xiaoqing.
Yi Yun nodded. No problem.
He summoned the God Advent Tower and waved his stretched out hand. Xiaoqing immediately felt a suction. She was alarmed, but she knew that it was a spatial artifact.
She did not resist and was sucked into the God Advent Tower. After a while, she came out of the God Advent Tower. She had a smile on her face, but she was crying too. When she saw Yi Yun, she immediately bowed and thanked him.
Thank you, young Master Yi. You saved old master's entire family.
Alright, I have a few questions I would like to ask you, said Yi Yun.
Young master, please go ahead, said Xiaoqing.
How did you end up in your present predicament? Aren't you supposed to be serving Madame Wang? What happened? Did she chase you out as well? Yi Yun asked directly.
Xiaoqing was taken aback before she shook her head. No, that's not the case.
My madam did not chase me out.
With that said, tears began dripping down her face like falling beads.
Madam has actually been placed under house arrest. I was chased out by the ones who did it. They have switched the female attendants that serve Madam with their people. But instead of service, it is actually more surveillance.
What Xiaoqing said caught Yi Yun by surprise. He originally believed that it was highly probable that the poisoning of Wang Mu was his wife's scheme.
If not, why would she be preparing to marry someone else before Wang Mu was even dead?
But now, it seemed that there were some concealed truths behind the matter according to Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing wiped her tears and continued, "Before I was chased out, Madame secretly told me that she regretted finding the ruin. Life did not have such an opportunity planned for them, so the obtaining of such an opportunity would cause their deaths."
Ruin? What ruin? Asked Yi Yun. If it was a huge opportunity, it was not difficult to understand Wang Mu's misfortune. Someone had eyed his discovery and wanted it for themselves. Therefore, they secretly poisoned Wang Mu and put his wife under house arrest.
Wang Mu was a perfect example of the saying, "No wheel without woe." Xiaoqing hesitated for a moment. In the beginning, she was a little hesitant to tell Yi Yun the secret of the ruin, but on further thought, the ruin had caused Wang Mu to be fatally ill and Wang Mu's wife to enter a life worse than death.
She might as well tell Yi Yun. From what Madame said, it's an ancient herbal garden. Those people already know its precise location. However, opening it is rather troublesome. They have been constantly forcing Madame to do certain things.
As Xiaoqing recounted, she could not help but weep.
She had been adopted by Wang Mu's wife from a young age.
Instead of calling it a master-servant relationship, it was more like a mother-daughter relationship.
As for the exact details of the herbal garden, I do not know anything about it.
Only Madame and Mr. Wang know, said Xiaoqing.
After she finished, she looked uneasily at Yi Yun.
She had learned from the God Advent Tower that Yi Yun had no relationship with the Wang family. He had killed Li Yunfeng only in passing. If old man Wang had not given Yi Yun an entry pass, he might not have received Yi Yun's help. And although the herbal garden was very valuable, Yi Yun might not be willing to fight the martial numinous palace for it.
If Yi Yun did not wish to get involved, it would be hopeless for her mistress.
And indeed, Xiaoqing's worry was not without reason.
Yi Yun would not go through so much trouble just to save Wang Mu's wife. However, the herbal garden was enough to entice Yi Yun greatly. Ancient herbal garden.
For it to be prefaced with the word ancient, it probably meant that it had existed for tens of millions of years or even more than 100 million years. Such a long period of time would typically imply that most of the herbs grown in the herbal garden had withered. And if it were a withered herbal garden, there was no value to it. There had to be something unique about the herbal garden that ensured that the spirit herbs within were well preserved.
What kind of herbs could they be?
If there were truly rare herbs growing in the ancient herbal garden, they would be priceless.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1381, Mind Losku. Chapter 1381, Mind Losku. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Your mistress is presently in Martial Numinous Palace, asked Yi Yun.
Xiaoqing replied, Madame has been placed under house arrest by those people. As for where she is exactly, even I don't know.
However, I do know that the person marrying Madame is named Li Yunshang.
I have always had the suspicion that it was Li Yunshang who caused Master Wang to be in his present state.
Li Yunshang. Yi Yun nodded. The memories he obtained from searching Li Yunfeng's soul included Li Yunshang.
He originally believed that Wang Mu's wife was a vicious woman and had abandoned her husband to seek out another man, therefore, he did not pay attention to Li Yunshang.
But things were different now. Yi Yun asked Xiaoqing a few more questions, filling the gaps in his understanding.
By the end of their conversation, the entire situation became more apparent to Yi Yun.
Li Yunshang was Li Yunfeng's cousin. There was a huge age gap between them.
Furthermore, Li Yunshang was a lot more talented than Li Yunfeng. The two of them were on completely different levels of strength. Li Yunshang was already a candidate to be the Martial Numinous clan's elder.
He was the most highly regarded person in the Li family's younger generation. The Li family was very influential in the Martial Numinous clan.
As the Li family had a very unique heritage, they produced many alchemists.
The Heaven Refinement Pavilion was actually mainly run by the Li family. For both of these reasons, the Li family controlled a huge amount of resources. Few people in the Martial Numinous clan would dare offend the Li family. That Li Jiuxiu is indeed considered quite a figure in the Martial Numinous clan. However, his strength is nothing much. He's only an ordinary divine lord. The people involved in Wang Mu's predicament are all from the Li family. It's very likely that the Li family is responsible for his current state. Yi Yun guessed that the Martial Numinous clan did not know of the Li family's machinations against Wang Mu. It was a secret operation of the Li family's design and only the essential people within the Li family knew of it. Even Li Yunfeng did not know.
If he had, Yi Yun would have understood the entire situation when he searched his soul. After the Li family learned that Wang Mu and his wife had obtained the location of the ancient herbal garden, they secretly disabled Wang Mu and seized his wife. It was all done to usurp the herbal garden for themselves. They did not even include the martial numinous clan in their plans.
I'll take a trip to the Li family first. Yi Yun quickly made the decision.
He knew from his memories what Wang Mu's wife looked like. Furthermore, the Li family was focused on alchemy, so it had few experts.
As long as he was careful, they did not pose much danger.
Thank you for helping, young master.
Upon hearing what Yi Yun said, Xiaoqing's face revealed a look of delight.
From the looks of it, Yi Yun was interested in the ancient herbal garden. If Yi Yun managed to find her mistress, there was a chance that she would be saved as well. Now that Madame Wang's situation was still unclear, Xiaoqing was extremely worried about her.
It's nothing. I'm doing it for my own interests, too. I happen to need some herbs. Yi Yun did not conceal his intentions.
He was capable of heroic deeds, but this particular matter was a challenging one.
It could even endanger his life.
It was impossible for Yi Yun to just sacrifice himself to save others, but it was different when rewards were involved.
You cannot be found by the martial numinous palace now.
Why don't you spend this time with Wang Mu's family, suggested Yi Yun.
Okay, thank you very much, young master. Xiaoqing was overjoyed as she immediately nodded. Following that, she was sucked into the God Advent Tower that Yi Yun summoned out. Yi Yun put away the God Advent Tower and looked around.
With a flash, he vanished from where he stood.
The next instant, he appeared several kilometers away.
He walked casually into the main street and joined the crowds. Yi Yun naturally knew where the Li household was after probing Li Yunfeng's memories. He even had a general idea of how security in the Li household was, as well as where the important members of the Li family lived. He soon arrived at a spot a few thousand feet away from the Li household.
He entered a tea shop, ordered, and slowly drank his tea.
He waited until nightfall before he noiselessly crept up to the wall by the Li family's backyard. With a flash, he directly entered the Li household. A bright moon hung high in the night sky. It draped the ground with a faint layer of silver. However, the bright moon failed to illuminate Yi Yun's shadow. Yi Yun silently strolled through the Li family's backyard like an intelligent cat.
Wherever he passed, space would distort, completely concealing his presence.
As such, even when Yi Yun approached the guards, they failed to notice anything.
The strongest person in the Li family was Li Yunchang's father, Li Qijin.
He was the patriarch of the Li family. Yi Yun would dread it if he had to fight Li Qijin, but according to Li Yunfeng's memories, Li Qijin had been in seclusion for several years. A person in seclusion was fully focused on cultivation, so Yi Yun was not afraid that he would be discovered by him.
Following the layout according to the memories, Yi Yun slowly approached Li Yunchang's residence.
He believed that was where he would most likely find Wang Mu's wife.
At that moment in the Li household, Li Zhouxiao's figure landed inside a yard. He was fuming with anger as the aura he released sent quakes throughout the yard. If not for the array formation protecting it, the house might have already collapsed.
The servants in the yard kept silent.
Uncle, don't be angry over Yunfeng any longer. I'm sad for Yunfeng's passing too.
A somewhat neutral-sounding voice was heard as a man in white walked into the yard.
He was none other than Li Yunchang.
He had long hair and he held a jade flute in his hand. His clothes fluttered in the wind, making him look like a distinguished scholar of the mortal world.
Li Zhouxiao sighed.
If Yunfeng had your strength, he would not have suffered such an outcome.
Li Yunchang sighed lightly and said, "It's truly a pity for Yunfeng, uncle. However, don't let the anger consume you.
We still have an important matter to take care of.
Once it is done, we will find some herbal treasures that will definitely improve your body. Your strength will be further enhanced. When that time comes, you might even be able to have offspring more excellent than Yunfeng.
I believe he will rest in peace in the netherworld, knowing that our family is stronger." Upon hearing Li Yunchang's words, Li Zhouxiao felt enlivened. Indeed, if they found the ancient herbal garden, his strength could improve once again. In comparison, the loss of a son would be something he could view as an acceptable loss.
He could just have another one. Are you done with that woman? Li Yunchang nodded. Almost done. I have already fed her a mind-loss goo. I can control some of her actions.
In a few days, her mind will be completely under my control.
Alright, that's good. Li Zhouxiao drew in a deep breath. His nephew had a myriad of methods at his disposal and he was very vicious.
Wang Mu had succumbed to him without even knowing it. As for Wang Mu's wife, Li Yunchang had used another method. He did not silence her but instead aimed to slowly take control of her mind. He planned on adding her to his harem and slowly using her for dual cultivation. Even Li Jiuxiao felt a chill down his back when he saw such relentless schemes. In the future, when Li Yunshang had fully developed his strength and became the Li family's patriarch, it was unknown what was in store for him.
Regardless, Li Jiuxiao did not wish to offend his nephew.
If he made a wrong move, there might come a time when he ended up succumbing to Li Yunshang's tricks without even knowing it. Upon realizing this, Li Jiuxiao shook his head and said, "Yunshang, have a rest.
I still have some pills to refine so that I can treat that guest." As Li Jiuxiao spoke, he began walking to his alchemy lab.
As for Li Yunshang, he returned to his residence. Following that, a woman with an enchanting figure and foxy eyes walked out from a tiny yard.
"Young Master Yunshang, you are finally back."
The woman helped Li Yunshang onto a couch before she knelt down and began taking off his shoes.
Li Yunshang allowed the woman to serve him as he asked, "Any updates on the woman?"
The woman began massaging Li Yunshang's feet with the perfect touch.
Every need was precise and even had a certain nomological charm. Clearly, the woman was an expert as well.
She was definitely not a useless flower vase, yet, she was willing to act subservient to Li Yunshang.
She's been in a daze all day. She just sits there all day.
I have no idea what's running through her mind.
I see. Li Yunshang nodded.
The mind loss goose effects were turning more apparent. In a few days, her mind would fall under his complete control, making her into a perfect sex slave he could use. When that time came, he could use her to cultivate in his Pure Bliss Sutra. Upon thinking of this, the corners of Li Yunshang's mouth curved up.
Wang Mu's wife had a unique bloodline.
She was the perfect tool for his cultivation of the Pure Bliss Sutra.
Unfortunately, Wang Mu had wasted a perfectly good treasure by taking his wife's primordial yin. Li Yunshang had long wanted this woman for himself.
Meanwhile, there was no one in the yard.
Space began to slightly distort as Yun stood silently there. He had heard the entire conversation between Li Jiuxiao and Li Yunshang. Mind loss goo. This Li Yunshang sure is vicious. Yun looked coldly at the spot where Li Yunshang had stood. However, he would only stir the Li family if he killed him now. Yun turned to look at where the female servant had walked out from.
He would not be surprised if Wang Mu's wife was located inside the small yard. There were a few guards patrolling the yard's interior. At the same time, there were a few female servants waiting by the door. And he could sense a person inside the building.
It was very likely Wang Mu's wife. Since I want to access the herbal garden, saving Wang Mu's wife is only right.
It's not only for me to gain information, it also allows me to repay the favor to them. Yun had such thoughts as he infiltrated the yard without being detected.
The people in the yard did not discover Yun at all. Soon, Yun came to a spot outside a building. All he needed to do was put Wang Mu's wife into the God Advent Tower and secretly sneak away. But at that moment, something out of the ordinary happened. Yun suddenly sensed a cold aura rapidly sweep past the area above the small yard. Following that, the aura rapidly locked onto him. Yun instantly felt his limbs turn cold. Who is it?
Yun had been especially careful in everything he did tonight.
Apart from Li Qijian, Yun did not believe that anyone would be capable of discovering him. Could Li Qijian have exited seclusion? That's not right. Yun suddenly sensed that the cold aura was familiar.
An image that left him stifled appeared in his mind.
The aura belonged to Myriad God Patriarch.
Yun suddenly recalled that Li Jiuxiao had mentioned that he was refining pills for a guest to treat his injuries.
Could the injured guest be Myriad God Patriarch?
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1382, Enemies often cross each other's paths. Chapter 1382, Enemies often cross each other's paths. Translator, Situlin Editor, Situlin. Yun. It was indeed you.
A voice filled with hatred roared angrily in Yun's ears. The voice belonged to none other than the Myriad God Patriarch.
Yun's heart tightened.
He should have realized that if Myriad God Patriarch lived, he would be heavily injured by Old Snake. So no matter where he went, he would first seek out a local alchemist to treat him. It was very possible for him to encounter Myriad God Patriarch in the Li household. However, what truly baffled Yun was that he had used the Star Transference Heaven Changing Book to transform himself. It had never failed him, yet, he was still recognized by Myriad God Patriarch.
How did that happen?
Concealing his body lost its meaning at that point in time. All of Yun's yuan qi surged as he raised his speed to the maximum and charged straight out. He was as fast as lightning, so much so that even the patrolling guards did not manage to react in time. All they felt was a gust of wind blow past them.
Boom!
Yi Yun charged right out of the Li household. Simultaneously, a tiny figure suddenly appeared above the little yard. He was covered in a cloak, with only his aged and abnormal face revealed. He frantically swept the little yard with bloodshot eyes before charging in the direction that Yi Yun had fled in. The heavens have eyes after all. They have allowed me to meet you here. It's all because of you that I have ended up in my present predicament. You think you can escape? Myriad God Patriarch's face was distorted. Yi Yun had snatched the ascending dragon cauldron from him, the thing he had been studying for countless years. The aura of the ascending dragon cauldron and Yi Yun had been ingrained into his mind, two things that he would never forget. Yi Yun had infiltrated the Li family and got just a short distance away from him. This resulted in his discovery. Myriad God Patriarch would naturally take the chance to seek revenge on Yi Yun and snatch the ascending dragon cauldron back. He immediately took off in pursuit when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. His body could not help but tremble. As he had encountered Yi Yun again, the upheaval in emotions was just too intense that it caused his injuries to act up again. A few figures appeared at that moment. Li Zhouxiu and Li Yunshang were there too. Li Zhouxiu was filled with rage and surprise. He had sensed Myriad God Patriarch and at the same time, sensed an aura fly out of his Li household rapidly. Who was it that infiltrated his Li family late in the night without him discovering it? Fellow Daoist Myriad, what's going on? Li Zhouxiu looked at Myriad God Patriarch warily. He already had one hand placed on his interspatial ring. The elder acted mysteriously and claimed to have the surname of Myriad. Li Zhouxiu did not know his exact identity. Were it not for the high price he offered, Li Zhouxiu would definitely not have agreed to treat his injuries. Myriad God Patriarch knitted his brows. He naturally wasn't going to explain how he knew Yi Yun. It would only result in more people coveting the ascending dragon cauldron. However, Myriad God Patriarch still needed Li Zhouxiu to help him refine pills that could treat his injuries, so he did not wish to offend him. He said, "Someone infiltrated your Li household late into the night and here you are, questioning me? How would I know? I should be the one asking you." As he spoke, Myriad God Patriarch's figure flashed. He had vanished into the night as he continued his pursuit of Yi Yun. Infiltrated the Li household late into the night? Li Yunshan's brows twitched. He looked at the tiny yard that Yi Yun had appeared in. It was his, and the person staying in the yard was Wang Mu's wife Yuan Ling. The Li household was large, with hundreds of buildings. It was too much of a coincidence that the infiltrator chose Yuan Ling's room. It had to be that the person was there for Yuan Ling. Li Zhouxiu clearly realized this. He was here for that woman? Could it be that he was the one who killed Yunfeng? Upon coming to this realization, Li Zhouxiu burned with immediate rage. Apart from that person, who else would want to save the woman? This person had killed his son and his subordinates, and took the lowly slave away. Now, he was even emboldened enough to infiltrate his Li family. If not for Myriad God Patriarch's discovery, the woman would have been taken away without them detecting it. He won't be able to escape while in my martial numinous clan's territory. Chase after him. Soon, more than a dozen figures shot out from the Li household, heading in the direction Yi Yun had fled. At that moment, Myriad God Patriarch was already hundreds of kilometers away. He had locked onto the ascending dragon cauldron's aura. Although it was already very far, just a sliver of it was enough for him to watch it intently like a venomous snake. Yi Yun, you won't be able to escape. Myriad God Patriarch roared furiously. His voice rumbled like thunder in the sky as it penetrated Yi Yun's ears. The escaping Yi Yun frowned as he accelerated even more. Every last bit of his yuan qi surged as he suddenly turned into a blur, like a floating light and passing shadow, making it difficult for anyone to pursue him. Oh! Myriad God Patriarch sensed that the aura was rapidly creating a distance from him. He was astounded. Thinking back to Yi Yun's aura he sensed when he detected him, Yi Yun was apparently at the first-story Dao Palace. But now, it was far from that. Darn bastard. He has actually broken through to the Supremacy realm. How is this possible? Myriad God Patriarch found it unbelievable. It had only been a few years. How was Yi Yun making breakthroughs this fast? A Supremacy cultivation level made one quite a figure anywhere in the sinkhole. Could it be because of the ascending dragon cauldron? Myriad God Patriarch rejected that thought almost immediately. The ascending dragon cauldron was definitely not that heaven-defying. The moment he thought of Yi Yun obtaining the Dragon Emperor technique, his yearning to skin Yi Yun and drink his blood turned intense. All of that should have been his. No matter how much you improve yourself, you are not my match. Continue fleeing. The more you flee, the more you will reel in despair when I catch you. Myriad God Patriarch released a sanguine aura as he increased his speed too.
The sanguine aura was strange and sinister.
It resembled a blood cloud in the sky as it surged towards Yi Yun.
He should be heavily injured and incomparable to what he was back then.
After his initial flustered shock, Yi Yun had gradually calmed down. The strength Myriad God Patriarch exuded was much weaker than it was back in the pocket world. If Yi Yun had encountered the Myriad God Patriarch of that period, the outcome would have been disastrous. Yi Yun did not know what mystic technique Myriad God Patriarch had used to fool Old Snake, but for Old Snake to think he was dead, the final strike must have been extremely powerful.
Myriad God Patriarch definitely had to pay a tremendous price to escape from death.
Furthermore, Myriad God Patriarch had already been approaching his end. Such a person's potential had long been expended and his cultivation level was beginning to decline. Once he was heavily injured, it was very likely he could suffer a fall in cultivation realm. After Old Snake was injured, he lived for tens of millions of years without ever managing to recover from it. Myriad God Patriarch was far inferior to Old Snake, so it was impossible for him to recover his peak strength without encountering a huge opportunity.
As for himself, Yi Yun had already broken through to the Supremacy realm. He now had means to defend himself against ordinary divine lords.
After such careful analysis, Yi Yun thought that perhaps Myriad God Patriarch was not that terrifying anymore.
Of course, this was only Yi Yun's analysis. Yi Yun would not dare risk his life to confirm it.
I have the purple crystal to replenish my Yuan Qi and I have the Dragon Emperor technique to stimulate my vital potential.
I refuse to believe I won't be able to escape your pursuit.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1383, Refining the Mark. Chapter 1383, Refining the Mark. Translator, Situlin Editor, Situlin.
A blood cloud was in a relentless pursuit far behind Yi Yun. Myriad God Patriarch's perception was locked onto Yi Yun constantly like a maggot.
At that moment, Yi Yun suddenly tore open space and tunneled into it.
He grasped spatial dimension laws and traveling short distances through space posed no problems to him. Once he entered another spatial dimension, Myriad God Patriarch's lock on him was severed.
It would have been absolutely impossible for him to seek out Yi Yun again in the vast sea of people.
Myriad God Patriarch immediately sensed Yi Yun's disappearance. He was momentarily surprised, but almost immediately, he suffused a cold smile.
Yi Yun had indeed grown in strength extremely fast.
It had caught him by surprise, however, regardless of the methods available to Yi Yun, it was impossible for Yi Yun to escape from him.
Moments later, Yi Yun tore open space and suddenly appeared above a desolate wilderness.
However, Yi Yun felt a jolt in his heart, for he could still sense Myriad God Patriarch's gaze on him despite his tunneling through space and the huge distance between them.
This darn bastard.
The glint in Yi Yun's dimmed. Myriad God Patriarch had likely used a mystic technique to completely lock onto him. Even if he were to enter another space, he would still be discovered by Myriad God Patriarch once he came out.
This made tunneling through space lose its meaning. Yi Yun flew rapidly as he headed into the distance. After a day and night, Yi Yun had already covered an unknown distance.
As for Myriad God Patriarch's aura, it was constantly tailing him from a distance. And at that moment, Yi Yun's speed suddenly began to slow down. After expending so much Yuan Qi over such a long period of time, that little bastard must not have much Yuan Qi left, thought Myriad God Patriarch. But just as he had such a thought, his expression changed into one of shock.
Yi Yun's speed had raised once again abruptly and it was accelerating. He was even faster than he previously was. Could it be that Yi Yun had not given his all previously?
Besides, he should have long been enervated of his Yuan Qi.
How was he able to produce such a surge in speed?
Following that, Yi Yun continued to maintain that high speed. Myriad God Patriarch became more and more alarmed. Such expenditure of energy would have drained an average Supremacy a long time ago, yet, Yi Yun seemed to have an endless reserve of Yuan Qi.
Slowly, Myriad God Patriarch had no choice but to admit a reality. Yi Yun was great at escaping. Instead, the pursuit was beginning to take its toll on Myriad God Patriarch.
He was about to suffer a relapse from his old injuries, ones that were heavily inflicted by Old Snake. And once he came to a momentary stop, Yi Yun would fly far into the distance like an arrow.
How does he do it?
Myriad God Patriarch's eyes were cold. Regardless of how good Yi Yun was at escaping, he was determined to not let him off.
He had already locked onto Yi Yun. No matter where Yi Yun hid, he had the means to find him.
And at that moment, in a mountain valley extremely far away, Yi Yun, who was escaping at full speed, suddenly came to a halt. He stayed inside the valley and all the beasts in the valley prostrated themselves and trembled. As he breathed, his abdomen sounded like rumbling thunder. His mouth and noise emitted sounds that resembled a dragon's roar. As he escaped, Yi-Yun had used the Dragon Emperor technique to stimulate his vital potential. Simultaneously, he had used the purple crystal to replenish his Yuan Qi so as to maintain an ultra-endurance. Even Myriad God Patriarch could not keep up with him. However, Yi-Yun knew that Myriad God Patriarch would never give up. There was still a lock on his body that Myriad God Patriarch had planted. But in fact, while he was fleeing, Yi-Yun had already begun searching his body using the purple crystal. He had discovered the method that Myriad God Patriarch had used to acquire his position. Through a mystic technique, Myriad God Patriarch had planted a concealed mark on him. Previously, Yi-Yun did not have the luxury of time to deal with the mark while escaping. However, he finally had the time now. Yi-Yun sat down in the valley and began refining the mark away. In the remote valley, dragon roars could be heard from time to time, as well as true dragon phantoms flying in the sky. At that moment, the recuperating Myriad God Patriarch suddenly opened his eyes. They were filled with anger. My mark! He could sense that his mark was being refined away. Pa! The mark was completely refined as Myriad God Patriarch let out a dull grunt. At the same time, he lost track of Yi-Yun's location. Damn it! His mark had been extremely well hidden. He never expected Yi-Yun to be capable of discovering it and even have the ability to refine it away. Once he lost track of Yi-Yun's location, it would prove difficult to find Yi-Yun again. He was afraid that Yi-Yun would flee further and leave the martial numinous continent. This thought infuriated Myriad God Patriarch incessantly. He reached out his hand and struck. The boulder beneath him was immediately pulverized as the ground beneath him sank 10 feet. All life within a 5-kilometer radius were killed. These living beings' souls, flesh, and blood formed a bloody mist that surged toward Myriad God Patriarch. He opened his mouth and swallowed all the bloody mist into his abdomen. His corpse-like face immediately suffused an abnormal tinge of blood red. Yi-Yun! Myriad God Patriarch roared as a hideous face manifested in the sky. It opened its mouth wide and bellowed as the voice rumbled far into the distance. So, just as a blood-colored worm leaped up, it was caught by Yi-Yun. He squeezed and the blood-colored worm immediately let out a tragic cry, transforming into a bloody mist. Amid the bloody mist, Yi-Yun even saw Myriad God Patriarch's furious face. However, with a flick of Yi-Yun's finger, the bloody mist was burnt to nothingness. The indignant face of Myriad God Patriarch was also burnt away. Yi-Yun had finally escaped Myriad God Patriarch after vanquishing the mark. It's quite impossible to save Wang Mu's wife now. Apart from Myriad God Patriarch, perhaps the Li family is also pursuing me, thought Yi-Yun. However, it was also impossible for Yi-Yun to simply give up the herbal garden. Inside his God Advent Tower was Wang Mu. I was lacking the herbs needed previously, so all I could do was seal off Wang Mu's vitality. Perhaps, I should seek out the missing herbs to awaken him first. Yi-Yun muttered to himself. He stood up and looked in the direction of Martial City. Be it Myriad God Patriarch or the Li family, they would probably have never imagined that he would dare return to Martial City right after he escaped their pursuit. Furthermore, Yi-Yun was also certain that his judgment of Myriad God Patriarch's present strength was right after his successful escape. This also gave Yi-Yun a little more confidence. Yi-Yun was in no hurry. He continued meditating in the valley for a few days before standing up when he was restored to his peak state. He was millions of kilometers away from Martial City. He conjured a spatial mark and tore open a spatial corridor. Following that, Yi-Yun's figure flashed and vanished inside it. After Yi-Yun left, all the beasts in the valley finally dared to resume activeness again. It was as though a humanoid true dragon had come to the valley over the past few days. The difference in life's natural order repressed them into inaction. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1384, Greed. Chapter 1384, Greed. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. As the largest city of the Martial Numinous clan, Martial City had countless people visiting it on a daily basis. There were more than 10 entrances into the city, and all of them were guarded by members of the Li family. However, it had been more than 10 days. The Li family members no longer had a strict attitude towards their duties. They were from the high and mighty Martial Numinous clan after all. There was no need for them to do chores like guarding the gates. Now, they had been sent here to guard the gates because of an audacious mortalborn. When they heard the news, they believed that the mortalborn was already lucky enough to escape. Under such circumstances, was there any meaning to their guarding of the gates? Therefore, when Yi-Yun walked in front of a member of the Li family, all he received was a glance and nothing more. Martial City was large and Yi Yun had taken a different entrance from the previous one he took.
After he entered the city, he arrived in another city district. Yi Yun did not know how Myriad God Patriarch had discovered him. However, after racking his brains, he believed that it was very likely the Ascending Dragon Cauldron. Yi Yun sealed the Ascending Dragon Cauldron's aura with the purple crystal before his trip into the city.
Furthermore, he had the Star Transference Heaven-Changing book.
He refused to believe that Myriad God Patriarch was still able to find him.
I'll purchase the herbs for Wang Mu first. The herbs that Yi Yun needed for the concoction of Wang Mu's medicine were not expensive.
However, they were extremely rare.
He could only buy them from a medicinal clinic of a certain scale. He asked on the streets, and after learning of a medicinal clinic's name, he headed for it.
Rejuvenation Pavilion. It's apparently quite a good medicinal clinic. It's also a little related to the Heaven Refinement Pavilion. Yi Yun stood by the door and took a glance before walking in. The Rejuvenation Pavilion was a lot smaller than the Heaven Refinement Pavilion.
There were only 2 attendants and there was a man that looked like a store manager behind the counter.
Yi Yun headed straight for the counter and placed a list on it.
I want to purchase these herbs. The manager first took a glance at the list before he slowly looked up.
He was taken aback when he did so. It's you? Yi Yun identified the manager too.
He was the thin middle-aged alchemist he had encountered back at the Heaven Refinement Pavilion. Back then, Yi Yun's appearance had not been seen by anyone from the Li family.
Neither did the Li family know that the mortal born that had failed to buy the herbs was the disguised Yi Yun.
Therefore, Yi Yun continued using that disguise, but he never expected to encounter the thin alchemist again. It was no wonder the people who introduced the Rejuvenation Pavilion to him said that it was related to the Heaven Refinement Pavilion. It was actually run by the thin alchemist. He was only an ordinary alchemist in the Heaven Refinement Pavilion but was able to open another medicinal clinic in the city under the endorsement of the Heaven Refinement Pavilion and the Martial Numinous clan. The thin alchemist gave the list in his hand an amused look before he looked back at Yi Yun. He had a derisive smile on his face.
What did I say the last time?
You would soon realize that the Martial Numinous clan reigns supreme in Martial City. As long as you wish to buy herbs, anything precious will need to go through the Martial Numinous clan.
We meet once again. How about it? Are you going to sign the contract to serve my clan or?
The thin alchemist raised his head as though he was looking at Yi Yun with his nostrils. He naturally felt delighted that he could smack Yi Yun in the face after such a short period of time.
Yi Yun knitted his brows slightly. I have no interest in signing a contract.
I want all the pills and herbs on this list.
Ha.
The alchemist sneered as he slowly twirled his thin mustache. You should really acquiesce to something after having refused someone's first overture.
If you want to buy the herbs, sure.
The herbs you want to buy, especially the autumn pine, can only be found here or at the Heaven Refinement Pavilion.
I won't beat around the bush.
These things require a godly monarch immortal annulus.
Hand it over. With that said, the middle-aged alchemist leaned back as he smiled at Yi Yun. From his point of view, a godly monarch immortal annulus was an extremely precious item.
Even martial numinous alchemists did not have one, not to mention mortal-borns. He did not care if he could sell his herbs. All he did was to entertain himself with Yi Yun. Although he could not identify the medicine Yi Yun wanted to create from the listed herbs, autumn pine was used to heal injuries.
That meant it was meant to save a life and not something that could be delayed. He wanted to see Yi Yun being caught in a dilemma. A godly monarch immortal annulus? Yi Yun sneered.
The herbs were not even worth 1/10 of a godly monarch immortal annulus.
Why? Can't you afford it? If you can't, scram. Don't obstruct my doing of business, said the middle-aged alchemist as he flapped his fan.
At that moment, his words came to a sudden halt as though his neck was being clasped. He was also staring with widened eyes.
A godly monarch immortal annulus had been thrown onto his counter. The middle-aged alchemist looked at Yi Yun in astonishment.
He never imagined seeing Yi Yun produce one.
Here's the money.
I want the herbs, said Yi Yun coldly.
There was no way he was forgetting the alchemist.
The way the middle-aged alchemist looked at Yi Yun changed.
He originally believed that Yi Yun was a pauper, but now, the look he gave Yi Yun was a little strange. The punk was truly extravagant to use a godly monarch immortal annulus to purchase such cheap herbs. He did not believe that Yi Yun was a retard who would buy cheap goods at a high price. It meant that the autumn pine was extremely important to Yi Yun. He was likely using it to save a life.
A thought came to him as he added, when I quoted the godly monarch immortal annulus, it was only the total price of the list of herbs.
However, there is tax as well. We need to pay our taxes to the martial numinous clan for every sale made. The tax will also be paid by you. Add on another 50 million mid-grade spirit jade. The middle-aged alchemist grinned as he stretched his hand out. He was certain that Yi Yun was wealthy and was in desperate need for the autumn pine. It would be going easy on Yi Yun if he did not take the chance to rip him off. The glint in Yi Yun's eyes dimmed. He took out 5 interspatial rings and placed them neatly on the counter. Here's the 50 million. Yi Yun did not want trouble while Myriad God Patriarch was inside Martial City. However, the person's actions had reached the limits of his patience. You really do have it. The middle-aged alchemist looked at Yi Yun like he was a fat lamb for the slaughter. He stroked his chin and a mental imprint landed on Yi Yun silently. Yi Yun instantly noticed it. It was a tracing mark. He did not react to it and feigned ignorance. Go, get the herbs he wants, instructed the middle-aged alchemist. Soon, Yi Yun received a few bags of herbs. After receiving the herbs, Yi Yun did not even give the alchemist a second look. He walked straight out of Rejuvenation Pavilion. With the herbs in hand, Yi Yun left Martial City immediately and acted anxiously. He quickly reached a desolate land that was 500 kilometers away from Martial City. Yi Yun came to a sudden halt when he arrived. He sneered and leisurely turned his head back. A few figures suddenly appeared behind him. There were 5 people, with 4 of them having 8th or 9th-story Dao palaces. The last one was a half-step Supremacy. You sold me the herbs at a high price and even have thoughts of robbing me. Your avarice really knows no bounds. The middle-aged alchemist who had fleeced Yi Yun was among the 5. The others were unfamiliar faces. The middle-aged alchemist roared with laughter. It looks like you aren't that dumb. However, you discovered it too late. How dare a mortal born like you offend me? I'll let you know what happens to those who offend the martial numinous clan today. You are robbing your customer in broad daylight. It's true that the rules of Martial City only exist in name, said Yi Yun as he shook his head. Rules? Those rules are meant for you mortal borns. The death of a mortal born means nothing here. Even if someone were to have his suspicions, they would not investigate me, said the middle-aged alchemist disdainfully. In fact, it wasn't often that he had such thoughts. He was tempted by Yi Yun's wealth. Yi Yun was able to produce a godly monarch immortal annulus and 50 million mid-grade spirit jade without blinking. How rich was he? He naturally could not hold back against such immense wealth. At that moment, Yi Yun revealed a faint sinister smile. Do you know why it took me until now to discover all of you? Upon seeing Yi Yun's reaction, the middle-aged alchemist felt something amiss. Similarly, a man from the martial numinous clan he had brought to aid him said impatiently, why are we letting a person that is about to die speak so much? Attack! Instantly, all them charged toward Yi Yun. Yi Yun's eyes flickered with killing intent. He extended his hand and touched his interspatial ring. His voice also sounded, it's because I felt that this place is most suitable for killing when I passed by it. Che! A dazzling cold glint beam lit up from Yi Yun's hand. The frost beam streaked across space and appeared suddenly before vanishing the next instant. After the cold beam flashed, the first person that charged at Yi Yun seemed to be frozen in his place. A shallow sword mark appeared at his throat. Pwah! Blood gushed out, blasting his head off. What? The middle-aged alchemist was alarmed. The person that had just died was an 8th-story Dao Palace warrior. Yet, he had been killed by instantly Yi Yun. Immediately following that, a few heads suddenly flew out, splattering blood everywhere. Pwah pwah pwah! Everyone he had brought with him had been instantly killed by Yi Yun. Even the half-step Supremacy was no exception. All he managed was to react. He wanted to block Yi Yun's strike, but before his parry was served, his head and body were already separated. Just like stepping a cockroach to death was equivalent to stepping an ant to death, they did not mean anything different to Yi Yun. The middle-aged alchemist stood rooted to his spot. His entire body turned ice-cold as he stood among the corpses. The 4 people had been instantly killed by Yi Yun. Yi Yun's strength was even higher than an ordinary Supremacy's. How? How can you? The middle-aged man felt suffocated. He could clearly sense that Yi Yun was very young. How did he have such ridiculous strength? Don't kill me. I'm an alchemist. I can refine pills for you. Besides, I'm a nephew of the martial numinous clan's elder by. I'll return you the godly monarch immortal annulus. The middle-aged alchemist stuttered. Before his voice faded, Yi Yun had suddenly appeared in front of him. He raised his hand as the sword plunged. Swish! The blade cleaved down and instantly, the middle-aged alchemist's indignant and terrified look froze. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1385, Saving Wang Mu. Chapter 1385, Saving Wang Mu. Translator, Situlin Editor, Situlin. Ian retrieved the middle-aged alchemist's interspatial ring as well as the interspatial rings of the others. Inside the middle-aged alchemist's interspatial ring was a quite sizable number of spirit jade, various herbs, and his godly monarch immortal annulus. I guess he returned my godly monarch immortal annulus and 50 million spirit jade to me after all. In a way, I got this autumn pine as a free bonus too. The corner of Yun's mouth suffused a smile. In fact, even if the middle-aged alchemist had not robbed him, Yun had planned on settling scores with him later in the night. It was not that easy to fleece him after all. However, the middle-aged alchemist's avarice knew no bounds. He had actually planted a tracing mark on him and followed Yun into the jaws of death. He ended up saving Yun some time. What a thoughtful guy. With this, all the herbs have been gathered. I'll first refine the herbs for Wang Mu, thought Yun. He gave the corpses that were strewn around a look before he flew up. In a blink of an eye, he vanished. These people had set off to commit a sordid act of robbery. They had covered their tracks and, in an ironic twist, actually helped Yun by keeping everything a secret. There was no need for Yun to fret over this matter. Yun landed in a valley and set up a concealment array. Following that, he took out an alchemical cauldron and began refining the herbs. It was not difficult to refine the cauldron of pills. Yun calmed his mind and took out the herbs one after the other. He extracted the essence of each one with the purple crystal and placed them inside the cauldron. When it came to alchemy, Yun's attainments had long reached that of a master. With him doing the refinement personally, the cauldron of pills was soon refined perfectly. At that moment in the Marshall City Li household, the entire Li household seemed to be shrouded in a dark cloud after Yun's successful infiltration. Worst of all, he had escaped safely. All of the guards and female attendants acted cautiously, afraid that they would take the brunt of Li Jiaoxiao's wrath. Grand Elder, young Master Yunshan has invited you over. A female attendant carefully came forward and reported the matter. Oh? Yunshan? What's the matter? Li Jiaoxiao's expression was gloomy. His nephew was the only person who he had any thoughts of entertaining at the moment. After learning of Yun's escape, Li Yunshan was still able to look totally calm and collected. Li Jiaoxiao was completely unable to read the thoughts of his nephew. Li Jiaoxiao went to Li Yunshan's yard and asked, Yunshan, what's the urgent matter? I cannot rest until I get some news of that mortal born. Uncle, why are you so bothered by a mere pest? Li Yunshan gave a confident smile as he said indifferently, compared to that pest, don't we have more important matters to tend to? Li Jiaoxiao was taken aback. He originally believed that Li Yunshan had some news concerning Yun, but now he asked in pleasant surprise, Yunshan, could it be? However, he immediately shook his head. That's not right. The mind Losku was only planted in that woman recently. We are still unable to fully control her mind. But will she at least cooperate? It's true that it hasn't been long since the mind Losku was planted, but I did some slight application of my other methods. I previously thought of slowly bringing her under my control to be a sex slave, but after everything that has happened, it's best I kill the golden goose to prevent any trouble that a delay might bring. That's right. That pest has Wang Mu's family with him. Who knows what he might learn from Wang Mu, said Li Jiaoxiao with a nod. The corner of Li Yunshan's mouth curled up as he said, Uncle, rest assured. Wang Mu has been poisoned for such a long period of time. Even if you, an expert alchemist, were to make something for him, there's no way he can regain consciousness, much less that mortal born. I think it's about time. Uncle, follow me, said Li Yunshan. Li Jiaoxiao and Li Yunshan came to a secret chamber together. Just as they reached the entrance, they heard a woman's cursing screams. Be honest. It is your honor that young master has something to ask of you. How dare you defy him? Pa! They heard a sharp slapping sound and at the same time, there was a dull grunt from another woman. Li Yunshan pushed open the door and entered. A demure and beautiful woman was hung on the wall and his seductive female attendant no longer looked like her usual submissive self. She was glaring fiercely at Wang Mu's wife, Yuan Ling. There was a clear palm print on Yuan Ling's pale face. Blood was seeping out from the corner of her mouth as well. Her eyes looked glazed over, but she continued biting down on her lips to the point of making them bleed. I. Li Jiaoxiao swept his gaze across Yuan Ling and immediately, the corner of his eyes twitched. A few long golden needles were stabbed into Yuan Ling's head and temples.
On the other end of the needles, the female attendant had released Yuan Qi from her fingers to connect herself to them.
With every movement the female attendant made, the golden needles would prick at Yuan Ling's soul. The pain was unimaginable.
This was the slight application of other means Li Yunxiang had mentioned. It was truly quite a ruthless one.
Yuan Ling, you really are asking for it. If you had cooperated with us in the first place, would this have happened? Li Yunxiang came before Yuan Ling and said calmly.
Is she still refusing to speak? Li Yunxiang asked without turning his head.
The female attendant immediately said reverentially, she hasn't said anything. There's fine, replied Li Yunxiang. Yuan Ling, your husband is already dead.
I originally agreed to not touch your daughter, but with you being so uncooperative, I will just have to change my mind.
Yuan Ling's unfocused eyes immediately widened. You? Xiao Xiao.
She revealed a look of disbelief. Xiao Xiao was only an ordinary child, yet Li Yunxiang had no intention of sparing her. Also, Wang Mu had passed away. Grief overwhelmed Yuan Ling and she could not stop the tears from flowing down her cheeks. With your current status, you should have long known that it's impossible to resist my Li family. A sinister smile suffused Li Yunxiang's lips. A black worm suddenly crawled out of his hand.
It looked hideous and it effused a strange aura. Your soul is already extremely weak. If I were to accelerate the mind Losku's maturation, what do you think will happen to you? Speaking of which, here's an interesting fact. This pair of mind Losku is a couple. They are intricately connected by love. If one of them is tortured, the other would immediately squirm around in your body. It's just like your Wang Mu, isn't that so? So it's perfect. You can experience the suffering of these two gu. As Li Yunxiang spoke, Yuan Qi arose in his hand.
The black worm immediately crawled around in his palm in pain.
At the same time, it opened its mouth. A sharp scream penetrated Yuan Ling's ears immediately.
At the same time, a similar scream sounded in Yuan Ling's body.
Yuan Ling's body convulsed as blood immediately spewed out from her mouth and nostrils.
Her gaze turned turbid once again.
Unfortunately, this eats away at her lifespan.
Her soul has been heavily injured as well. If this goes on for long, she will even become mentally disabled, said Li Yunxiang wistfully.
Yuan Ling was a good candidate for a sex slave.
However, she had already been maimed. It was still possible to treat her if a huge price was paid, but there was no reason for Li Yunxiang to spend so much time and effort on a mere sex slave.
Upon hearing Li Yunxiang's words, even Li Zhouxiao felt a chill down his back.
His nephew was indeed extremely vicious. He was willing to do such nasty acts even to a woman he fancied.
However, compared to the ancient herbal garden, how could Li Zhouxiao be concerned with Wang Mu and Yuan Ling's outcome? He asked anxiously, with this woman in this state, does it mean that it won't take long for her to reveal the location of the ancient herbal garden?
Of course. The time will come soon, so we need to make the preparations to head for the ancient herbal garden. Li Yunxiang gave a faint smile.
Heading to the ancient herbal garden was an important matter to the Li family.
Furthermore, it had to be kept a secret. The martial numinous clan was not to learn of it.
All right.
Li Zhouxiao smiled with his hands clasped. Compared to the ancient herbal garden, Yiyun was nothing. As long as he obtained the herbs in the herbal garden, he could raise his strength and, when the time came, produce more offspring. As for Yiyun, there was no way he could escape the Li family while in the martial numinous continent.
A day later, Yiyun's pills were finally completed. With the pills in hand, Yiyun entered the God Advent Tower.
Thanks to the concealment array formation, as well as the area being a remote mountain, Yiyun was not afraid that the God Advent Tower would be discovered.
What? Young master, you have already refined the pills for my son? That. Old man Wang could hardly express his excitement when he heard Yiyun.
In fact, he had not placed much hope on Yiyun's attempt to treat Wang Mu. He did not dare get his hopes extravagantly high considering how Yiyun had already helped them. So Yiyun caught him by surprise by having finished refining the pills. It left tears welling in old man Wang's eyes.
Young master, I will never forget your kindness. I wish there will come a day when I can repay you. Xiao Xiao gave a kowtow and said extremely solemnly.
She had already begun practicing martial arts according to the cultivation techniques Yiyun had given her. With her excellent talent, she had already grasped the basics. She was now a true warrior. Yiyun got Qinger to help her up as he said, Xiao Xiao, there's no need to thank me. My attempts to save your father as well as rescue your mother were all for myself.
Yiyun did not say anything fanciful or heroic. He did plan on saving Wang Mu, but now, after encountering Myriad God Patriarch, he had to weigh the odds of the huge risks that lay ahead.
He was not a saint that would sacrifice himself to save others.
Wang Mu has been poisoned for too long. He might not regain consciousness despite consuming this pill.
Young master, don't worry.
My son is already on his deathbed.
If there's even a sliver of hope, it's better than nothing. Young master, please do whatever you need to do, said Old Man Wang.
Yi Yun nodded before he entered Wang Mu's room. Wang Mu looked the same as before.
He was unconscious, but his breathing had gotten even weaker. In just over 10 days, his flames of vitality had weakened greatly. If he were still lying in bed at home, it would probably take another month for him to perish. You encountered me and I need the herbal garden you found.
I guess there is fate between us.
I'll save you this time, said Yi Yun. He extended his arm and guided an entirely green pill that was as beautiful as jade to fly out from the alchemical cauldron. A faint fragrance immediately permeated the room.
Go!
Yi Yun moved his fingers as the pill flew to the side of Wang Mu's mouth.
An extremely pure green stream began surging into Wang Mu's oral cavity.
The medicinal essence instantly melted in Wang Mu's mouth before surging through his body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1386, Ancient Herbal Garden. Chapter 1386, Ancient Herbal Garden. Translator, Situlin Editor, Situlin.
Yi Yun could clearly sense the toxins in Wang Mu's body being purged by the medicinal essence.
Wang Mu's body began to tremble gently.
His dormant meridians were reacting to the newfound vitality. But at that moment, the medicinal essence encountered an obstruction. It caused Yi Yun to frown slightly. Wang Mu had been inflicted with this poison for too long. His meridians were well immersed in the toxic elements. After the medicinal essence surged in, it encountered various obstacles and was prevented from entering into Wang Mu's critical acupuncture points.
However, Yi Yun had accounted for this. Let me help you. 2 wisps of yuan qi manifested as flames in Yi Yun's palms.
He gave Wang Mu a glance before injecting the 2 fire wisps into Wang Mu's dantian.
The moment they entered Wang Mu's dantian, they began to burn vigorously. Wang Mu produced a subconscious grunt as his body began to convulse violently. Having his dantian burned was excruciatingly painful. However, this burning process sped up the medicinal essence's flow.
It also eviscerated the toxins at the same time.
Although his dantian was being burned, it was unharmed thanks to the continual nourishment from the medicinal essence. Furthermore, Yi Yun's control of the flames was extremely precise.
Wang Mu's grunt could be heard from outside.
Old Man Wang and company turned anxious. However, they could only wait since Old Man Wang remained silent.
Xiao bit down on her lips and looked at the door with immense anticipation and trust in Yi Yun. Slowly, all the toxins in Wang Mu's body were burned out of his meridians. They were cleansed once again by the medicinal essence, causing his ghastly pale face to take on a more ruddy complexion.
This process took a day and a night.
It was only the next morning when Wang Mu slowly opened his eyes. He had been unconscious for very long.
He looked at Yi Yun in a daze. You are.
His mind wasn't clear after being unconscious for so long.
It's good that you are awake.
I still have many things to ask you, but they can be temporarily put aside, said Yi Yun. He opened the door and looked at the waiting family members.
Go on in. He's awake, said Yi Yun. That is great. Old Man Wang was burning with excitement.
Xiao could not help but tear up.
Yi Yun left the room.
The family definitely had much to talk about, so he did not plan on disturbing them.
Xiao walked out of the room an hour later. She bowed reverently at Yi Yun and said, Young master, my father wishes to meet you. With Yi Yun successfully reviving her father, Xiao already treated him as a person she looked up more than anyone.
When Yi Yun entered the room, Wang Mu struggled to get up.
Benefactor, thank you very. Dispense with the formalities. Just lie down, said Yi Yun. Wang Mu shook his head.
He persisted as he stood weakly from the bed as he gave a solemn kowtow. He had already learned of everything that happened from Old Man Wang and Xinger. They have planted a mind losku in your wife, but her life should not be at risk for now.
Yi Yun spoke plainly and told Wang Mu all he knew about his wife. Wang Mu's eyes suffused sadness and anger. Darn the Li family.
They take advantage of their power to bully others, especially us mortal-borns who have no means to resist.
They treat my wife and I like ants. As a result, he was even more fascinated by Yi Yun. It showed in his eyes.
As a victim of the Li family, he knew how powerful the Li family and the martial numinous clan were.
Yet, Yi Yun had infiltrated the Li family and found his wife.
Although Yun had failed to save his wife, Wang Mu knew that his wife was still alive at the very least. And now, not only did the Li family fail to capture Yun had even managed to return to Marshall City and buy herbs safely. It was the couple's good luck that they had encountered Yun. He was destined to be a person of paramount importance in their lives. As for what Yun wanted to ask, Wang Mu had already guessed it. Benefactor, you saved my life. I have no problem giving the herbal garden to you. My wife and I are not fated to possess the herbal garden, but neither should the Li family benefit from it, said Wang Mu sincerely. Although the location of the herbal garden is a secret, knowing its location alone isn't enough. Perhaps that is the reason why Li Yunshan planted a mine lasku in my wife. He must know that simply knowing the location is insufficient to find the herbal garden. Locating the herbal garden requires a specific time and special method. My wife and I were lucky and first entered the herbal garden out of sheer coincidence, explained Wang Mu. Such a coincidence would usually be considered an opportunity, but they never expected it to end up being a calamity that plagued them. When Wang Mu mentioned it, he turned depressed. I see. Yun nodded. In that case, it was true that the Li family would not be able to find the ancient herbal garden if Wang Mu's wife did not reveal the truth. Don't worry. I will try my best to rescue your wife, but I dare not give you any guarantees. I encountered an old enemy of mine in the Li household and I'm not his match. However, that enemy is just treating his injuries in the Li household. I doubt he will stay there forever. If anything untoward happens to Yuan Ling, I'll avenge you, promised Yun. All he could do was try his best to save Yuan Ling. If his strength increased once again and he was able to find a way to prevent Myriad God Patriarch from discovering him by concealing his aura, there was an opportunity he could take advantage of. Thank you, young master. Wang Mu kowtowed solemnly once again. He was incapable of fighting the Li family. Wang Mu saw hope when Yun gave him his word. Based on my calculations, the herbal garden will open 20 days from now when both the hour and quarter hour are aligned. Young Master Yi, this matter should not be delayed. Set off immediately. As for the other details of the ancient herbal garden, I'll tell you everything, said Wang Mu. All right. An hour later, a beam of light shot out from the valley and streaked rapidly into the distance. In a blink of an eye, it had vanished beyond the horizons. The Martial Numinous continent was vast and its terrain was complex. There were lofty mountain ranges as well as gigantic plains that extended for millions of kilometers. So, a beam of light streaked across a cliff before arriving at an inland sea. The inland sea was tumultuous, with raging winds and choppy waves. The seawater suffused a deep black color. No birds dared fly over it. One could vaguely sense the bloodlust aura in it. It was unknown if it was a land of peril or if formidable beasts lurked in the sea. The beam descended suddenly before transforming into Yun. He stood on a cliff by the inland sea. He studied it in amazement. The ancient herbal garden is actually here. It's truly unexpected, said Yun wistfully. According to Wang Mu, he and his wife had entered the inland sea by accident before they discovered the herbal garden. If this were any other time, people would leave if they came across the inland sea. No one would stay in a place like this. The person who left behind the ancient herbal garden was unknown. In the long rivers of history, such a figure must have been illustrious but failed to reach the pinnacle of his craft. Therefore, the figure eventually was reduced to nothingness, leaving the herbal garden ownerless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1387, Hornless Dragon Turtle. Chapter 1387, Hornless Dragon Turtle. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. The herbal garden will appear at the specified time. There's only a short window for entry. If I miss it, I will not be able to enter the herbal garden. Yun recalled the information Wang Mu had given him. The opening of the herbal garden would happen shortly. At that moment, Yun's heart suddenly stirred as he looked into the distance. He sensed a yuan qi fluctuation heading in his direction. Yun's eyes glimmered as he distorted the surrounding space, causing him to vanish from his spot. Soon, a spirit ship descended from the sky and landed by the coast of the inland sea. A group of people alighted the ship in an orderly manner. There were more than 10 people. Leading them was a middle-aged man and a scholarly-looking youth. The middle-aged man looked at the inland sea with eyes that burned with excitement. The herbal garden is here. The youth also suffused a faint smile. A look of greed flickered in his eyes. That's right, this place looks just as that woman said. The duo was none other than Li Yunshan and Li Jiuxiao. They were accompanied by many elites from the Li family. They had come to the herbal garden fully prepared. All they needed to do was wait for the herbal garden to open. No matter how stubborn that woman was, she had no choice but to tell all eventually. Yunshan, the methods at your disposal are indeed impressive, praised Li Jiuxiao.
He was indeed very awed by Li Yunshan's methods. Li Yunshan smiled.
I wasn't intending to use such overly intense methods previously. If I really wanted her to speak, she would lose the right to choose. However, that woman did give me a pleasant surprise. Her soul was only somewhat damaged and she did not become mentally disabled. I can still have her as a sex slave. You truly make the best use of everything, said Li Jiuxiao with a smiling nod. Now that the herbal garden was nearly in his grasps, he did not care about Li Yunshan's sinister character.
Obtaining supreme-grade spirit herbs was of paramount importance. Due to the appearance of the Li family, Yi Yun had silently hidden far away to keep himself concealed. However, his soul was powerful. Furthermore, the duo had spoken without any restraint, so Yi Yun easily heard their conversation. To objectify a living person in such a manner, it truly shows how great the martial numinous clan's sense of superiority is when it comes to mortal borns. Yi Yun looked coldly at them.
Although it appeared that they heavily tortured Yuan Ling, her life was not in danger at the very least. The damage to her soul could still be treated with pills.
He sat there cross-legged as he meditated silently, waiting for the opening of the herbal garden.
Li Jiuxiao, Li Yunshan, and their entourage waited by the spirit boat.
The inland sea was extremely remote.
They were not worried that others would chance upon them. Even if anyone was foolish enough to come, they could simply kill them.
Time passed. At that moment, Li Yunshan's eyes beamed as he looked at the inland sea. It's time.
A crescent was hanging in the sky as mild moonlight scattered on the dark sea surface. It exuded quite a sinister feel.
The hour and quarter hour are aligned.
Yi Yun slowly opened his eyes from his meditation.
Yi Yun was curious.
He didn't know by what method the ancient Sier had planted the ancient herbal garden in the inland sea.
He watched without blinking, afraid of missing even a single detail.
Moonlight flickered across the surface of the sea and, at that moment, the sea suddenly churned as though something massive was about to appear.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Amid the tumultuous waves, the seawater surged up like a fountain, as tall as a towering hill before it broke and cascaded to the sides.
A gigantic turtle appeared from the sea.
To be more precise, the creature had a dragon's head on a turtle's body.
It had large eyes and a terrifying aura. That's a hornless dragon turtle. Yi Yun recognized it.
They were legendary existences. He never expected that a hornless dragon turtle would live in a remote inland sea of the martial numinous continent.
Legend said that hornless dragon turtles exuded thick auras that represented death itself. It was a tradition in certain places to set up mausoleums with hornless dragon turtles' designs. And the moment the hour and quarter hour became aligned was when aura became thickest. The hornless dragon turtle would surface from the depths of the sea to absorb the lunar essence. At that moment, Yi Yun noticed a rock on the hornless dragon turtle's back.
As the turtle raised its head to absorb the lunar essence, the rock on its back lit up.
Runic patterns began flashing on it. That is. A glimmer flashed in Yi Yun's eyes. The rock contained spatial dimension laws, as well as an ancient aura. According to Wang Mu, that was the entrance to the herbal garden. The rock was a world stone, one that sealed the spatial node leading to the herbal garden. Perhaps, the ancient Sier had placed the herbal garden here but had never expected a hornless dragon turtle to appear later in time. Furthermore, the turtle might have been attracted by the herbal fragrance that the rock effused. It was unable to enter the herbal garden but it was unwilling to give it up. Therefore, it carried the herbal garden world stone on its back. By a stroke of luck, the key to entering the ancient herbal garden became the moment when the turtle surfaced to absorb lunar essence. It lived in the deep sea depths perennially, so it was not something people would come across often. Furthermore, the time it took to absorb lunar essence was extremely short. So unless one chanced upon it or happened to know the exact time and location, there was no way for one to discover the herbal garden. Meanwhile, Li Jiuxiao and Li Yunshan had also discovered the rock. It was no wonder that woman said that we aren't too far from opening the herbal garden once we see the gigantic turtle, said Li Yunshan. Li Jiuxiao turned his head and said to the Li family elites, everyone, be prepared. The herbal garden is only open for a very short period of time. We must not miss it. Woo woo woo. The turtle let out a strange, deep bellow. It sounded like countless people wailing. Furthermore, most of the lunar essence was being projected down by the crescent like a cascading waterfall from the skies. The turtle turned its gaping mouth to devour it.
As the turtle consumed large amounts of lunar essence, the rock on its back became brighter. Suddenly, a rift opened. The rift that opened was the mark of a spatial node's appearance. However, the spatial node had yet been fully opened. The rift had only just appeared and it was very unstable. The moment the rift opened, a herbal fragrance was immediately emitted. The turtle instantly turned its head and took in deep breaths as though it was intoxicated by the fragrance. Upon seeing this scene, Li Jiuxiao clasped his palms and said, "It's open. Be prepared. The spatial node will quickly stabilize. Once that happens, all of us will enter together." The ancient herbal garden's entrance had yet to be fully opened. Only a rift had appeared, but the rich herbal fragrance they smelled was sufficient proof that there were great things in there.
We can finally enter this ancient herbal garden.
Wang Mu really doesn't deserve such a good place.
Thankfully, we finally got it.
No matter how composed Li Yunxiang normally was, he could not help but reveal his look of excited anticipation. But at that moment, a figure charged out from a rock on the coast straight for the hornless dragon turtle like a sudden clap of thunder which left no time for one to cover one's ears.
What? Who is it?
Li Jiuxiao and Li Yunxiang had drastic changes in expression.
It's that pest.
At that moment, there was no need for Li Yunxiang to guess at the identity of the person. There was no other person that would come to the inland sea at the same time as them other than the person that infiltrated the Li household.
He never expected that Yun's rescue of Wang Mu had really become a curse in his Li family.
Meanwhile, the spatial node still had yet to fully open. Yun slashed out with a sword, causing another dazzling lunar beam to seemingly appear in the night sky. Although the spatial node had yet to fully open, he had forced his way in. It would be too late for him to attempt entry when the spatial node was fully open.
How dare you!
Li Jiuxiao bellowed furiously as he charged forward and punched out from a distance.
The winds from the punch surged at Yun like lightning. Dang!
Yun turned back and parried the blast with his sword flash, causing a thunder-like explosion.
And during the explosion, Yun's laughter was heard. "I'm Yun. I'll show my respects by entering first."
Yun knew that Myriad God Patriarch had definitely told the Li people all about him. Therefore, he did not care about shouting his true name.
He actually managed to block it.
Li Jiuxiao found it unbelievable. He sensed that Yun was only at the beginning stages of the Supremacy realm, yet, he was able to withstand his punch.
When the Yuan Qi fluctuation vanished, Yun's figure had already disappeared into the spatial node. Darn it!
Li Jiuxiao's face flushed red with anger. Yun had killed his son, infiltrated his Li household, and had beat him to entering the ancient herbal garden right in front of him.
Li Yunxiang had a grim expression as well.
He never thought much about the pest and had even guaranteed Li Jiuxiao that there was no way Yun could treat the poison he had given Wang Mu.
He never expected Yun to actually succeed. At that moment, the hornless dragon turtle suddenly let out an infuriated bellow.
It had been alarmed by Li Jiuxiao and Yun's clashed.
It treated the ancient herbal garden as its own.
It was naturally incensed when it discovered that others were coveting its possession. Li Jiuxiao and company knew this as well. They had planned on waiting for the perfect moment to sneak in.
However, their plans had been ruined by Yun.
The turtle had already looked in the direction of the explosion.
Its cold eyes locked onto Li Jiuxiao and company. Darn it!
Li Jiuxiao cursed out angrily once again. His ears were still ringing with Yun's laughter before he entered.
Yun!
My Li family will obliterate you and grind your bones so that you will be doomed for all eternity.
Uncle, let's resolve the situation ahead of us first. Li Yunxiang said in a deep voice. How could an ancient fae that had been absorbing the world's essence for numerous years be easy to deal with? Roar!
The turtle suddenly roared angrily towards the sky. Its massive body moved and immediately displaced water, causing a water wall to surge up.
It came crashing down at Li Jiuxiao and company. Li Yunxiang's expression changed.
He released his Yuan Qi from his palms as a gigantic Yuan Qi barrier appeared.
Simultaneously, he felt that something was suddenly amiss. Be careful! Boom! A ghastly claw struck out from the water wall.
Its massive strength instantly shattered the Yuan Qi barrier, and it continued its trajectory towards Li Yunxiang and company. Li Jiuxiao and Li Yunxiang hurriedly raised their hands to block. However, Li Yunxiang was too weak. With a grunt, his body was sent flying backward like a leaf in the wind while he spewed out large mouthfuls of blood. Although Li Jiuxiao barely managed to withstand the strike, the seawater that blotted out the sky could no longer be repelled.
Instantly, the water drenched Li Jiuxiao and company.
The drenched Li Yunxiang had a contorted expression. They had to escape as quickly as possible. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1388, World Stone Shatters. Chapter 1388, World Stone Shatters. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. The hornless dragon turtle was further infuriated when it missed its strike. It released a deafening roar, causing the sea surface to churn chaotically in response. It could see the greedy and coveting looks in the people's eyes, and for that it wanted to smack all of them to death. The turtle's roar dealt soul damage as well. It caused the minds of anyone who heard it to buzz. To them it was as though countless ghosts were wailing. In a blink of an eye, the Lee family that came to this place feeling ambitious was retreating under the turtle's attacks. They fought it off as they fled. This darn beast. It's really mad. Li Zhouxiao felt like vomiting blood. First it was Yi Yun, and now it was the hornless dragon turtle. It was Yi Yun who had provoked the hornless dragon turtle, but they were the ones being targeted by the beast's furious and relentless assault. It felt like a great injustice. Worst of all, the beast was ridiculously strong. It had been cultivating since time immemorial. People like Li Yunshan were no match for it at all. Only Li Zhouxiao was barely able to resist it. And at that moment, they began to suffer casualties. A Li family member failed to dodge in time and was scraped by the sides of the turtle's claw. Immediately, he was reduced to a blood mist, without leaving even a corpse. He didn't even get to scream a final scream. Upon seeing this scene, the elites from the Li family felt a chill down their back. At that moment, the world stone on the turtle's back produced grinding noises as a large rift opened. An even richer herbal fragrance spewed out from within, inundating their olfactory senses. The herbal garden was fully opened. Hiding in the back, Li Yunshan's eyes flashed. He instantly shouted, "Uncle! Don't be caught up with that beast. Think of a way to enter the herbal garden. If not, it will be too late." "All right." Li Zhouxiao looked grimly at the turtle. After a formidable strike of his palm, he quickly retreated before pulling out a whip from his interspatial ring. The whip produced whistling sounds as Li Zhouxiao lashed it around. The surrounding space seemed to tear apart. "This is the God Vanquish whip. I'll let you have a taste of it today." Li Zhouxiao roared as he lashed out with his whip. The whip produced a sharp sound as it tore through the air. It ripped a terrifying rift in midair as it struck the turtle. As for the turtle, it let out a resounding bellow in anger. It thrashed, displacing more seawater and causing all the seawater in the inland sea to twirl upwards, blocking out the entire sky. For a moment, the entire night sky seemed to be an inverted ocean before it slammed down at Li Zhouxiao and company. With a loud boom, the whip collided with the ocean. Just the terrifying Yuan Qi shock itself caused the Li family's elites, including Li Yunshan, to bleed from their mouths and noses. However, at that moment, Li Yunshan revealed a sinister expression. Li Zhouxiao sneered as well. "A beast is a beast after all. You have been tricked." After the whip collided with the seawater, it instantly transformed into a bluish-purple liquid that mixed into the seawater. "You are so dumb. How could you have imagined that the God-vanquishing whip is not a weapon, but an extremely potent poison concocted from countless poisons by our Li family," said Li Yunshan coldly. Once the God-vanquishing whip mixed into the seawater, it immediately spread out and melded into it. The hornless dragon turtle instantly sensed the change in the seawater. At the same time, large numbers of fish and low-level beasts floated up to the surface of the sea with their bellies up. Their bodies were rapidly being corroded, clear evidence of the poison's potency. The turtle was very alarmed. It could sense that it was being rapidly drained of its strength. "Uncle, let's take action quickly," urged Li Yunshan. It was impossible to kill the hornless dragon turtle with just poison. No matter how potent the poison was, it would slowly lose its effects after being diluted by the seawater. However, they had no reason to fight the turtle in a life-and-death battle either. All they wanted to do was enter the herbal garden. As for the hornless dragon turtle, as long as it remained in the inland sea, Li Yunshan was already making plans to bring the Li family back one day to dice it apart. They could use its entire body for medicinal purposes. They could eat its flesh and drink its blood. As for Yi Yun, they would find him soon after entering. They would make sure he regretted being born into this world. Be it Li Zhouxiao or Li Yunshan, they were filled with killing intent when they thought of Yi Yun. As members of the martial numinous clan, they enjoyed special privileges in Martial City. They had never been fooled by a mere mortal in such a manner. "Let's go!" Li Zhouxiao roared as he blocked the hornless dragon turtle's path. "Follow me!" Li Yunshan immediately led the charge forward. The Li family elites followed closely behind. "Ayo!
The hornless dragon turtle let out an angry bellow once again.
However, Li Jiuxiu unleashed another palm strike.
Its numb body failed to dodge in time, causing its head to receive the full brunt of the heavy strike.
It immediately let out a wail. "Beast, you can't stop me anymore," said Li Jiuxiu with a sneer.
With the poison entering the water, the turtle was the first to suffer the effects of the poison.
It needed time to recover.
Now, all it could do was watch helplessly as the group of people entered the ancient herbal garden. And once they entered the ancient herbal garden, the hornless dragon turtle could do nothing to them. Noticing that the world stone was ahead of them, Li Yunxiang had a look of delight as he charged straight in.
"I'm in." Li Yunxiang and the Li family elites finally entered the herbal garden. This is the ancient herbal garden.
Upon smelling the rich herbal fragrance and sensing the dense heaven-earth yuan qi, Li Yunxiang could not help but smile.
He had gone through painstaking effort to claim this herbal garden.
And now his efforts had finally paid off.
"Oh. That is Yi Yun?"
Li Yunxiang saw a figure in the distance.
The only person in the ancient herbal garden apart from them naturally had to be Yi Yun. "Take Yi Yun down first. I have many methods at my disposal."
"I'll make sure he get a good taste of all of them," said Li Yunxiang coldly. Yi Yun had charged into the herbal garden alone in a bid to snatch food from the proverbial tiger's jaws.
Did he not know that he would end up being easy prey for them?
At that moment, Yi Yun had also sensed the fluctuations coming from the spatial passageway. He turned his head and saw Li Yunxiang and company heading towards him.
They came in rather quickly.
And here I thought they would be fighting outside for quite a while.
However, this Yun something, he looks like he got wrecked pretty badly. Yi Yun's mockery reached the ears of Li Yunxiang and company.
A cold glint flashed in Li Yunxiang's eyes. He snorted coldly.
"You will be in utter misery in a moment. Let's see if you can keep that sharp tongue of yours."
He was eager to capture Yi Yun to appease the hatred in his heart. But at that moment, a tragic cry was suddenly heard coming from the spatial passageway behind.
Li Yunxiang frowned as he quickly turned his head.
Immediately, his expression changed.
A Li family elite that had just teleported in only arrived with half his body.
The other half of his body had been ripped to pieces by the spatial passageway. Simultaneously, the surrounding space of the passageway produced an immense suction force. All the spatial dimension laws immediately turned extremely chaotic. Furthermore, they were constantly emanating outwards like a plague.
This phenomenon rapidly spread throughout the herbal garden.
A few of the weaker Li family elites immediately revealed looks of horror. They were being torn apart by the spatial forces and, within moments, they cried out as they were ripped to shreds.
What was happening?
Li Yunxiang was appalled. He clearly sensed that even he could not withstand the spatial changes.
Furthermore, the changes were turning more powerful. It's the hornless dragon turtle.
On the other side, they could vaguely hear Li Jiuxiao's voice.
The turtle? Li Yunxiang was alarmed. But didn't they stop the beast?
At that moment, Li Jiuxiu was even more appalled. He never expected that when the turtle saw Li Yunxiang and company fly into the herbal garden, it would suddenly let out an angry but resolute bellow. Then, it suddenly turned its head and bit down at the world stone.
Darn it! The beast has gone mad.
Li Jiuxiao could never predict the scene that was playing out before his eyes. His mood changed drastically as he unleashed a barrage of attacks in a bid to stop the turtle. However, the turtle completely ignored his attacks.
Even after incurring a few head injuries, it adamantly bit down.
The turtle's strength was tremendous. After it bit the world stone, the runes on its surface shook violently.
Following that, it produced an unbearable bang under the turtle's immense strength. Ka ka ka.
Pressed between the turtle's gaping jaws, the world stone could hardly withstand the crushing pressure as it produced cracking sounds. As for the runes on its surface, they began to dim.
Come out.
Li Jiuxiao slammed his palm onto the turtle's head. The turtle let out a painful roar as it raised its head.
However, it did not release its clenching of the world stone.
Li Jiuxiao roared angrily as he conjured a gigantic palm that stretched into the spatial passageway to grab Li Yunxiang. And at the instant Li Yunxiang was pulled out, the world stone shattered.
The spatial passageway ended up in fragments. Ah!
Li Yunxiang cried out in pain. One of his legs had not been fully pulled out from the spatial passageway. This resulted in a portion of his calf being snapped off.
Ka! Ka!
The hornless dragon turtle chewed the world stone to pieces. Li Yunxiang was in excruciating pain. He hugged his stump of a leg while his heart quivered.
His calf had been completely reduced to a meaty pulp.
Even the Li family would have to pay an immense price to regrow his leg. Furthermore, it was impossible for him to restore his leg to its original level. Li Jiuxiu had no time to tend to Li Yunxiang. He stood in midair as he took in the scene. Without the World Stone, there was no way for them to find the herbal garden again despite knowing that it was in the surrounding spatial nodes. They never expected the hornless dragon turtle to have such a fierce personality. It would rather destroy the World Stone than let them enter the herbal garden. The deal they had in the bag was gone. They had even entered the herbal garden, only to fall just short of success. Bastard! Li Jiuxiu was so angry that his body was trembling. All he managed to do was save Li Yunxiang at the critical moment. After all, Li Yunxiang was the focus of attention of the Li family's younger generation. It would be a true pity if he died. As for the other Li family elites, they were left to fend for themselves in the herbal garden. It was impossible for them to withstand the spatial storms that resulted from the World Stone's destruction. And that Yi Yun, he was naturally going to end up the same. His final outcome was definitely death. At that moment, the turtle looked up and stared coldly at them before slowly sinking back into the sea. Li Jiuxiu hesitated for a moment. He ultimately chose not to pursue it. The sea was the hornless dragon turtle's territory after all. Although the turtle had been poisoned, it wasn't a lethal dosage. Furthermore, it no longer had the World Stone. Chasing it had lost its meaning. However, Li Jiuxiu felt his chest turn heavy when he thought of how the herbal garden's entrance had been destroyed. A mouthful of blood rose up in his throat, causing him to nearly vomit it out. He had been enervated during his battle with the hornless dragon turtle. He roared a few times as he struck out at the sea a few times. The sea surged violently, but the vociferous waves did not carry away any of Li Jiuxiu's anger. Instead, it sounded like they were mocking him. Li Jiuxiu was already enervated, so after venting his anger, he had little yuan qi left. He flicked his sleeve and said through clenched teeth, "Let's go." He had truly suffered a double loss. Li Jiuxiu had no intention to stay there a moment longer. Li Yunxiang's expression was in no way better than his. He had obtained nothing on this trip. Instead, he had lost his calf. He was in a wretched state and had only barely remained alive. Apart from not obtaining the herbal garden, the greatest regret Li Yunxiang had was that he wasn't able to finish Yi Yun with his own hands. Letting Yi Yun die in the spatial storms was going too easy on him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1389, Black Firestorm. Chapter 1389, Black Firestorm. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin.
At that moment in the ancient herbal garden, a wild spatial storm was raging. The Li family elites watched helplessly as a large hand grabbed Li Yunxiang and took him to safety but ignored them in the process. The spatial passageway then rapidly collapsed.
And after that, tumultuous flames engulfed the spatial passageway.
It suffused a black color.
Yet despite it being fire, it was biting cold.
It spread rapidly through the spatial storms.
Elder Li. Save me. Save me. Ah! Many elites cried out tragically as they got swept up in the spatial storm. Immediately, their bodies were inundated with black flames.
Their bodies instantly froze and shattered into ice fragments when the wind blew. The remaining Li family elites ignored everything else, as they ran for their lives deep into the herbal garden.
As they ran, these Li family elites cursed their parents for only giving them 2 legs. They were running too slowly.
When Yi Yun turned to look, he was shocked as well.
The spatial node has been destroyed. Yi Yun quickly grasped the situation. If not, Li Jiuxiu would have entered instead of pulling Li Yunxiang to safety.
He guessed that the hornless dragon turtle had destroyed the World Stone. After all, it was absolutely impossible for Li Jiuxiu to do such a thing.
This truly meant trouble. The hornless dragon turtle had an extremely cold affinity. The black flames were the fire intrinsic to the turtle. It would burn endlessly in the spatial storms. Even Yi Yun would steer clear of the black flames.
Such spatial storms could shred a person to pieces. Yi Yun pondered for a moment before retrieving the ascending dragon cauldron from his interspatial ring.
He had no qualms about using the ascending dragon cauldron in the ancient herbal garden.
As he did this, the Li family elites saw Yi Yun. Their eyes nearly popped out when they saw him. They had no idea what was going on when a massive cauldron appeared beneath Yi Yun.
The massive cauldron suffused an ancient aura.
There was even a true dragon phantom flying above it. Even more impressive, the cauldron seemed to hold back the spatial storm and black flames.
They were unable to approach Yi Yun at all.
As for Yi Yun, he was sitting on the cauldron looking carefree. It was as though he was simply enjoying the scenery amidst the raging spatial storm. They, meanwhile, were being pursued by the spatial storm. Even their asses were on fire despite all the running.
What is that thing?
I don't know, but it's definitely a very impressive treasure.
The Li family elites turned red with envy. Yi Yun was able to survive in the ancient herbal garden because of the treasured cauldron.
At that moment, Yi Yun heard the Li family elites yelling.
Yi Yun! Young Master Yi! Save us! The Li family has abandoned us. We are willing to submit to you and be your subordinates. That's right, young Master Yi. We were only following orders.
We have no grudge against you.
The Li family elites were willing to call Yi Yun young master in order to live.
They were certain that they were doomed.
In their despair, they saw Yi Yun sitting on the cauldron.
Even though he was their enemy, they could only attempt to grasp at this final life-saving straw as their desire to live burned.
If Yi Yun was willing to save them, they might survive.
And if they had a chance of taking the cauldron for themselves, even better. When Yi Yun heard them shouting, he turned his head and looked at them as though he was looking at a bunch of oddities.
What did they mean by only following orders and not having a grudge against him? These people were direct progeny of the Li family. Back when they first entered the herbal garden, they looked at him like he was a downtrodden prisoner. They were all extremely cold.
If he were to truly fall into their hands, it was unknown what sort of torture they would inflict upon him. Now that they were the ones in trouble, all they knew was to mention the non-existent grudge between them.
The Li family elites turned anxious when Yi Yun seemed to ignore them.
Young Master Yi, elderly, and the rest will not spare you.
If you were to help us, we could be your spies in the Li family. We will absolutely not mention what happened today. In the future, we can even help you escape.
That's right. If elderly and the rest learn that you are alive, and more importantly that you obtain this herbal garden, they will definitely hunt you down. Upon hearing these people yelling, Yi Yun revealed a faint smile. You guys sure are being considerate towards me.
A Li family elite hurriedly forced a smile. As he ran, he shouted, "That's natural."
But at that moment, his smile froze. Yi Yun was still sitting casually on the cauldron, but his speed was increasing. They were running in frantic pursuit of the cauldron, but the gap between them and Yi Yun was widening. At that moment, a tragic scream was heard. The spatial storm had caught up to a Li family elite.
He was immediately devoured. The Li family elites looked at the distant Yi Yun with eyes full of hate. Ah! Yi Yun! You will die a horrible death. Ah!
Undulating screams resounded as the spatial storm and black flames caught up one horrified Li family elite after another. They each died with a look of disgruntlement. As for Yi Yun, he remained composed. He completely ignored the vicious glares of the Li family elites as well as their tragic screams. Yi Yun was no saint when it came to people who wanted him dead.
He would not show any meaningless mercy to them. These people were members of the Li family. They repressed mortal borns in every way.
They truly deserved death. The spatial storm that was brought about by the destruction of the world stone continued sweeping through the ancient herbal garden.
The black hornless dragon turtle's flames were also burning fiercely. Yi Yun sat on the ascending dragon cauldron and fluttered around the spatial storm.
Although it was terrifying, it was unable to tear apart the ascending dragon cauldron. In the end, their vision was nearly screened by the belligerent storm. As the storm and flames grew in intensity, Yi Yun had no choice but to go from sitting on the ascending dragon cauldron to entering the ascending dragon cauldron's interior.
During this excessively long period, Yi Yun felt the ascending dragon cauldron be thrown around by the storm. After a long while, there was a thud.
The ascending dragon cauldron had landed onto the ground.
Yi Yun flew out of the ascending dragon cauldron and stood in midair.
Immediately, his expression changed slightly.
This is...
Back when Yi Yun entered the herbal garden, all he saw was a swath of herbal fields. A large amount of the herbs had withered due to lack of care, however, there were still some remnants. But now, due to the spatial storm, Yi Yun had no idea where he had been sent to while hiding inside the ascending dragon cauldron. When he came out, what he saw was no longer herbal fields. Instead, it looked like a village. There were houses and yards. It was a pleasant, idyllic scene. Apart from there being no one there, the place seemed perfect for one to seclude themselves.
Yi Yun landed onto the ground. He looked at the village a little puzzled. Unfortunately, it was unknown how many years it had been since the ancient Sier had departed. It was likely that he had been reduced to nothingness. But Yi Yun still couldn't figure out why he would construct a village in a herbal garden. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1390, Statues. Chapter 1390, Statues. Translator, Sier Editor, Sier.
Ian guessed that the village was likely a place where the senior took his disciples and family to be isolated from the world. They would live in the pocket world, tending to their herbs and staying away from the complexities of the mortal world.
It was their very own little paradise.
However, all things change with time. As Ian strolled through the village, he felt like he had entered a mortal village.
He saw farming equipment and cutlery everywhere.
However, the herbs he had been looking forward to did not make an appearance. Before Ian entered the herbal garden, he had caught a whiff of the herbal fragrance. The herbal garden definitely had herbs in it, but finding them was a different task altogether. If it were easy, Wang Mu and his wife would have taken everything away on their first visit.
Ian circled the village and came to a tiny hill basin behind it.
When he stepped into the inconspicuous hill basin, his expression changed. It was engraved with Tao patterns, making him sense nomological fluctuations as he walked around in it. He guessed that a massive array had been set up in the herbal garden.
Ian was quite surprised that the massive array continued functioning for so long despite all this time that had passed.
As he walked into the hill basin, he was surprised to see a row of statues. These statues were of normal human height. They must have been there for a very long period of time. There were signs of the elements wearing on them, making them look inconspicuous. They looked like the kind of ordinary rock statues that were randomly strewn throughout a mortal village's back mountains. There were a total of 8 statues. Ian took a casual glance at first but was stunned by what he saw. He stood dazed in front of the 8 statues for a very long period of time. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. Slowly, his look turned into one of reverence and astonishment.
The 8 ordinary-looking statues contained a boundless ancient aura.
Each statue had a corresponding name of the figure that was being immortalized. There was no exception. All of them were godly monarchs.
8 statues and 8 godly monarchs? Ian drew a deep breath.
Godly monarchs were extremely rare in the sinkhole, but now he was seeing 8 at once.
The godly monarchs depicted on the statues were likely ancient godly monarchs. Ian looked at each one of them.
Godly monarch Still Destruction, Lord of 6 Tao, Sky Chasm Ruler, Pure Young Sword God.
Oh. Wait.
Ian felt a jolt when he saw the Pure Young Sword God.
The statue was scuffed with the marks of time to the point that even the statue's face was a little faded. However, it contained an inexplicable presence.
It was as though a sword was slashing out of the statue. The sword stance was extremely insipid, but it could split the celestial bodies and shatter the stars. It was as though everything was like a fleeting cloud, worthless in front of that sword. Ian deeply felt the link between his lifeblood and the aura contained within the statue. There was a strong resonance.
Pure Yang Sword Palace Owner.
Ian was certain that the shape of statue was that of the Pure Yang Sword Palace Owner. He never expected to see a statue of the Pure Yang Sword Palace Owner.
If that was the case, were the other 7 figures all his equals?
Ian continued down the line as he saw another godly monarch that left him even more astonished. The statue was in the form of a woman. She had a graceful figure and had a beauty which could overthrow states and cities.
Her name was Godly Monarch Mirage Snow. Godly Monarch Mirage Snow, could it be? Ian looked at the woman's face carefully. The sculpture's face matched a beautiful face from his memory. Huan Chenxue. The statue was actually in the form of Huan Chenxue. Ian found it unbelievable. Huan Chenxue was a godly monarch?
He recalled his time in the Mirage Sea realm where he met the amiable blue-dressed woman. She had given him her most important Mirage Snow sword. Ian spent several years with Huan Chenxue in the Mirage Sea realm, leading mundane but happy days. Huan Chenxue was only a mortal woman now, so he had never thought that she was once a godly monarch.
There was also the Ninely Magus Empire's Ninely Magus Maiden. She looked identical to Huan Chenxue. However, he did not know what their relationship was. He did not take the liberty to expose the existence of Huan Chenxue to the Ninely Magus Maiden. Now that he saw Godly Monarch Mirage Snow's statue, Ian was alarmed. Both Ninely Magus Maiden and Huan Chenxue were mortal. What was their relationship with Godly Monarch Mirage Snow? Could it be that during an ancient battle, Godly Monarch Mirage Snow was heavily injured, causing her to lose all her powers to the point of being unable to cultivate? Could she have reincarnated into Huan Chenxue and the Ninely Magus Maiden? As for the Ninely Magus clan, the mysterious clan that had an extremely long history and incredibly deep heritage, could their true identity be the guardians of Godly Monarch Mirage Snow? Upon coming up with this theory, Ian was at a loss. He had yet to complete the herb nurturing array that the divine alchemist had left behind. All he did was leave Ling Sier and the divine alchemy cauldron behind in the array. If there came a day when he could complete the herb nurturing array, what sort of situation would play out? Could he actually heal a godly monarch? Yi-Yun stared intently at godly monarch Mirage Snow's statue. Although she looked identical to Huan Qinxue, there was a heroic bearing in between her brows. It made Yi-Yun wonder what godly monarch Mirage Snow was like when she had free reign over the world back in the ancient times. After godly monarch Mirage Snow was another female godly monarch. Yi-Yun also knew this godly monarch. She was godly monarch White Lunar, by Yuan. She was a terrifying existence that had unified the Seven Desolates, establishing the White Lunar Divine Empire. She was known by all in the sinkhole. She had existed since ancient times. According to Huan Qinxue, Bai Yuan was similarly severely injured in the ancient battle. It resulted in her having to frequently enter long periods of seclusion and slumber. But even so, the power Bai Yuan possessed was something average people could hardly imagine. Since the establishment of the White Lunar Divine Empire, Bai Yuan had vanished. However, despite all the time that had passed, no faction was foolish enough to antagonize the White Lunar Divine Empire. 8 ancient godly monarchs and 8 statues. Could it be that this herbal garden is related to the ancient godly monarchs? Or could it by chance be that this ancient herbal garden was left behind by one of the godly monarchs? Yi-Yun had such a thought. Yi-Yun had heard from Huan Qinxue the legend of the 8 ancient godly monarchs. They were people that had fought the ancestor god back in ancient times. During that battle, there were deaths, injuries, and disappearances among the 8 godly monarchs. However, Yi-Yun never expected that Huan Qinxue herself was one of the 8 ancient godly monarchs. If the herbal garden was related to the ancient godly monarchs, it was truly not something Wang Mu could ever hold on to. Wang Mu's discovery of the herbal garden was not an opportunity but a disaster. Yi-Yun walked out of the hill basin as he followed the Dao patterns. Soon, he arrived in a valley. The valley was blooming with flowers. It was an idyllic scene that resembled an otherworldly paradise. However, Yi-Yun sensed an extremely dangerous atmosphere in there. He swept his gaze and saw 12 red stone monuments erected in the valley. They looked like they were stained by fresh blood. In the middle of the 12 stone monuments was a bed of flowers. Yi-Yun noticed a special plant in the middle of the bed of flowers. It had 7 leaves, and each leaf was laced with dark golden patterns that suffused a faint glow. This is... Yi-Yun looked at the plant and sensed its surging vital aura. Furthermore, it emanated a rich herbal fragrance. It seemed to resemble the fragrance he detected outside the herbal garden. Yi-Yun was certain that it was a supreme great herb, but it was a strain he had never seen before. Yi-Yun was well versed in the divine alchemist's notes. If it was an herb he had never seen before, the rarity had to be unimaginable. Now, Yi-Yun was certain that if the Li family knew of this herb, they would probably go all out, attacking in full force to gain entry. The martial numinous clan would do so too. The mysterious herb was right in front of Yi-Yun, but he was in no hurry to pluck it. He could sense a dangerous aura lingering within the valley. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1391, Still Destruction. Chapter 1391, Still Destruction. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. After studying the array patterns, Yi-Yun determined that if he were to walk into the valley rashly, he would instantly encounter terrifying danger. Hidden in the valley was an array formation that protected the mysterious herb. Of course, Yi-Yun wasn't just going to abandon the herb. It was too rare and intrigued him greatly. However, he would have to carefully study the array formation before attempting entry. Yi-Yun stood in front of the valley and activated the purple crystal's energy vision. Yi-Yun's heart tightened when he saw the valley with his energy vision. The valley seemed to vanish, and replacing it was a black desolate land. The 12 stone monuments erected in the valley also morphed into something extremely strange. An eye was sealed in each stone monument and they were all closed. It was as though they were in a prolonged slumber. This place. Yi-Yun held his breath as he felt a stifling killing intent. Oh. That is. Yi-Yun saw that there were 2 ancient characters engraved at the bottom of one of the stone monuments. They made out the words, Still Destruction. Still Destruction? Yi-Yun recalled that one of the 8 statues he had just seen was godly monarch Still Destruction. Could it be that this place once belonged to godly monarch Still Destruction? Yi-Yun knew that many mighty figures would open up pocket worlds. An example was the Mirage Sea realm where Huan Qinxue lived. Previously, Yi-Yun had seen houses in herbal gardens. Perhaps, godly monarch Still Destruction created this place back in his day as an isolated home. Godly monarch Still Destruction had probably lived in this world for a period of time. But later on, he might have vanished or died in combat. He never returned again. However, the array he set up in this pocket world was perfectly preserved.
Upon coming to this conclusion, Ian felt that he knew enough. He began probing the pocket world with his perception. It was overly big, and it was perhaps only one of the many residences godly monarch still destruction left behind. But even so, this was still a great opportunity for Ian. However, there was still the array formation in front of him. Ian sighed slightly. He flipped his right hand, producing a spirit jade. Then, he threw it out. Pang! With a light bang, the spirit jade struck one of the stone monuments. At that instant, Ian saw through his energy vision that the eye sealed in the stone monument suddenly opened. Then a blood-colored beam shot out from the eye. The inferior-grade spirit jade vaporized upon contact with the blood beam. The blood beam did not lose a bit of momentum and shot straight at Ian. Ian was already prepared for this. He was very far from the valley to begin with. The moment he saw the blood beam heading towards him, he stirred his bloodline and instantly activated the golden carp stance of the 9 stances of the ascending dragon before leaping upwards. Boom! There was a loud explosion as the spot where Ian was just standing was penetrated by the blood beam. The ground that had been struck by the blood beam shared the same outcome as the inferior-grade spirit jade vaporized. Oh! This is... Ian saw that the hole that produced by the blood beam was only about the size of a bowl, but it extended all the way down into the earth. Ian probed it deeply and found it nearly bottomless. Still Destruction. Ian recalled godly monarch Still Destruction's name. The beam shot from the stone monument was just like his 2 names. To destroy everything to a state of stillness, that was the nature of the destruction laws. Ian cultivated in the destruction laws too. However, the destruction laws he cultivated in stemmed from the 10,000 demon wheel of existence. It was the major Tao of destruction. The universe was created out of chaos, but after countless years, it would ultimately end in destruction. The major Tao of destruction was the destruction of a superworld like the sinkhole, or even the entire universe. Corresponding to the major Tao of destruction was the minor Tao of destruction, the destruction of all living creatures, including the destruction of mankind, or even that of minor worlds. If one did not encounter any special opportunities, it was impossible to gain insight into the major Tao of destruction. This was because, from the birth of the universe to this day, be it the sinkhole or the 12 empyrean heavens, they had been extremely stable. They were still far from destruction. In such a stable world, it was nearly impossible to gain any insights into the major Tao of destruction. People could only gain insights into the minor Tao of destruction, but even so, that was already a great Tao that was on par with yin-yang in spacetime. However, Ian now realized that the Tao of destruction that godly monarch Still Destruction had attained vastly exceeded the minor Tao of destruction. It came close to the true major Tao of destruction. Although it was still a distance away from the true major Tao of destruction, it left Ian astonished. Ian found it unimaginable that godly monarch Still Destruction could have gained insights to this level from nothing. It was very likely that godly monarch Still Destruction had chanced upon some special opportunities that allowed him to take that difficult step. If there was nothing outstanding about him, how could godly monarch Still Destruction have become a godly monarch? Having cultivated in the Tao of destruction as well, Ian felt a little more confident about cracking the array. After all, the array had been in existence for a very long period of time. Its energy had long been weakened and was probably only a mere vestige of its past. Ian activated his energy vision and observed the destruction Tao patterns on the ground. With the passage of time, Ian's understanding became clearer. He was convinced that cracking the Tao patterns was only a matter of time. But at that moment, Ian sensed the space around him tremble. It began to turn unstable. Oh! This is... Ian's focused and radiated his perception. He was also well-versed in spatial dimension laws. He could sense that a particular force was attempting to tear open the space he was in. What is that? Ian's heart tightened as a strong sense of unease rose in him. Whatever was appearing might endanger him. Hum, hum, hum. The spatial trembles increased in intensity. The force was also approaching. It was passing through a spatial node and would soon break through the spatial walls. As more time passed, Ian could clearly sense the aura of the force that was tunneling through the chaotic spatial continuum. The aura was extremely familiar to Ian. It was none other than the Myriad God Patriarch. Myriad God Patriarch? Why was he appearing here? Ian took a deep breath. That undying old fart was such a haunting presence. On careful thought, Myriad God Patriarch should have been recuperating in the Lee household. Although the old bastard had been severely injured by Old Snake, he still had many means at his disposal. He had lived for many years and seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. The Lee family obviously had no idea of Myriad God Patriarch's background. It was very possible that the Li family's search for the herbal garden had long been known to Myriad God Patriarch. With the methods that Myriad God Patriarch had at his disposal, tracking the Li family to the herbal garden was not difficult. The old bastard had always been lurking in the shadows, hoping to reap the spoils without lifting a finger. Ian felt a chill run down his back when he came to this conclusion. This situation was too dangerous.
He was unable to detect Myriad God Patriarch in the past too.
If not for the hornless dragon turtle's crushing of the world stone, he could have been hiding all this time and Ian would have no clue. Now that the original spatial node had vanished, Myriad God Patriarch could only attempt to open up the spatial wall by making use of every opportunity that presented itself. He could not prevent the spatial energy fluctuations which resulted in Ian's discovery of him. That old bastard actually managed to find an entrance even with the world stone shattered.
Ian felt extremely gloomy.
On second thought, Myriad God Patriarch seemed skilled in such things. In the past, the pocket world he chose for his refinement was a place that even Old Snake had difficulty finding. He had nearly failed to save Iyun, and now he wasn't here at all.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1392, Yuan Qi Sealed. Chapter 1392, Yuan Qi Sealed. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. The spatial fluctuations intensified as Iyun racked his brains quickly. Myriad God Patriarch would be in front of him within moments. And at his present strength, he was definitely no match for Myriad God Patriarch. What was he to do? If Myriad God Patriarch were to corner him in this pocket world, he would be in danger. With the situation already developing to this point, Iyun actually became increasingly calm. There was definitely no time for him to escape, nor was there anywhere for him to flee to. What he had to do now was to try his best to find a way out of this perilous situation. Although Myriad God Patriarch was terrifying, he was ultimately a person. And since he was a person, he was ultimately flawed. 15 minutes later, a distorted rift suddenly appeared above the herbal garden, as though the sky had been forcibly ripped open. Following that, a grey figure stepped out of the rift. Myriad God Patriarch was breathing erratically and his face was sallow. Many holes had been torn open in his cloak. He stood high in the sky and could not help but cough. He looked critically ill, as though he was about to die at any time. In order to find Iyun, Myriad God Patriarch had secretly tailed the Li family and attempted to find the spatial node through force after the hornless dragon turtle shattered the world stone. He finally managed to tear through space and enter. Although the pocket world had been in existence for hundreds of millions of years, a godly monarch was a godly monarch after all. The pocket world he opened up was no trifling matter. During the process of forcibly cracking open the spatial node, Myriad God Patriarch had expended a great deal of Yuan Qi, causing his old injuries to relapse. The effort made the old man resemble a candle in the wind. But at that moment, Myriad God Patriarch swept his gaze across the herbal garden beneath him and revealed a relaxed expression. Little bastard, I know you are in this pocket world. I want to see how else you will try to run away today.
Myriad God Patriarch's eyes flashed with grave killing intent.
There was only him and Iyun inside the herbal garden.
After he passed through the spatial node, the pocket world was once again sealed. Any hope of running or seeking outside help, that was closed off to Iyun.
Iyun had previously managed to escape from his grasp, but this time Iyun was trapped. He was certainly doomed. Even though he was suffering a relapse of his injuries, Iyun was not his match. The strength gap between the two was just too great. However, Iyun had proved himself to be cunning. During their first encounter, Myriad God Patriarch had locked Iyun inside the Ascending Dragon Cauldron as a catalyst herb, but Iyun managed to secretly obtain control over the Ascending Dragon Cauldron, reversing the situation. Even the divine pill he wanted to refine ended up in Iyun's hands. Myriad God Patriarch was fully focused on his pursuit of Iyun. Once he found Iyun, he would absolutely not give Iyun a single chance. Myriad God Patriarch flew above the garden as his perception permeated every inch of the ground beneath him. The pocket world was not large, so Myriad God Patriarch soon arrived in the vicinity of the village. He naturally also discovered the hill basin. Myriad God Patriarch instantly caught a whiff of an indescribable herbal fragrance effusing from the hill basin. The mysterious herbal fragrance caught Myriad God Patriarch's attention. His injuries were extensive and difficult to treat, so he was very interested in any supreme great herb that might aid him in recovering from his injuries. Soon, Myriad God Patriarch landed in front of the valley. What's that?
Myriad God Patriarch noticed the mysterious herb at a glance.
The dark golden leaves made it look extraordinary at a glance. With Myriad God Patriarch's level of discernment, he could tell at a glance that it was a supreme great herb.
It would cause a bloody massacre if it were taken out into the world. He never expected the herbal garden to possess such a wondrous item. A look of glee flashed in Myriad God Patriarch's eyes. It was truly a pleasant surprise. Any warrior that saw such a supreme great herb would have thoughts of plucking it. Myriad God Patriarch was obviously no exception. He immediately headed for the divine herb, but the moment he came to the edge of the valley, something made him halt. He looked at the 12 blood-colored stone monuments in the valley and his expression turned sullen. He sensed an intense killing intent from the valley.
If he were to enter rashly, he might be obliterated. There's actually a killing array here.
Myriad God Patriarch knitted his brows. The killing array had been subject to the elements since time immemorial, but it was still not to be underestimated. Myriad God Patriarch was observing the killing array when he suddenly let out a sneer. A black, ghastly claw suddenly emerged from his cloak, tearing through the air with a whistling sound before striking a mountain cliff to the side.
Bam!
The cliff immediately crumbled under the ghastly claw.
And amid the collapsing rubble, a figure flashed from within. Yi Yun.
Upon seeing Yi Yun, Myriad God Patriarch's eyes became as sharp as daggers. He had a derisive smile on his face as he said to Yi Yun, "Did you think I wouldn't notice you hiding there, with you concealing the aura you produce through the array's natural force field? How naive you are." The light in Yi Yun's eyes dimmed as he looked silently at Myriad God Patriarch. He had hidden in the safest spot in the valley and used the array's still destruction aura to eliminate all traces of his aura. Logically speaking, it should have been impossible for Myriad God Patriarch to discover him. But he still managed to detect him. It left Yi Yun amazed. Perhaps Myriad God Patriarch had guessed that he was very likely to be in the vicinity and through his acute senses, speculation and intuition, managed to pinpoint him. Meanwhile, Myriad God Patriarch began to rapidly form hex seals.
Yi Yun immediately knew things were turning for the worse.
He instantly charged to the side but discovered that the surrounding heaven-earth Yuan Qi had already changed. The space around him had been sealed. Even the Yuan Qi in his own body had been sealed. He had no way to circulate it. Once Myriad God Patriarch smoked Yi Yun out, he immediately used a spatial array to trap Yi Yun within a tiny region. Myriad God Patriarch's grasp of spatial dimension laws was far stronger than Yi Yun's, considering how he was able to forcibly tear through space to arrive in the pocket world. He was an old monster while Yi Yun had only cultivated for about 200 years.
It wasn't even comparable to the trailing numbers of Myriad God Patriarch's age. When I first began cultivation, my talent was only ordinary, but I forged a path by killing many geniuses who had better backgrounds and more talent than me.
In turn, the light from Providence that shined on them landed on me.
Slowly, I reached my present state. I even obtained a treasure like the Ascending Dragon Cauldron.
After confining Yi Yun, rendering him unable to use his Yuan Qi, Myriad God Patriarch sneered as he slowly gave his speech. Yi Yun, who was unable to use his Yuan Qi, was no different from a mortal warrior.
I have encountered many enemies throughout my life.
It was only when I met you that I truly suffered failure. My base, the Myriad God Ridge, was taken over by you. The herbs I painstakingly found had been used by you.
Even the Ascending Dragon Cauldron ended up in your possession. I will always be plagued by this mental demon if I do not kill you.
You are the worst pitfall of the latter parts of my life.
As long as I flatten you, I will soar in the future. There will be no obstacle that can hinder me.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1393, Turning the Situation Around. Chapter 1393, Turning the Situation Around. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin.
I must recognize that you are also a genius that enjoys an immense light from Providence, but in the end you are destined to be a set of bones under my feet. As Myriad God Patriarch spoke, he continued tightening the spatial array formation.
This junior was once his mental demon.
To him, Yi Yun was someone he had to take very seriously. Even though Yi Yun was firmly in his grasp, he did not go easy at all. He had heard of many geniuses like Yi Yun who were favored by Providence. Enemies of such geniuses would usually be faced with various obstacles. For example, the founder of a mighty empire would encounter countless assassinations and plots against them. But anyone that thought to harm them only ended up dead. Myriad God Patriarch believed he too was favored by Providence. If he killed Yi Yun, he could take the light that shone on Yi Yun for himself. It was even possible for him to become a godly monarch in the future. With a humming sound, a bone sword appeared in Myriad God Patriarch's hand. The bone sword was entirely white in color and its design was strange. The sharp edge was like a claw and the blade had a curvature.
It suffused a rich deathly aura.
If you were to be killed by this bone corrosion sword, not only would all your flesh rot away, even your lifeblood would be fully absorbed.
Your soul would be corroded by the cadaveric aura and you would finally become my slave.
Myriad God Patriarch injected his yuan qi into the bone corrosion sword as his blade trembled in response.
It let out an indescribably sinister sound that was like something from hell itself. Following that, Myriad God Patriarch walked towards Yi Yun.
The bone corrosion sword emitted a cold white light as he held it high up, aiming straight at Yi Yun's head before cleaving down.
At that moment, Yi Yun sensed an extremely strong sense of danger. It was similar or even more intense than the pressing danger he experienced back when he was being pursued by the black-armored demon god in the Tian Yuan world. Back then, Yi Yun still had a chance of escaping, but now all his energy was sealed. He could not use his yuan qi and his body was confined spatially, preventing him from even moving. All he could do was watch helplessly as the sword came down at him. However, Myriad God Patriarch did not see despair or horror on Yi Yun's face. Instead, it was a look of still serenity. Before he could even wonder why, Myriad God Patriarch suddenly sensed an extremely strong threat coming from behind him. Myriad God Patriarch turned around suddenly and cleaved with his sword. The sword's might was terrifying, something that Myriad God Patriarch believed was enough to tear Yi Yun apart. Regardless of what the threat behind him was, his sword was completely capable of withstanding it. However, Myriad God Patriarch never expected that when his sword beam struck the black light, it would be instantly engulfed upon contact. The black light continued coming at him. Myriad God Patriarch's protective yuan qi was as strong as paper against the black light. It was instantly shattered, but Myriad God Patriarch was able to prevent his vital spots from being struck. Only his shoulder had been penetrated. A terrifying aura immediately surged wantonly through Myriad God Patriarch's meridians. His wound bled profusely as a black mist lingered around it. It was like a mini black hole. And at that moment, more black beams were being shot out. It was the array formation. The valley's killing array had been triggered. As Myriad God Patriarch dodged the array beams, he saw a 7-colored snake blazing around the valley's array formation like a 7-colored meteor. What is that?
Myriad God Patriarch immediately knew that it was the 7-colored snake that had triggered the array formation.
And the snake was definitely related to Yi Yun. Yi Yun had hidden himself in order to lure him into the killing array. However, he had detected Yi Yun's location ahead of time. He had then sealed Yi Yun, severing any routes of escape for Yi Yun. Yi Yun was given no chance to pull any tricks. Little did he know that Yi Yun had left a tiny snake outside as a contingency. To make matters worse, Myriad God Patriarch also sensed that his spatial array had been destroyed by the black beams, freeing Yi Yun. Each one of the black beams that filled the sky possessed the ability to cause terrifying damage. Yi Yun had instructed the 9 transformation celestial silkworm to trigger the array formation so as to have the stone monuments open their eyes and fire their beams, but he never expected the 9 transformation celestial silkworm to trigger so many at once. Come back now. Dude, I was almost made into a sieve. The black beams attacked without any discrimination.
Under such an intense barrage of attacks, Yi Yun was also forced into an awkward predicament. Thankfully, he was skilled in the destruction laws and was able to handle them a little better than Myriad God Patriarch. He immediately beckoned for the 9 transformation celestial silkworms' return and summoned the ascending dragon cauldron. Yi Yun had no chance of victory against Myriad God Patriarch. All he could do was hide in the ascending dragon cauldron. Myriad God Patriarch's eyes suffused redness. He never expected that despite being cautious and thorough, he would still fall for Yi Yun's schemes. He charged towards Yi Yun but the black beams did not cease. He was forced to turn around to parry them. Myriad God Patriarch watched helplessly as Yi Yun entered the ascending dragon cauldron. As for the ascending dragon cauldron, it remained unharmed despite being bombarded by the black beams. Little bastard. Myriad God Patriarch's hate raged inside him like a tidal wave. Yi Yun was clearly a weakling who could only run from him, but still he suffered repeatedly at Yi Yun's hands. At that moment, Yi Yun's voice sounded from the ascending dragon cauldron. Old fellow, it's best you take care of yourself first. As that was said, beads were suddenly thrown out from the ascending dragon cauldron by Yi Yun. Myriad God Patriarch focused his eyes on them and noticed that they were thunderclap explosive fire beads. A thunderclap explosive fire bead was an array bead used to kill enemies. Its offensive strength was nothing to speak of. It was not even enough to deal with Dao Palace Realm warriors. Yi Yun had obtained them from the interspatial ring of a warrior he killed. The beads were completely useless to him and he had nearly thrown them away. But now, they were being put to full use. Dozens of thunderclap explosive fire bead exploded simultaneously. Crackle! The entire space was deluged by a sea of flames.
Yun did not hold any hopes that the beads would do a thing to Myriad God Patriarch. He had thrown the thunderclap explosive fire beads straight at the still destruction-killing array. The thunderclap explosive firebeds flames and lightning inundated the blood-colored stone monuments, activating the killing array once again. Sha! 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 The 12 stone monuments began shooting out black still destruction beams of light crazily. The number of beams shot out was more than 10 times the number caused by the 9 transformations celestial silkworm. As for Myriad God Patriarch, he was not at his best. He was already injured and under the assault of the black beams, he almost had a mental breakdown. There was just too many. He could not deal with them at all. As for Yun, he was hiding in the ascending dragon cauldron. He could hear the clamorous clangs of the beams striking the ascending dragon cauldron. Even the ascending dragon cauldron shook forcefully under the black beam storm. Of course, these were already extremely satisfying to Yun. He used a wisp of his perception to study the situation outside the ascending dragon cauldron. He saw Myriad God Patriarch dodging amid the black beams, looking pathetic. Realizing how nasty Yun was, Myriad God Patriarch felt a surge of blood flow backwards to his head. His hair had been burnt off by a black beam. His remaining hair scattered down. He looked terrible. What were these black beams? Myriad God Patriarch was appalled by the black beams. He did not know where he was, nor did he know who the person who had set up the array formation was. The black beams were not something he could fully defend against even at his peak. Even the average Divine Lord would perish under the black beam's assault. How did a mere array formation possess such terrifying power? But Myriad God Patriarch did not have the luxury of time to think it through. The overwhelming black beams brought with them grave killing intent. Myriad God Patriarch had no time to tend to his injuries. He didn't even have time to take a breath. Yun! Myriad God Patriarch let out an angry bellow. His outer calf had been penetrated by a black beam. Flesh the size of a palm had vanished instantly, replaced by nothingness. Feeling the excruciating pain in his calf, Myriad God Patriarch felt a chill down his back. The black beams contained terrifying still destruction laws which could destroy everything they touched. And at that moment, Yun was sitting inside the cauldron while the 9 transformations celestial silkworm lay in front of him. He could sense that although Myriad God Patriarch was finding it difficult to defend against the black beams, it was unlikely that he would really die. The black beams could not continue ceaselessly. Soon, they would stop. This darn bastard managed to chase me here. Tomorrow, he might be able to keep chasing me to another area. I can't feel at ease as long as he is alive. Now that he is at his weakest, I have to take this chance to kill him once and for all. Yun's eyes blazed with killing intent. He was bent on killing Myriad God Patriarch after being threatened twice by the old bastard. If he were to allow Myriad God Patriarch to leave safely, Myriad God Patriarch would quickly recover from his injuries. He would only come back stronger than he was now. When that happened, he would only prove more dangerous for Yun. The best method to deal with an enemy was to ensure that he was dead. Little 9, lend me some of your blood. Yun looked at the 9 transformations celestial silkworm and asked. Upon hearing that its blood was needed, the 9 transformations celestial silkworm immediately shrinked its head back. However, it was also reasonable. It knew that the enemy outside was very dangerous and that Yun was no match for him. After a moment of hesitation, the 9 transformation celestial silkworm steeled its mind and made its decision. It nodded its tiny head as though it was looking at death calmly in the face. Upon seeing this, Yun was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Are you serious? I'm just borrowing a bit of your blood and you look as though I'm taking your life. Didn't I take some of your blood in the past? When did I not repay it? Previously, Yun had fed the fire seed he had obtained from the 9 Magus Empire to the 9 transformation celestial silkworm. Yun was definitely not stingy towards such a natural treasure. Although extracting the blood of the 9 transformation celestial silkworm harmed the little fellow's lifeblood, it would only have its lifeblood restored and strengthened after eating more treasures. To the 9 transformation celestial silkworm, there were many benefits in following Yun. It would definitely experience growth faster than if it were to go it alone. Yun gently squeezed the 9 transformation celestial silkworm's body and extracted its blood. It was hard to do, as the little fellow looked like it was suffering a huge grievance as it clenched its teeth and did not make a sound. Only when Yun promised it that he would feed him with even more treasured herbs did the little fellow beam. After extracting a few drops of the 9 transformation celestial silkworm's blood, Yun infused it straight into his body. Instantly, the Dragon Emperor bloodline in him boiled. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1394, Injuries Worsen. Chapter 1394, Injuries Worsen. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. The 9 transformations celestial silkworm was a spirit being that could transform into a dragon, so it had a natural resonance with the dragon emperor blood in Eun. Back when Eun broke through the Supremacy realm, he had been augmented by its blood. All of Eun's lifeblood surged into his meridians as he felt like there was a roaring river churning ceaselessly in his body. It produced rumbling sounds as his strength began to soar. Moments later, Eun felt as though his visceral organs and all his meridians were burning. With things reaching this fever pitch, Eun began circulating the Dragon Emperor technique. With the cultivation technique's circulation, the Dragon Emperor bloodline in Eun burned even more intensely. As for Eun's body, it turned red like molten metal. It was being tempered many times over. And to bolster this effect, Eun drank the river of forgetfulness's water. Boom! Myriad God Patriarch's sword beam struck the last black beam. He spewed a mouthful of fresh blood as he retreated a few steps back and stumbled to get his footing. At that moment, Myriad God Patriarch was covered in flowing blood. His face was sallow and his breathing was spasmodic. His entire body felt like it could collapse at any time. Myriad God Patriarch heaved vigorously as he took out a herbal bottle and poured a pill into his mouth. Following that, his face flushed with an abnormal ruddiness. His breathing also gradually stabilized. Immediately following that, he circulated his Yuan Qi and began purging the Tao of Destruction sealed in his body. After the Tao of Destruction entered his body, it prevented him from healing his injuries and caused him to bleed incessantly. Furthermore, it was eating away at his meridians. That was the domineering aspect of the Tao of Destruction. Myriad God Patriarch had already realized by this point that the killing array and the herbal garden were definitely not left behind by an ordinary ancient expert. It was very likely the work of a godly monarch. Eun had actually used such a killing array to try and assassinate him. This infuriated Myriad God Patriarch so much that he nearly cracked his teeth from clenching them so tight. However, the most important thing to Myriad God Patriarch at the moment was recuperating from his injuries. If he continued allowing the Tao of Destruction to wreak wanton destruction in his body, he would soon fail to even repress his old injuries from relapsing. Myriad God Patriarch could only forcibly calm his mind and consume another pill. Such potent recovery pills left considerable side effects on a warrior, but he had no other choice. Upon thinking of this, his hatred for Eun deepened again. At that moment, Myriad God Patriarch suddenly sensed a sliver of danger. He suddenly opened his eyes as a sword flash seemed to transmit out of an ancient space. It contained an aura of extreme coldness and the burning flames of a blazing sun simultaneously. And it was cleaving down at him. Eun! Myriad God Patriarch instantly saw Eun standing in midair with a frost sword. The little bastard had actually come out of the ascending dragon cauldron. He was trying to sneak attack him while he was recuperating. Eun's eyes were filled with killing intent. At that moment, a black vortex appeared out of thin air behind him. The demonic flames soared into the sky as they emitted a destructive aura. With the 10,000 demon wheel of existence's augmentation, the sword that represented time tore through the shackles of time and space as Eun slashed it down at Myriad God Patriarch. At that moment, the space between Eun and Myriad God Patriarch distorted because of that strike. The surrounding vegetation instantly lived to the end of its lifespan and was then promptly returned to the earth. As for the 10,000 demon wheel of existence, it seemed like it could devour the entire world. The gigantic vortex that had formed behind Eun blotted out the sky. Go to hell! Eun let out an angry bellow. Strike when a person was down. How could Eun miss such an opportunity when he noticed that Myriad God Patriarch was recuperating? Myriad God Patriarch's eyes widened. He realized that he had underestimated Eun, as he sensed that this strike allowed Eun to match ordinary divine lords. Back when Eun had been captured by him, he did not have such a powerful aura. However, when he came out of the ascending dragon cauldron, his aura had clearly increased. It formed a stark contrast. Against Eun's sword flash, Myriad God Patriarch had no choice but to prematurely end his recuperation. All his Yuan Qi stirred as he struck out with his palm to meet Eun's sword. Boom! Instantly, Yuan Qi collided as the two forces stirred in the valley like a storm. The terrifying commotion instantly spread throughout the entire herbal garden. Myriad God Patriarch barely blocked the strike, but after doing so, the color in his face drained. His body could not help but convulse slightly. As he had terminated his recuperation midway, the Tao of Destruction that he had repressed instantly reared its head again. Combined with him drawing out his power to deliver the strike, it caused his injuries to worsen again. It was all because of that darn Eun. And at that moment, Eun had been sent flying backward due to the Yuan Qi collision.
His lifeblood was in tumultuous chaos, but after cultivating in the Dragon Emperor technique, his body was extremely strong. He almost instantly calmed his lifeblood. And when he saw Myriad God Patriarch in such a state, Yun was delighted. He did not hesitate to strike out again. Another slash. Myriad God Patriarch's eyes seemed to crack as he forcefully gathered Yuan Qi and endured the excruciating pain to strike out with his palm again. Bam! The sword flash tore through Myriad God Patriarch's protective Yuan Qi as an unimaginable pain bore into his body. His eyes nearly bled as he let out a furious bellow. His lifeblood was in chaos and he had to forcefully gather his aura again. In order to kill Yun, Myriad God Patriarch could only push through his injuries. As a patriarch of a sect, it was an insult for him to be reduced to such a state. First, he had been severely injured by Old Snake, then injured by the Still Destruction Array, and finally damaged by Yun. Now, he was willing to be left with a permanent injury just to kill Yun. A gigantic blood-colored palm materialized in front of Myriad God Patriarch. It seemed like it could render the world asunder. However, just as the palm struck towards Yun with indomitable momentum, a scene that left Myriad God Patriarch roaring with anger happened again. He saw Yun being sucked into the ascending dragon cauldron without turning his head after his strike. Yun had retreated back into the ascending dragon cauldron after his sneak attack. Boom! Myriad God Patriarch's palm struck the ascending dragon cauldron but only managed to make it tremble and sink into the ground. The resonating hum from the cauldron echoed throughout the pocket world. But other than that, he had failed to leave a single injury on Yun. What a coward! Coward! Myriad God Patriarch's killing intent raged as his lips trembled. He had led a life of being cunning and orchestrating great plots. But against Yun, he felt like he was losing his mind to anger. Yun was just too deplorable. Do you think I can't do a thing to you while you are hiding in the ascending dragon cauldron? How naive! Myriad God Patriarch cast his hateful gaze at the ascending dragon cauldron. Indeed, the ascending dragon cauldron was extremely sturdy. It was very difficult to destroy. At the very least, Myriad God Patriarch did not possess that ability. At that moment, Myriad God Patriarch extended his hand and grabbed empty space. Immediately, dozens of formless metallic chains appeared around the ascending dragon cauldron, sealing it in its spot. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1395, Spatial Cage. Chapter 1395, Spatial Cage. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. In fact, Myriad God Patriarch really had no need to trap the cauldron. Yun was actually quite slow when controlling the ascending dragon cauldron. However, after receiving a sneak attack by Yun, Myriad God Patriarch did everything to the extreme. Little bastard, you have harmed me time and time again. I'd rather give up this ascending dragon cauldron than let you live a second longer. Myriad God Patriarch's eyes suffused deep hatred. As he spoke, Myriad God Patriarch began forming seals in all seriousness. The space around the ascending dragon cauldron began to slowly distort until gradually, a black hole appeared behind the ascending dragon cauldron. And the black hole was filled with chaotic spatial and temporal fragments. The turbulent air surges emitted a cadaveric aura. The effort was very demanding on Myriad God Patriarch. His face twisted into a grimace and he had no choice but to consume another pill. However, Myriad God Patriarch had a delighted smile after that. I want you to experience an insufferable existence to the point of you pleading for death. Ian also sensed that something was amiss as he hid inside the ascending dragon cauldron. When he discovered the black hole behind the ascending dragon cauldron, his scalp tingled. This was a chaotic alternate spacetime dimension. In the 12 Empyrean heavens, throughout the endless cosmos, there existed numerous alternate spacetime dimensions. And a number of them were extremely chaotic, having no concept of time and space. It was very difficult to exit once one found themselves inside. Back when he left the Tian Yuan world to head for the 10,000 Fei Empyrean heaven, Yun and Lin Xintong were separated due to a nearby chaotic spacetime passageway. Yun understood personally the terror such chaotic spacetime dimensions posed. If a mighty figure was well-versed in spatial dimension laws, they could use such an alternate spacetime dimension for themselves after discovering one. It could even be used to construct a spatial cage. Clearly, Myriad God Patriarch was planning on throwing Yun as well as the cauldron into the chaotic alternate dimension. Once he was trapped inside, he would float in there for eternity. There would be nothing left for him other than to die a withering death. This Myriad God Patriarch has really gone crazy. Yun originally believed that Myriad God Patriarch cherished the ascending dragon cauldron too greatly to endanger it. He never expected that Myriad God Patriarch would get to the point where he would give up the ascending dragon cauldron in order to kill him. From the looks of it, his constant meddling against Myriad God Patriarch had dealt enough suffering on him. It caused the Myriad God Patriarch to resort to such a desperate measure. "I'll be a sitting duck if I continue to remain in the ascending dragon cauldron," thought Yi Yun. He had consumed the river of forgetfulness's water and absorbed the silkworm's blood. His lifeblood had strengthened and his body had become more powerful. Therefore, he had decisively attacked when he discovered that Myriad God Patriarch was recuperating. The sneak attack had probably worsened Myriad God Patriarch's injuries. At that moment, Myriad God Patriarch appeared to be the weakest he had ever been and he was at his strongest. "Myriad God Patriarch, it's time to end this vendetta between us." Yi Yun's eyes immediately suffused a firm conviction. Meanwhile, Myriad God Patriarch was in the final stages of forming his seals.
He looked at the ascending dragon cauldron with bloodshot eyes.
He had once placed hopes on it as something that would allow him to reach a higher state in the martial path, but his hopes had been destroyed by Yi Yun.
Now, he wanted to personally ruin the ascending dragon cauldron, along with Yi Yun within.
The feelings he experienced were truly mixed.
However, no matter what regrets he felt, they did not deter him in any way. On the contrary, he was even more focused. He wanted to finish his final seal and throw the ascending dragon cauldron into the space-time passage. But at that moment, the ascending dragon cauldron suddenly trembled violently. With a bang, the ascending dragon cauldron's lid suddenly opened as a loud dragon's roar was heard. A figure flew out from the cauldron. The figure was none other than Yi Yun. Myriad God Patriarch was immediately delighted the moment he saw Yi Yun appear. If Yi Yun had insisted on hiding in the ascending dragon cauldron, he would have no choice but to throw the ascending dragon cauldron as well as Yi Yun into the black hole. Now that Yi Yun had appeared, he had basically given Myriad God Patriarch an opportunity to take the cauldron for himself. "Good, very good.
Yi Yun, it helps me out quite a lot if you are willing to throw yourself at death," said Myriad God Patriarch coldly.
Without the killing array or the ascending dragon cauldron, what gave Yi Yun the confidence to fight him?
"Little bastard, you are only capable of launching sneak attacks."
"I will make you understand the huge, unbridgeable gap between us," said Myriad God Patriarch. And at that moment, Yi Yun already sensed that the space surrounding the ascending dragon cauldron had undergone changes. It appeared as though the cauldron now existed in a separate spatial dimension. Myriad God Patriarch had used spatial dimension laws to seal the ascending dragon cauldron. He would not allow Yi Yun to escape into it anymore. "Little bastard, go to hell." Although Yi Yun's cultivation was nothing in the eyes of Myriad God Patriarch, he still took the initiative to strike. His hands formed claws as they swooped down at Yi Yun like an owl. Before he had even arrived, a ghastly wail was heard. Instantly, the surroundings were dyed in a blood-red color. Simultaneously, the space around Yi Yun seemed sealed. The gravitational force within that space seemed to increase by more than 10 times. His every action was slowed and impeded. Just like a mighty eagle used all its strength when capturing a rabbit, Myriad God Patriarch was bent on taking Yi Yun's life the moment he struck. Yi Yun immediately experienced an intense threat when facing Myriad God Patriarch's attack. However, he was already mentally prepared to fight him when he came out. Yi Yun's gaze was solemn. The 10,000 demon wheel of existence appeared behind him once again. At the same time, the mirage snow sword in his hand seemed to turn heavy. Both yin and yang laws were augmented on the sword as an unimaginably terrifying aura surged from Yi Yun. Yi Yun did not hesitate to burn his blood essence when facing Myriad God Patriarch's killer blow. Instantly, there was a whistling sound coming from Yi Yun's surrounding space. It was as though the space itself could not withstand the powers and laws that Yi Yun's body exuded. As for the spatial dimension laws that Myriad God Patriarch had inflicted on him, they were rapidly being shattered. Yi Yun sensed the gravitational force vanish. He escaped that hindering force as the entire region around him turned black. The color was not pure black but had countless Tao patterns circulating within. It was extremely profound. At the next moment, Yi Yun had already charged at Myriad God Patriarch and slashed with his sword. The strike, including the 10,000 demon wheel of existence within, gathered all Yi Yun's strength and laws at the sword's tip. It formed a point, and this point lit up within the black space. It turned increasingly glaring as it expanded. Finally, it smashed down at Myriad God Patriarch like a radiant sun. Upon seeing this strike, Myriad God Patriarch experienced a jolt in his heart. He never expected Yi Yun's strength to have reached such a state. However, no matter how talented Yi Yun was, there was a substantial gap between him and Myriad God Patriarch. Today, death was the only outcome for Yi Yun. Myriad God Patriarch's eyes flashed as a gigantic blood claw immediately appeared above Yi Yun's head as it came swiping downwards. He believed that Yi Yun could only turn around and defend. But at the moment of his defense, a second claw would arrive in front of Yi Yun. That way, Yi Yun would be heavily injured even if he survived. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1396, Internecine Outcome. Chapter 1396, Internecine Outcome. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. However, what caught Myriad God Patriarch by surprise was that Yi Yun appeared to be oblivious to the blood claw above his head. He continued to slash at him in an indomitable fashion. Not only that, but suddenly, Yi Yun's aura surged once again as he burned even more blood essence. Roar! A dragon's roar suddenly emitted from Yi Yun's body. And at that moment, like a true dragon, he slashed at Myriad God Patriarch with unstoppable might. Even Myriad God Patriarch's expression could not help but change when he saw the oncoming strike. Yi Yun had still not shown all his potential. Boom! With a tumultuous explosion, Myriad God Patriarch's claws and Yi Yun's sword collided. Immediately, like an avalanche, the ground cracked into countless fissures as space itself quaked. Massive spatial turbulences appeared. If the valley was not protected by an array formation, it would have long been flattened by the terrifying Yuan-Chi collisions. Even so, the valley seemed to be cleansed by the storms. Boulders shattered and all vegetation was wiped out. Only the divine herb remained unharmed due to the killing array's protection. At that moment, Yi Yun had already flown backward, slamming heavily into the cliff. His mouth and body were covered in blood and there were about 8 wounds ripped through his chest. He was bleeding profusely. This was only possible because Yi Yun had cultivated in the Dragon Emperor technique and had a powerful body. If he were any ordinary warrior, his sternum would have collapsed, destroying all his innards. Yi Yun coughed vigorously twice as he stood up by using the Mirage Snow as support. This strike had severely injured Yi Yun. But Myriad God Patriarch was not in any better shape. The worst problem he faced was his original injuries. Now with the accumulation of new and old wounds, he had no idea how much total injury he suffered from. After clashing with Yi Yun, the injuries his body suffered from seemed to put him on the brink of a relapse. Never did he imagine that he would be sent retreating several steps by a Supremacy Realm junior like Yi Yun. Furthermore, the laws contained within the unbridled sword chi were not something he could deal with. Yi Yun's sword had left behind a long gaping wound in Myriad God Patriarch's chest. Furthermore, it carried a destructive power that had encroached into his wounds. It was tearing his apart body from within. Myriad God Patriarch grimaced, but when he saw Yi Yun, he suffused a sneer. Yi Yun, I admit that I have underestimated you. If you were to continue maturing for centuries or a millennia, you might be my equal. But it is not so now. You clashed with me at the risk of suffering heavy injuries. Do you think the few injuries you left on me are of any significance? The person who will die today is still you. Myriad God Patriarch looked at Yi Yun's pale complexion as he said this with a sneer. Yi Yun's injuries from the clash were worse than his. The ascending dragon cauldron is mine after all. And I will use you as an herb catalyst as I originally planned. I'll throw you into the ascending dragon cauldron and refine you into the Dragon Emperor relic so as to aid my reaching a new apex, said Myriad God Patriarch happily. The way he looked at Yi Yun was like he was looking at a supreme great spirit pill. However, Myriad God Patriarch frowned when he saw Yi Yun's reaction. For Yi Yun's expression remained calm. There was even a tinge of mockery in his eyes. This gave Myriad God Patriarch's heart a jolt. He immediately felt a sense of foreboding. Was Yi Yun up to one of his tricks once again? However, Myriad God Patriarch quickly swept his surroundings. He did so extremely meticulously, but there were no strange phenomena around him. Nor was there any other hidden array formation that Yi Yun could make use of. But immediately following that, Myriad God Patriarch's expression changed. He could clearly sense that there was something in his body. Myriad God Patriarch immediately circulated his Yuan Chi, but when he drew on it, he felt an excruciating pain coming from his dantian. The pain left Myriad God Patriarch trembling. He could not help but let out a painful growl from his throat. He even felt like his dantian was being bitten by countless worms. The lifeblood in him was rapidly draining. Little bastard, you. Myriad God Patriarch suddenly looked up at Yi Yun. He immediately knew that Yi Yun had done something to him. There was a snake inside his dantian. Back when Yi Yun released his sword flash, a tiny snake had been hidden within. The true purpose of the strike was to deliver and protect the snake well. The snake was of extraordinary grade and it possessed the bloodline of a divine beast. As for Myriad God Patriarch, who was covered in wounds, the snake had taken the opportunity to bore into his body under the sword flash's guise. The 9 transformations celestial silkworm loved consuming natural treasures. And a divine lord's body just happened to be tempered for long periods of time and had consumed countless herbal treasures. Their lifeblood and the yuan qi in their dantians were extremely beneficial to the 9 transformations celestial silkworm. At that moment, the 9 transformations celestial silkworm was like a ravenous Tao Tai. It opened its mouth wide and began consuming myriad god patriarchs' lifeblood essence ravenously. Not only that, it also gathered its strength in a bid to charge out of myriad god patriarch's dantian. Myriad god patriarch let out a demented bellow as his yuan qi circulated to the limit. He endured the cracking pain of his dantian as he injected immense amounts of energy into it. Get lost. The thick meridians around myriad god patriarch's dantian exploded. A tremendous force gathered into myriad god patriarch's dantian, causing energy to well up like a volcano. Then it suddenly erupted, spewing the 9 transformations celestial silkworm out. This blast left the 9 transformations celestial silkworm heavily injured as well. Its blood-covered body was sent flying out. However, the 9 transformations celestial silkworm appeared delighted despite its heavy injuries. The large amount of yuan qi it had consumed were more than sufficient for it to recuperate its wounds. Upon seeing the 7-colored snake come out, myriad god patriarch's eyes seemed to crack. He was just about to pursue when a black flame, one that blotted out the sky, blanketed him. It was the heretical god fire. Yun had suffered heavy injuries and all his energy was infused into the heretical god fire, causing the terrifying flames to roar into the sky. Even though Ling Sier wasn't around, the heretical godfire's power had not declined much. If this were any other time, such a flame would be insufficient to injure myriad god patriarch. But under repeated assaults, he ended up being burned into a wretched state. Yun. Myriad god patriarch's body convulsed as his lips trembled incessantly. A great deal of his aura had diminished. His new wounds and old wounds were completely taking their toll on him. The flames did not retreat and there were a series of consecutive explosions. When he heard that sound, myriad god patriarch felt his scalp tingle. He knew very well that Yun had thrown out the thunderclap explosive fire beads again. The 12 blood-colored stone monuments immediately activated, sending out their black beams. Such terrifying black beams left myriad god patriarch shuddering. However, he knew if he just focused on dodging again, he would end up being killed by Yun. He ignored the black beams and suddenly held his palms together. Instantly, the spatial array around the ascending dragon cauldron tightened, sealing the ascending dragon cauldron completely. How could he allow Yun to hide in the ascending dragon cauldron once again? Similarly, he would not suffer this trick a second time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1397, Desperate Struggle. Chapter 1397, Desperate Struggle. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Myriad god patriarch revealed a maniacal smile when he sealed the ascending dragon cauldron. Punk, since you triggered the array, we should endure its attacks together. Let's see who will survive. Once the black beams were triggered, they would shoot without discrimination. If not for the ascending dragon cauldron's help, Yun would have long been full of holes. Now, myriad god patriarch had set up a spatial array around the ascending dragon cauldron. Yun could forget about going back in. Sha! 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 The black beams shot out from all the statues in unison. Despite the lethal black beams that rained down on them like a tempestuous storm, myriad god patriarch still revealed a sinister grin. He believed that the heavily injured Yun would not be able to withstand the barrage of attacks. I want to see how you die. Myriad god patriarch roared. He was nearly on his last legs. He expended his remaining vitality to dodge the black beams in a fluster. Black beams tore through his arms and thighs. However, myriad god patriarch summoned the last of his strength to protect the critical parts of his body. Despite being on the borders of death, myriad god patriarch diverted a little of his perception to check on Yun. But when he did so, he was flabbergasted. He saw Yun enveloped in a blurry black mist. The black mist diffused an aura of destruction. Inside the mist was Yun moving around like a fish in water. He flashed around amid the black light. The black beams constantly brushed past his body and the black mist was constantly being abraded, even to the point of causing him injuries. However, none of the black beams managed to penetrate his body. How could this be? Myriad god patriarch was alarmed. This was an array set up by a godly monarch. How was a punk at the Supremacy realm able to hold his own against it? And at that moment, Yun looked at myriad god patriarch. An intense killing intent flashed in his eyes suddenly. With an angry bellow, his aura rose once again suddenly. His wounds were rapidly healing as well.
The Dragon Emperor technique was pushed to its limit as Yi Yun burned his blood essence in large quantities. Even the Dragon Emperor technique was unable to sustain Yi Yun's crazy innervation of his lifeblood. But at that moment, Yi Yun had no other options. You have tried to kill me time and time again, but you have always failed. You no longer have any chance. This day a year from now will be your death anniversary. I'll be taking that head of yours. Yi Yun bellowed, and instantly a gigantic black vortex appeared behind him. The sinister demonic aura seemed to be focused on Yi Yun, making the blood-soaked warrior look like a demonic god. Yi Yun held the cold as ice mirage snow sword as he charged towards Myriad God Patriarch amid the overwhelming black beams. Yi Yun! Have you gone mad? Myriad God Patriarch was alarmed. Delivering an attack under such circumstances was practically suicide. Kill! Yi Yun raised his sword above his head as he slashed down ruthlessly. You want me dead? I'll use you as a shield. Myriad God Patriarch turned crazy as well. He bellowed angrily as a sanguine aura emitted from his body. The sanguine aura seemed to burn along the surface of his body. Even his cloak had been reduced to ashes. He drew his bone corrosion sword once again. The originally white bone sword was now tainted with a layer of blood-red aura. It let out sharp, ghastly wails. It could attack a person's soul directly and make them lose their mind. As Myriad God Patriarch pointed his sword at Yi Yun and slashed with it, what seemed like countless specters appeared. They extended their rotting arms to grab Yi Yun. They were of all ages and sexes, but they had gruesome looks and stared at Yi Yun with emptied eyes. It was as though they wanted to drag Yi Yun down and make him one of them. However, Yi Yun's sword did not waver despite facing all of this. He still slashed down without any regard. Boom! Wherever the sword flash passed, obstructions were annihilated regardless if they were an illusion or not. Under Yi Yun's major Tao of destruction, the bone corrosion sword's soul attack was parried. The ghosts wailed as they reduced to nothingness. And when all the phantoms dissipated, Yi Yun's sword tip was already aimed at Myriad God Patriarch. Not only had Yi Yun burned his blood essence for this strike, he had also infused it with all the nomological insights he had. This was, at present, Yi Yun's strongest attack. Boom! Yi Yun's strike met Myriad God Patriarch's bone corrosion sword. A dragon's roar was accompanied by the appearance of a true dragon phantom. Instantly, Myriad God Patriarch felt as though he had been sealed in a spatial dimension. And in front of him, a true dragon was flying out of the endless void. Its massive body was heading straight for him. Scram! Myriad God Patriarch struck out with a claw, hitting the true dragon's head directly. The powerful reverberation caused the bones in Myriad God Patriarch's arm to nearly fracture. But the true dragon had dissipated under Myriad God Patriarch's strike. Yi Yun also suffered heavy injuries. His sternum depressed as all his ribs broke, stabbing into his lungs. He spewed out large mouthfuls of blood as his eyes began to dim. But this was a moment of life and death. Yi Yun knew that if he were to lose consciousness, all that would remain for him would be a tragic death. At that final instant, he bit the tip of his tongue and used the pain to force himself awake. The thin black fog enveloped Yi Yun once again. The creation of the Tao of Chaos and the major Tao of Destruction fused together. The two highest laws in the universe protected Yi Yun's body, causing all the lethal black beams to fly past Yi Yun's body. However, Myriad God Patriarch lacked such an ability. The powerful explosive blast made him lose his balance completely. Fua! Fua! Two black beams of light tore through Myriad God Patriarch's body. One of them even brushed across his heart. Although such an attack was not necessarily fatal, there was the Tao of Destruction contained in the black beam. Myriad God Patriarch's heart began to disintegrate. Large amounts of blood spewed out. As for the other black beam, it penetrated Myriad God Patriarch's waist and tore through his spine. Even someone as strong as Myriad God Patriarch would lose mobility in his lower body once his spine broke. Myriad God Patriarch was nearly at the end of his life after suffering such grievous injuries. And, at that moment, Yi Yun used all that he had in him to strike out with the Mirage Snow Sword. Pwah! The Mirage Snow penetrated Myriad God Patriarch's throat as he opened his mouth and eyes wide. His eyes began to glaze over as his tongue hung out. Myriad God Patriarch stood in his spot with the sword still stabbed through his throat. Large amounts of blood were gushing out the hole from his throat like a leak. His body wavered as he attempted to extend his hand and pull out the Mirage Snow Sword. However, he had already lost all his strength. All he could do was stare hatefully and indignantly with his fading eyes at Yi Yun. But gradually, his vision blurred. The Yi Yun he saw seemed to become distant as he could vaguely make out Yi Yun walking towards him. As for Yi Yun's voice, it seemed to come from another world. I said that I would take your head today.
He felt an excruciating pain as Yi Yun pulled out the Mirage Snow Sword. Following that, Myriad God Patriarch saw everything spinning around him and finally, he saw his own body. Up to the moment of his death, he still refused to believe that there would come a day when he would be pushed to such a wretched state before being beheaded by a Supremacy Realm Junior. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1398, Celestial Silkworm Forms Cocoon. Chapter 1398, Celestial Silkworm Forms Cocoon. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin.
Only after he cleaved off Myriad God Patriarch's head and confirmed that he could not be any more dead did Yi Yun slump down.
He felt completely enervated.
His act of turning the tables and finally killing Myriad God Patriarch was the ultimate challenge for Yi Yun. It put his mental abilities, decisiveness, and strength to the test. If he had failed in any aspect, the outcome would have been completely reversed. More than any other thing, absolute strength was what truly gave him control over his fate. He could not just hope that his enemy would always be in a severely injured state or that he would be in an advantageous environment. It could be said that his final victory over Myriad God Patriarch was all thanks to the array the godly monarch Still Destruction set up. If not for that, Yi Yun might have only been able to inflict a grievous injury on Myriad God Patriarch in his final desperate strike. It was the Still Destruction black beams that put Myriad God Patriarch in a position to be killed. Despite Yi Yun having insights into the major destruction laws that matched the godly monarch's Still Destruction, he was still heavily injured. This resulted in a black beam brushing past his shoulder at the final moment. A large piece of flesh and blood instantly vanished from his body. Yi Yun sat down right where he was and took out a few recuperative pills to consume before meditating. He had burned too much of his blood essence and been severely injured by Myriad God Patriarch. If he did not quickly tend to his wounds, it might affect his martial foundations.
At that moment, the 9 transformation celestial silkworm flew over and coiled on Yi Yun's shoulder.
You did a great job.
Yi Yun smiled as he stroked the 9 transformation celestial silkworm's tiny head.
Then, he fed it a pill. In fact, even without the pill, the 9 transformation celestial silkworm would slowly recover from its injuries on its own. It had absorbed a large amount of Yuan Qi from Myriad God Patriarch's Dantian.
That was enough to nourish it and allow it to rapidly grow.
However, the 9 transformation celestial silkworm delightfully sniffed, taking in the medicinal fragrance of the pill. Then, it swallowed the pill whole.
Thus, the human and snake began recuperating silently.
After his injuries took a turn for the better, Yi Yun walked in front of Myriad God Patriarch's headless corpse.
With a grab into thin air, an interspatial ring flew into Yi Yun's hand.
After he injected his perception deep into the interspatial ring, he revealed a look of disappointment.
There was not much of value in Myriad God Patriarch's interspatial ring. In fact, most of Myriad God Patriarch's wealth had been put into the Dragon Emperor relic and the Ascending Dragon Cauldron.
In the end, the Dragon Emperor relic was consumed by Yi Yun and the Ascending Dragon Cauldron became his as well. Some of his remaining wealth had been discarded during Old Snake's final attack in order to trick Old Snake into thinking that he was dead.
Naturally, it was taken by Old Snake.
Of the little that was left, half was used to treat the wounds Old Snake had inflicted on him.
Therefore, the remaining bits did not satisfy Yi Yun at all.
If Myriad God Patriarch could read Yi Yun's mind, he might have been so mad that he could come back to life. But alas, it was still better than nothing.
Yi Yun stored away the pills and the 2 godly monarch immortal annuli within.
Following that, he flicked a piece of the heretical godfire from his fingertip onto Myriad God Patriarch's corpse.
As the flames roared, Myriad God Patriarch was finally decimated.
Yi Yun made sure to watch as his corpse was reduced to ash.
Following that, Yi Yun walked to the edge of the killing array. He looked at the black monuments and gave a deep, solemn bow.
Senior godly monarch Still Destruction, although we have never met, the killing array you left behind helped me in slaying my enemy.
Even without the gratitude, Yi Yun was planning on taking the herb. The bow was necessary.
The herb might have been forgotten after the godly monarch Still Destruction planted it. However, with the long passage of time, the herb had grown into a supreme-grade divine herb. Yi Yun was in desperate need of large amounts of rare treasured herbs in order to cultivate the Dragon Emperor technique. Yi Yun was in no hurry to reap the herb.
He was entirely inadequate in his present condition.
He sat quietly outside the array and consumed the recuperative medicine he had been storing away, as he circulated the Dragon Emperor technique and meditated. The river of forgetfulness's water continued showing its effects, but they were no longer as pronounced.
Yi Yun spent several months recuperating. The injuries Myriad God Patriarch had inflicted were just too severe. If an average warrior were to sustain such injuries, they would probably not recover even after years, notwithstanding the need to consume large amounts of treasured herbs.
Yi Yun had the Dragon Emperor technique that tempered his lifeblood and flesh, but even so, he could only barely recover. Although his injuries had turned for the better, he remained weakened. However, Yi Yun could not wait any longer. Over the past few months, Yi Yun studied the Still Destruction Array when there was time during his recuperation. He was already confident that he could crack the array. Yi Yun sighed deeply outside the killing array for a moment before he strode in. He walked straight into the Still Destruction killing array. From his first step, he immediately triggered the killing array. Black beams started shooting out, but instantly a black mist emerged from Yi Yun's body. Just as the black beams were about to hit Yi Yun, they would suddenly change directions. As Yi Yun took one step after another, the number of black beams increased. However, Yi Yun did not stop at all. He was like a petrel in the midst of a tempest. From the outside it would look like a harrowing experience, but he easily passed through the storm, dodging the black beams at unbelievable angles. Back when Yi Yun fought Myriad God Patriarch, the black beams would still manage to graze Yi Yun. But now, even before he had fully recovered, he could already walk freely amid the black beams. This was because his understanding of the Still Destruction Array had elevated since that battle. It didn't take too long for him to arrive in front of the Divine Herb. When he came to 100 feet away from the Divine Herb, the black beams suddenly vanished and the Still Destruction Array fell silent once again. Once the danger was gone, the mysterious herb gently swayed in front of Yi Yun, effusing its vast lifeblood powers. Even though he was still standing somewhat of a distance from the herb, Yi Yun could sense that his lifeblood was resonating with it. His blood seemed to be in a state of commotion as his heart raced. It felt like it was about to tear out from his body. And at that moment, Yi Yun sensed something and turned his head. On his shoulder was the 9 transformations celestial silkworm. Its eyes were lit up as it stared intently at the mysterious herb. It kept swallowing its saliva. Yi Yun could sense the 9 transformations celestial silkworm's desire. As a worldly spirit beast, it probably had better judgment than him when it came to rare herbs. After some thought, Yi Yun formed a blade with 2 fingers and gently swiped. He cut up the soil beneath the herb and extracted it whole. When the herb landed in Yi Yun's hands, the few leaves it had automatically fell off, revealing a red fruit within. Yi Yun was slightly alarmed. The fruit was indeed something he had never seen before. Nor did it match his recollections of the divine alchemist's notes. As for the leaves that had been shed, they were absolute treasures. Yi Yun handed the leaves directly to the 9 transformations celestial silkworm. Its eyes were following every action Yi Yun took. He could not help but find it amusing when he saw what it had done. The moment he placed the few leaves in front of the 9 transformations celestial silkworm, it immediately pounced to eat them. The leaves were about the same size as the 9 transformations celestial silkworm, and when it bit at the leaves, it wriggled and squirmed with all its might before swallowing the leaves down bit by bit. Yi Yun carefully observed the 9 transformations celestial silkworm's condition during this entire process. Although the 9 transformations celestial silkworm was a worldly spirit beast, it required natural treasures to grow. It was likely able to determine what could and could not be eaten, as well as the food's effects. And since this was a nameless herb, Yi Yun had to be very careful. The 9 transformations celestial silkworm revealed a satisfied expression after it devoured all the leaves. Its chubby body rolled down and Yi Yun caught it in his palm. It even rolled around in pleasure. Yi Yun raised the 9 transformations celestial silkworm and shook it gently. He couldn't help but chuckle when he discovered that it looked intoxicated. Its body was wavering and soon, it let out a rhythmic sound of breathing. It had fallen asleep. But slowly, the breathing sounds turned louder, almost like thunderclaps. Yi Yun could even hear a vague dragon's cry in them. It was truly fascinating that such a loud sound could be produced by a tiny body like the 9 transformations celestial silkworm. Furthermore, Yi Yun sensed that the lifeblood in the 9 transformations celestial silkworm was constantly rising. Its body swelled up until it looked like it was about to explode. Yi Yun turned somewhat anxious. However, since the 9 transformations celestial silkworm had determined that the leaves were edible, it was unlikely they were dangerous. At that moment, Yuan Qi began to gather from every corner of the pocket world. Gradually, a Yuan Qi cloud formed above the valley. Following that, the Yuan Qi cloud produced a thread that wrapped around the 9 transformations celestial silkworm. The cloud kept producing threads, and eventually the 9 transformations celestial silkworm was wrapped up in a cocoon. Its breathing also vanished. However, Yi Yun could sense through his perception that the 9 transformations celestial silkworm was within the cocoon and undergoing a metamorphosis. The 9 transformations celestial silkworm was evolving? Yi Yun was surprised and thrilled. From the looks of it, the absorption of the myriad god patriarch's blood essence and the consumption of the mysterious herb's leaves were enough to push the amount of energy within the 9 transformation celestial silkworm to a particular level, allowing it to evolve.
The metamorphosis might take a very long time, or it could also end very quickly. Ian felt somewhat speechless seeing the calm cocoon. Although it was called a 9 transformation celestial silkworm, it looked more like a snake. Seeing it actually form a cocoon was a strange thing. After carefully storing away the cocoon formed by the 9 transformation celestial silkworm, Ian looked back at the mysterious herb. Since the herb was able to facilitate the 9 transformation celestial silkworm's evolution, its medicinal essence was definitely extraordinary. He carefully stored the fruit away and left the hill basin. After flying in the air for a period of time, he landed in a remote valley. There was a waterfall here and no beasts. There were some birds and critters, and it was a very idyllic scene. Ian sat on a boulder beside the waterfall and meditated for 7 days. Only when Ian sensed that his mental strength had been restored to its optimum state did he take out the mysterious herb. Holding it in hand, Ian could sense the surging medicinal essence that the mysterious herb contained. Just the minute amount of medicinal essence he absorbed from making skin contact was enough to give him a sense of comfort. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1399, Second Dragon Emperor Relic. Chapter 1399, Second Dragon Emperor Relic. Translator, Sier Editor, Sier. I still needed to gather a few more herbs to refine the Dragon Emperor Relic, but now that I have this mysterious fruit, I no longer need to. Ian's eyes shimmered as he revealed a look of great satisfaction. There was no fixed Dragon Emperor Relic recipe to begin with. As long as one had the appropriate amount of treasured herbs, it could be refined. Ian's principal herb had been the abyssal red lotus. As for the other rare herbs he had been seeking out, they were only meant to be auxiliary ones. However, with the mysterious herb's fruit added into the mix, the Dragon Emperor relic that Ian refined would probably have a very different level of effectiveness. He planned on using the mysterious herb's fruit as the principal herb and the abyssal red lotus as the auxiliary herb. With those two combined, he could refine a supreme-grade Dragon Emperor relic. Ian had experience refining a Dragon Emperor relic. He was even used as a catalyst herb for one, therefore, it was simply a familiar job he could handle easily. The world he was in was very silent. Ian was not worried about any external disturbances as he stilled his mind in preparation to refine the second Dragon Emperor relic. Ian first took out the abyssal red lotus and some other herbs. He had already processed the abyssal red lotus through the herb nurturing technique, making it go from a lotus seed to a fire-like lotus flower. Every petal was formed from a roaring abyssal flame. Although it looked like a beautiful flower, one would be burned to a crisp by the abyssal flame if they tried to touch it without the necessary precautions. Ian extended his hand and guided the abyssal red lotus until it was floating in front of him. He produced many hand seals, making golden lines appear around the abyssal red lotus. He completely locked the abyssal red lotus's medicinal essence onto the golden lines. Following that, Ian kept flinging other herbs out, either extracting their juices, removing their root tubers, or extracting their essence. Finally, Ian took out the mysterious herb's fruit. The fruit had dark golden patterns on its surface. Upon closer inspection, he could see that these were infinite Tao patterns engraved by nature. Ian held the fruit and sensed the medicinal powers coming from within. Following that, Ian began forming seals with the utmost precision. As wisps of yuan she appeared in Ian's hands like a thread that wrapped around the fruit, the dark golden Tao patterns on the fruit lit up. Drops of golden liquid slowly seeped out of the fruit. Each golden liquid drop contained tremendous amount of lifeblood. In terms of medicinal strength, it was a lot more potent than the leaves. Finally, the fruit produced dozens of golden liquid drops. They floated in mid-air before coalescing together, forming a sphere the size of a pigeon's egg. It was a coruscant gold that looked mesmerizing. The sphere contained the essence of the mysterious herb. Ian had the sudden urge to immediately devour the golden sphere. However, he repressed that thought. Refining it into a Dragon Emperor relic would bring out its medicinal effects even more. Ascending Dragon Cauldron, arise! Ian cried out softly as the ascending dragon cauldron flew up. It spun in mid-air before the lid automatically opened. Ian guided with his fingers, sending the prepared herbs along with the golden sphere into the ascending dragon cauldron one by one. Following that, Ian produced a flame in his palm with a whoosh. Heretical God Fire Seed. The heretical godfire flew to the bottom of the ascending dragon cauldron, as though it possessed intelligence, and began burning vigorously. The lid closed and all the herbs were sealed inside the ascending dragon cauldron, burning in the envelopment of the heretical godfire.
The herb's medicinal essences began to be extracted one by one before they clashed together and fused. As for Yi Yun, he watched intently. He constantly monitored the situation in the ascending dragon cauldron with his perception as he controlled the strength of the heretical godfire. Gradually, the quiet valley produced sounds that resembled an airbox. It was as though the entire valley had turned into a furnace as it burned and crackled.
This lasted an entire month. With a clear hum, the ascending dragon cauldron's lid began to tremble as an indescribable medicinal fragrance emanated from the ascending dragon cauldron. The tiny waterfall immediately bloomed with flowers as a pleasant echo seemed to be heard from the void. A glint appeared in Yi Yun's eyes as a look of unconcealed excitement flashed across his exhausted face. After a month of constant supervision and refinement, the second Dragon Emperor relic was finally finished. When Yi Yun opened the lid, a glow burst out from within. Yi Yun acted with his extended hand, sealing the space around the glow.
And then he grabbed it in his outstretched hand.
Amid the glow, he could see an indistinct dragon phantom that struggled within.
Following that, the glow revealed its true self. It was a crystalline pill with a surface that resembled jade. But most astonishing of all, the pill was still constantly palpitating like a tiny heart. It seemed to possess true life. When pills were refined to the most supreme grade, they could generate a form of intelligence. If the pill escaped, it could even cultivate itself into a spiritual object, no different from the treasured herbs that had gained sentience. In fact, pills were the fusion of treasured herbs. They were truly the essence of heaven and earth. The Dragon Emperor relic had already produced some intelligence, the mark of a true supreme grade divine pill. I just finished refining this pill and am not in the correct condition to consume the Dragon Emperor relic, thought Yi Yun. During the consumption of treasured items, some warriors would even first take a bath and burn incense, ensuring that they were completely calm before they consumed any treasured item. Although Yi Yun did not want to go through that hassle, he still needed to regulate himself for a period of time.
With the pill refined, Yi Yun's taut mind could finally rest.
He slowly sat on the ground meditating, enjoying a rare peace for a few days. Only when Yi Yun felt that he was fully prepared did he slowly open his eyes. The cultivation of the Dragon Emperor technique meant that Yi Yun had to expend large amounts of treasured herbs. And this second Dragon Emperor relic was only enough for Yi Yun to cultivate to the second level of the Dragon Emperor technique. But there was a decisiveness in Yi Yun's eyes. Regardless of how hard it would be in the future, he believed he could refine a third, fourth, and even more after refining the second Dragon Emperor relic.
Without any delay, Yi Yun took out the second Dragon Emperor relic and swallowed it. Yi Yun immediately felt like he had swallowed lightning hell. The wanton and violent strength went from Yi Yun's throat to his stomach.
Then, it exploded in his dantian, instantly sending energy to surge through Yi Yun's entire body. It was as though it wanted to completely shatter his body. Yi Yun's skin instantly turned blood red and, in his nearly translucent skin, he could actually see that his meridians were coursing with blood that resembled burning lava. Simultaneously, the immense amount of medicinal essence blasted through all of Yi Yun's meridians as they surged. And yet, despite being drenched in sweat, Yi Yun felt extremely comfortable. He could feel that his strength, body, meridians, and dantian were being inundated by the medicinal essence and were rapidly transforming. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1400, Dual Cultivation Matrimonial Ceremony. Chapter 1400, Dual Cultivation Matrimonial Ceremony. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin.
Under the Dragon Emperor technique's guidance, the medicinal essence surged ceaselessly like a tidal wave. Slowly, Yi Yun felt that his dantian came to resemble a huge whirlpool as all the energy surged towards his dantian.
This energy poured into Yi Yun's dantian, nearly to the point that it threatened to explode.
But with the circulation of the Dragon Emperor technique, the energy more naturally infused into Yi Yun's flesh and blood. Under the impact and tempering of the potent medicinal essence, Yi Yun's skin flushed red. Slowly, he effused a jade-like glow. His meridians turned translucent and firm, while his flesh and blood seemed to undergo immense tempering. The injuries that remained from the battle were completely healed during this process. At the same time, even the azurewood divine tree in Yi Yun's dantian began to grow taller and taller. Through it all, Yi Yun felt extremely comfortable as he sensed the tumultuous energy raging in him. He suddenly opened his eyes with a flash of lightning. His aura was honed like an extremely keen blade.
Unknowingly, Yi Yun's cultivation level had reached the mid-stages of the Supremacy realm. To an average warrior, a small sub-realm improvement during the entire process of going from the early stages to the late stages might take them decades, centuries, or even millennia.
However, with the River of Forgetfulness's water and Dragon Emperor relic's aid, Yi Yun had managed to complete this process in an extremely short period of time. The key reason was the Dragon Emperor technique's potency. As long as one could gather the sufficient amount of treasured herbs to refine the Dragon Emperor relic, one could rapidly develop one's strength.
However, this process of seeking out treasured herbs was fraught with great difficulty.
Yi Yun had offended the Pillheart sect in the process of obtaining the Abyssal Red Lotus, putting him on a proverbial tightrope. He infiltrated the Li household only to be discovered and was forced to fight Myriad God Patriarch. A single misstep in these endeavors would have led to him perishing.
The second Dragon Emperor relic did not come easy. Peril was at every turn and it was extremely risky. And yet, Yi Yun still needed to seek out even more treasured herbs to bolster his growth. But at the same time, the stronger he was, the easier it became to seek them out.
Phew! Yi Yun finished absorbing the final wisp of medicinal essence. He stood up and raised his head to release a deep breath.
His breathing contained a faint dragon's cry.
As though stirred by Yi Yun's cry, the 9 transformation celestial silkworm, which had been asleep all this while, seemed to awaken.
Yi Yun realized it and immediately looked over.
He saw the white cocoon trembling gently like a hatching egg. The life within was about to bore out anytime soon. Yi Yun used a fraction of his perception to monitor the cocoon's changes. Slowly, the movements of the cocoon turned more intense and suddenly, there was a light crack. Immediately following that, a series of chain reactions happened. The entire cocoon casing began producing crackling sounds before a boundless aura emitted from within.
A snake figure flew out together with the aura.
The 7-colored snake's figure flashed about in the sky like lightning.
It let out an excited cry while circling the sky.
After it finished its joyful flight, the snake figure returned to float in front of Yi Yun. Yi Yun revealed a look of surprise when he saw the 9 transformation celestial silkworm's new appearance. The pair of sharp horns on the 9 transformation celestial silkworm's tiny head had turned crystalline.
It suffused an aura that made one's heart disquieted.
As for its body, a pair of tiny dragon claws had grown as its hind legs.
After this evolution, the 9 transformation celestial silkworm now had the embryonic form of a dragon.
Very good, you might one day become a true dragon, said Yi Yun.
The 9 transformation celestial silkworm shook its head and burrowed its head endearingly in Yi Yun's palm. It looked like a wheedling child.
While the 9 transformation celestial silkworm was undergoing its evolution, it also sensed that the strengthened Yi Yun's dragon bloodline had turned richer and purer. This made the 9 transformation celestial silkworm feel even closer to Yi Yun, so it showed more affection towards him. Yi Yun smiled as he rubbed the 9 transformation celestial silkworm's tiny head. It had evolved rapidly alongside him.
It might really transform into a true dragon one day.
We have been in this herbal garden for quite some time.
It's time we leave,
Yi Yun said as his eyes flashed with a faint coldness. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky above a desolate land, producing a rift.
Wind howled through the rift as various nomological fragments coruscated incessantly.
Following that, a figure flew out from the rift.
It was none other than Yi Yun.
He had gone to great effort to find the spatial node that Myriad God Patriarch had used to enter the herbal garden. Then he forcibly opened his own spatial passageway. If not for Myriad God Patriarch, Yi Yun would probably have taken much longer to find the way. If Myriad God Patriarch knew that he ended up helping Yi Yun, the sheer anger could have brought him back to life. Yi Yun stroked his chin as he looked at the situation beneath him. He had entered the herbal garden above a sea, but he came out in a desolate plain.
That was not entirely strange.
The herbal garden was situated in another pocket world.
Therefore, the spatial passageway that Yi Yun opened could lead to anywhere.
Thankfully, he was not very far from Martial City. After Yi Yun landed and rested for a while, he rushed for Martial City once he got his bearings. Everything had proceeded as per normal for Martial City during the past few months. The only difference was that more people were entering Martial City. Yi Yun joined the crowd and entered Martial City, hoping to find a chance to infiltrate the Li family and secretly rescue Wang Mu's wife, so as to fulfill his promise to Wang Mu. However, when Yi Yun infiltrated the Li family manor, he realized that it was a lot quieter. Many of the Li family experts were no longer present.
Oh? Where did they go? Yi Yun knitted his brows slightly. He went to Li Yunshan's yard and discovered that it was nearly empty.
Even the maidservants were gone, much less Wang Mu's wife.
With a flash, Yi Yun left the Li household.
While on the streets around the household, Yi Yun happened to hear the conversation of a few warriors who were passing by. It said that even the upper echelons of the Martial Numinous clan are planning on attending the wedding. I heard that a few core disciples of the Martial Numinous clan have already obtained approval to head to the White Lunar Divine Empire to cultivate.
One of the disciples is Fairy Rain. Be it her looks or talent, they are both astounding.
And Fairy Rain's aunt happens to be the Li family head Li Qijian's wife.
Therefore, this wedding will truly be the spotlight. Many people are heading for the Lee family, including Fairy Rain. The Lee family is truly becoming better by the day. Yi Yun's ears caught their conversation. A Lee family junior's wedding? Were they talking about Li Yunxiang who had lost his foot? But with so much time having passed and the Li family being skilled at alchemy, it was possible that Li Yunxiang had already recovered if they could find the sufficient treasured herbs. However, the replacement limb would not have experienced the tempering of Yuan Qi. It would not be any different from a mortal's body, making it useless in combat. Just a little impact would cause the limb to shatter once again. In order to restore the restored limb to its original standard, one needed to temper it year after year. It was unknown how long that would take. A treasured herb that could allow Li Yunxiang to grow back his limb in such a short period of time was definitely priceless. The Li family was truly willing to go to great lengths. This Li Yunxiang still thinks of getting married after having his foot ripped off. He's truly broken in the body but firm in spirit. The corner of Yi Yun's lips curled up. He had planned on saving Wang Mu's wife directly from the Li household, but now that he had heard the conversation, he came up with another plan. Fellow brothers, are you discussing the Li family's young master Li Yunxiang's wedding? The warriors were dressed in gorgeous clothes and looked distinguished. None of them resembled warriors and instead were more like mortal scions. They had been having a happy conversation when a normal-looking middle-aged man with ordinary cultivation level interjected. Immediately, they frowned. However, the warrior's eagerness to show off was satisfied a little by Yi Yun's curious expression. Did you just get to the city? This matter is known by everyone in Martial City. Is there a need to ask, said a warrior. Ha. Brother, you saw through me. It's true, I just came to Martial City. I had been cultivating in the village and never expected to chance upon such a grand event right as I step into Martial City. Might I know when the wedding is being held, exactly? Ian asked with great anticipation as though this was the first time he was seeing the world. Another warrior snapped his feathered fan and said, it will be half a month from now. Why? Do you plan on watching the ceremony? Typically speaking, those without any status will not even be allowed in. However, the Li family specially plans to hold the wedding at their ancestral grounds. As long as you really wish to send your blessings, you can attend the ceremony. There's no need for an invitation. Of course, in order to prevent riffraff from attending, those without presents and well wishes will not be allowed entry. I have already prepared some gifts just to get a glimpse of Fairy Rain's beauty. Ah, me too. I paid quite a heavy price for it. But it's worth it if I can get to see Fairy Rain. These warriors began conversing among themselves again and ignored Yi Yun. From their point of view, it was not worth their time or breath to chat with an ordinary middle-aged warrior. However, Yi Yun did not mind. As he looked at the warriors' departing backs, he shook his head. To think that there are people who are voluntarily giving them money. Instead, it was the crippled Li Yunxiang that was truly greedy. From Yi Yun's point of view, the reason why there was no need for an invitation was that the Li family wanted to take gifts as an entry fee, thus earning a lot of money quickly. And these people with lowly statuses would apparently rush to attend the wedding just for Fairy Rain. Under such circumstances, they naturally would do their best to bring great gifts to avoid wagging tongues. Others might not know what Li Yunxiang's wedding was about, but how could Yi Yun not know? Li Yunxiang's wedding was a complete farce that masked his goal of dual cultivation. If they weren't making a killing, they would probably not hold such a huge wedding ceremony. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.